one of those and highlight that. Otherwise, we'll get out of here at 10:30 each night, if that's cool. And I had to go through a Zoom call to be able to be qualified to be here. I had to meet with David. Schwartz, give it up for David. Everybody who's here, yes. It was awesome. And I know nothing about crypto at all. I think that it was just they wanted a comedian, and I'm the layperson's opinion here. So I get to learn from you guys for 2 days. But I met with David back in February, and I had a couple-hour conversation with him, and then I've studied 6 hours a week on crypto. And I'm proud to admit that I know less now about it. There's not a lot of resources out there that are out of high school. I'm just kidding. Give it up for Randy, everybody. Everybody loves Randy. Miss Teen. She was explaining it to me last night. She was explaining the concept of crypto, and I felt like I was at home with my daughter and son telling me exactly all the things I don't know about life. So that was good. Felt like I was going to miss them while I was here, but she brought it right back home. Give or take the cowboy hat and boots. That's not a South Carolina thing. I realize most of y'all think I'm probably from Tennessee listening to me, but that's offensive to me. I'm from South Carolina. It's a completely different accent. Anybody who asks me if I'm from Texas, I'm not Matthew McConaughey. That's a whole different rhythm. All right, all right, all right. That is not South Carolina. And Tennessee is more like nice white rice. South Carolina is just normal, moderate hillbilly. That is all. But we do say y'all a lot, so that's confusing. You need to know the difference in y'all and all y'all. I'm hoping y'all have a good time, but we really need all y'all to understand crypto and spread the word and get it going. So I am a little confused about the code aspect of it. When I was in college, we did this thing where we would sleep out for tickets to like U2 or Grateful Dead. We would sleep at Sounds Familiar, and they would only let us buy 10 tickets, right? And so I would tell the store manager, there are going to be like 500 people that are going to be sleeping out here. Let me govern the line. We'll put everybody's name on a list. I'll tell everybody to go home. And then when they come back, they'll honor the places they were all in because there'll be a mob that understands they were 13th or 14th or 15th. And they're like, that's awesome, thank you. But I signed up 25 of my friends as the first people. And then I sold the 250 tickets for a profit and paid for my college that way. And my question is that what Charlie did with Litecoin? I don't know if that's... I don't know. I don't understand it. I already admitted I don't know the concept and everything. But I bought Dogecoin. I bought Dogecoin when it was like 4 cents because I spend $200 at the craps table when I'm doing a comedy show. I'm like, I can throw $200 away on Elon Musk's tweets. That's no problem. To the moon. And it went to $4,400 in 6 days. And I didn't sell it when all of my friends were like, sell it and buy Bitcoin. And it went down to like $450 I have now, like $200 in and I have $450. And I still regret the $4,000 failed no sale of Dogecoin, like every day. So Charlie, I'm on your side. If you sold, like I have a $4,000 regret that I live with every day. So if I had done something that could have profited me at least $4,000, I am selling it right then. Just letting you know the layperson's opinion, Charlie. So anyway, thank y'all for having me. And I'll visit with you in between each little thing and try to keep this thing rolling. So let's get going. Y'all ready to have a good time? Yeah. All right. So Charlie Lee is a computer scientist holding a BS and MS in computer science from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He's also known for being the creator of Litecoin, if you weren't aware. And he also serves on the board of directors of Litecoin. So welcome, Charlie Lee, everybody. Clap him all the way up here. This is awkward if you don't keep clapping.
Thanks. Hey guys, welcome to the Litecoin Summit. I think this is the 4th Litecoin Summit, if I counted correctly. Is that right? Yeah. So first of all, I'd like to thank the foundation and all the volunteers for creating this awesome event. This backdrop is just amazing. I mean, I came in here, I'm like, wow, I can't believe the little amount of money we paid for this. We got this amazing backdrop. Yeah, and last night, David sent me a list of announcements I'm supposed to make. I'm like, last minute, I'm supposed to make a few announcements. So bear with me while I pull out my notes and, and make a few announcements. So recently we set up this, we worked with a community member, Indigo, to set up a bounty program. The website is light.space. You guys can go check it out. It's a way for the community to donate to specific Litecoin projects. It's a very cool website. You guys should check it out and help make Litecoin successful and donate to Litecoin projects. Let's see. So another thing is, after long due diligence with the bank BBVA, we're happy to announce that they're going to start supporting Litecoin in their mobile app in Turkey, which is a very cool expansion into the international space with people being able to use Litecoin, buy and sell Litecoin with BBVA. So that's very cool. In an upcoming hackathon with BTC Labs, there's going to be a track about with Litecoin. So that's going to be very cool. And that hackathon will be in August. And also the next Litecoin cruise. Any of you guys went to the previous Litecoin cruise? There's one person. It's a pretty small event, but it's kind of like a Litecoin gathering with people just going on a cruise and have fun and meet other Litecoin people. So the next one will be in either January or February. We haven't decided on location yet. But we are partnering with Travel Savers, old legacy travel company, to support people paying with Litecoin to buy cruise tickets. So you can check it out. One of our sponsors, you can visit vacationgenie.com via the Summit website and check them out. And last but not least, I was asked to make a secret kind of announcement of a secret project, but they told me that I can't really say what the project is. But so it's a project that will help Litecoin enter the DeFi space. So stay tuned. We're gonna make a full announcement, I believe, at the 13th Litecoin birthday in October. So stay tuned and get hyped about it. Thanks. And that's all the announcement I have for now. Guess we can introduce Peter on stage.
My mic is, there we go. Awesome, look at that. Peter McCormack is the host of What Bitcoin Did podcast, interviewing the leading minds on Bitcoin tech, macro, and governance. He's also the chairman of Real Bedford Football Club, which is soccer to most of you guys here. I'm just making sure we're on the same page there, that's good. But it's actually football, it makes more sense. Promoting community engagement through sports. He also owns Cheat Code Events, Auction Room Bar, and founded the Bedford Future Fund to support talented local youth. Let's give it up for Peter McCormack.
It's up to you. I'll go the other. Okay.
Hello, everybody. I love this guy. When Charlie asked me if I would come to the Litecoin conference and do a fireside chat with him, I was willing to risk the wrath of the Bitcoiners for this. Charlie, how are you?
Good.
I don't know if you know, Charlie was the 6th episode of What Bitcoin Did, released on March the 1st, 2018. We've done 842 episodes in total.
How many?
842.
800.
842. Jameson Lopp, who was here, was episode 3. I wrote to Jameson and said, I'd like to talk about Bitcoin and go and shoot my first gun. And he took me, and when I was there, I said, can you introduce me to Charlie Lee? You got an email? And I said, can I come out and interview you? You said yes. You remember it?
Yeah, yeah. I was like, someone wanted to interview me? Sure, yeah.
So I'm a Bitcoiner. I have previously held Litecoin. I've used Litecoin. Please don't tell the Bitcoiners. They'll beat me up. But I was more than happy to come and do this. So Charlie, great to see you. We'll probably talk a little bit more about Bitcoin and then a little bit about Litecoin. And it's a strange thing because when I got into Bitcoin, you were considered one of the OGs, the originals, the early people. But I've probably been in Bitcoin now as long as you were at that time.
Yeah.
And so we're now over 15 years in. I think it's hard. I mean, put your hands up here if you. We'll just say crypto broadly. if you discovered, say, crypto in the last 4 years? A lot of older people. Who's class of 2017? 2013? Earlier than 2013. So not many people remember the early days. We're getting to live through the newer fun times now. We've got a conference down the road, a smaller one, that somehow has attracted Donald Trump and maybe Kamala Harris and RFK. From your perspective, how does it feel having been there so early on and seeing where we are now?
It's just been, like, I've been in this space for 13 years. That's like a long time. I mean, people who've been in this space for like 4 years, they feel like they've seen everything already. Yeah, just the volatility of the price of crypto and just everything going on with all the scams and everything. It's incredible how much stuff we've been through.
What did the mission feel like when you first got involved? Because you would have been going to meetups and conferences, which would have been probably a lot smaller and quite different from now.
Yeah, I mean, when I first got in, it was, it's so niche. It's pretty crazy. It's the first conference I went to in New York had like a few hundred people. It was basically everyone in this space, in the Bitcoin space at the time. And everyone was, I felt like it was a better time when there weren't any scams around and people were just very excited about the technology of what Bitcoin can bring. Like the future was very bright.
But we have grown over these kind of 12 years since then,
Yeah.
12, 13 years since then, and the 15 years of life of the project. But one of the interesting things for someone like me is when you go back and you see old interviews back from pre-2013, 2009 to 2012, you read the forums, the Bitcoin Talk forums, you read the articles. What we're experiencing now in the world of Bitcoin and crypto is what people believed would happen. You're at a conference with a few hundred people. They believed this was happening. They had a lot of confidence.
Yeah.
To actually now see where we're at with, it's a legitimate, Bitcoin is now a legitimate asset. It is, we have ETFs, we have governments debating it, it's now on the ballot. To actually have got to the point where we are now, are you even a little bit surprised?
I'm definitely surprised because back then it was Bitcoin, there was just so much uncertainty, right? It was so easy for a government to come in to kill Bitcoin or for a hack or for the code to fail somehow because it was so untested. But we actually have not reached like the final form yet, right? So back then, what's that?
The final boss.
The final boss. Well, the ultimate goal is for Bitcoin to become like the reserve currency, right? That was like kind of back then the ideals of the people around the space was Bitcoin will eventually overtake the US dollar. So that is yet to come.
Okay, so despite Bitcoin being what it is and this incredible technology, you decided at one point to create Litecoin.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to talk about the history of Litecoin as Litecoin Satoshi?
Well, I mean, I've talked about this a lot. Like I created Litecoin kind of for fun as a side project and didn't really expect much from it. And it kind of blew up and became its own thing. And it's taken over kind of my life. So yeah, it's kind of a wild ride.
Was it the fourth asset on Coinbase or the third?
I believe it was the third. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then Litecoin.
And about $4 when it was introduced?
Yes, it was $4 for a long time. But yeah, there was a meme out there that Litecoin will stay at $4 forever.
And so as the crypto space has grown and we've had a plethora of other cryptocurrencies, majority of them crap, and somehow Litecoin has managed to hold a position that even amongst the most hardcore maximalists, they're still kind of like okay with Litecoin.
There are hardcore maximalists that use Litecoin without telling anyone.
Yeah, but I know, and I know why they're using it. But why do you think it is? Why do you think Litecoin has managed to avoid the wrath of some of the Bitcoiners?
Well, one, there was no pre-mine, so it was fairly mined. it's very similar to Bitcoin. So the only like kind of negative thing about Litecoin is that it came second, right? It's not, there's no first mover advantage. The other thing is some people don't like that I'm still around, whereas with Bitcoin, like Satoshi disappeared. So kind of people talk about the immaculate birth of Bitcoin, which is one of the benefits. Litecoin doesn't have that. But it's hard for them to hate on Litecoin because it's so similar to Bitcoin.
So what is the role of Litecoin today then?
It's a complement to Bitcoin. A lot of people use it because it's fast and cheap, and people just like using it as a payment. It just works, and that's what's kind of the beauty of Litecoin.
And why has it managed to maintain that speed compared to Bitcoin when it is so similar?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of a few parameter changes I made, so it's not something like incredibly hard to do. But the reason why it's been functioning so well is because of Satoshi. Like the system he designed is so robust to any issues that it just keeps on working. Like Litecoin has been up, the network has been up running flawlessly since October of 2011 when I created it, when I launched it.
And it was definitely you, it wasn't Craig Wright.
Yeah, it's definitely me. Yeah.
I mean, it's not been confirmed in a court of law that Craig Wright didn't create Litecoin.
That's true. That's true.
I'm not sure how much I believe you.
That's true.
I mean, I remember when I used to trade shitcoins back in 2017, I used Litecoin a lot to move value between exchanges because not every exchange listed everything, and it was expensive and timely to move with Bitcoin. So you would trade into Litecoin. Say if I wanted to move something from Coinbase to Bittrex, you would trade to Litecoin, especially during that spike, and then you would trade back into Bitcoin or into the other assets, and it served a real purpose there. It was kind of like what Tether does a bit now.
Yeah, and people still use Litecoin to move value around. It's kind of like it works so well that's why people use it. Yeah.
What else with Litecoin? I've always felt like in some ways, and I don't think this is an insult to Litecoin. I think it's actually a good thing that Litecoin became a little bit of a like a test bed for Bitcoin. The technologies maybe people were talking about should come to Bitcoin. I would often see people on Litecoin saying, well, we should try this first.
Yeah.
Now, was that something you were okay with?
Yeah, I actually was a huge proponent of getting SegWit activated on Litecoin back in the day. It was 2016? And because Litecoin is better for that when compared to Bitcoin, because the development team is more centralized, so it's easier to make decisions. Like right now with Bitcoin, you can't really make any changes without a huge fight and a lot of infighting and stuff going on. Whereas with Litecoin, we're more nimble, and because I'm around, I can kind of describe my vision, and if people get behind me, we can easily get something done. So that's what happened with SegWit, where we still had a big fight with miners to try to convince miners to activate SegWit on Litecoin. But once it was activated, it kind of proved to the world that SegWit works. There's none of these like issues that people were worried about. And once that kind of was proven, then it was more easily accepted by the Bitcoin miners and Bitcoin community who activate on Bitcoin.
And is that a more healthy kind of test net? Because I know Bitcoin has a test net, but you're not really playing with real money. It's like playing poker with
well, the whole thing about Bitcoin and crypto is game theory, right? The game theory aspect of it makes Bitcoin work. So without real value behind the coins, there's no incentive for hackers to attack the code, to try to steal money from it, to break it, right? Without that incentive, the testnet is useless.
Should we talk about privacy?
Sure.
Okay, so I know you've been a big proponent of privacy. You've pushed forward to introduce more privacy features on Litecoin ahead of Bitcoin. What is the state of privacy right now with Litecoin?
So we launched MWEB, which is privacy and fungibility upgrade to Litecoin. So it's a extension block. It uses extension blocks, so you can transfer money from the Litecoin main chain to MWEB and back. So when you're in MWEB, we use a protocol called MWEB, which makes it so that you can't see how much you're sending. So I think that's really important. Like when I send you money, I don't want the whole world to know how much I sent you or how much is in my account. So I think that's kind of a really important feature for real world cash.
And so this is activated all across Litecoin. And please don't get angry at me for not knowing, 'cause I'm afraid I haven't used Litecoin recently. But this is activated across Litecoin.
Yep.
And how much is this being used? Is it a feature you get by default, or is it something you have to choose to use?
You have to choose to use it. So you can easily, right now with Litecoin Core, you can easily send money between MWEB and the main chain. And we're starting to add this feature to Lite Wallet and other mobile wallets to make it easier for people to use. But yeah, it's something that anyone can use.
And are there any concerns within the world of Litecoin in creating privacy within the protocol? Because we've seen with Bitcoin this, and wider cryptocurrency, these attacks on people who've created privacy technologies, whether it's Tornado Cash or whether it's anything specific. I mean, we've had wallets that have chosen to leave America now because they're fearful. The Samurai guys they've been arrested. We've had the Wasabi people choose to end their product to wind it up, and wallets have left. Are there any similar fears within Litecoin? Because it's a huge risk you have to take now. The chilling effect of these things is that even by considering just writing a bit of code to add some privacy, you might end up arrested and under threat of jail.
I mean, it's definitely a concern, but I think if you're just writing the code behind it, you should be okay. I think one of the issues that some of these companies have gotten into, troubles they've gotten into, is because they've been promoting it as they've been talking to people like money launderers and other people promoting usage of that. I think that's where you cross the line. But just writing code, privacy preserving code should be safe.
There are some good wallets out there that also support Bitcoin alongside Litecoin. What are the other differences between the two? If you were going to pitch out to Bitcoiners who are a little bit skeptical, they're like, I'm not sure I want to use this, what would you say to them about Litecoin?
I would say just try it, right? If you actually sent a Bitcoin transaction versus a Litecoin transaction, you can really tell the difference. Like whenever I send Bitcoin, I'm always concerned about like how long I have to wait until the confirmation. And sometimes you run into like 30-minute blocks or 1-hour blocks. You're just waiting for a confirmation. Whereas with Litecoin, it's just so much faster. And yeah, if you just use it, you'll see the difference.
By the way, I lost a private key to a wallet with 500 Litecoin in once.
That's too bad.
Yeah. Yeah. It was, so me and my brother used to buy it together.
Yeah.
We bought 500 Litecoin when it was about $4.
It's okay, I'll print some more and give it to you.
Thanks, Craig. So ongoing. So what's coming up in the future of Litecoin? What are the things that you're excited about? What's the secret we can't know?
Well, we'll announce that later. But I think it's very exciting about Litecoin entering the DeFi space. I'm also super excited about MWEB being released on mobile wallets. And we already have like millions of dollars of coins pegged into the extension block. So people are using MWEB right now. It's just that because it's hard to use right now without using Litecoin Core, it's preventing lots of people to actually try it out. So having MWEB being supported across different mobile wallets is the ultimate goal, to make it easy for people to use it.
And obviously, it's not just me and Jameson as Bitcoiners here. There's a few people I've seen I know who are Bitcoiners as well. Do you feel like or I'm asking you, I feel like over the last year or so, this kind of whole hardcore Bitcoin maximalism, everything else is a scam, everything must die, it's started to fade away a bit. I feel like it's a battle it got a bit tired and people are fed up with it. Have you felt the same? Like, I don't feel like I'm going to get beaten up coming up.
Yeah, it does feel like it's that kind of voice is lessened in the community, and that's good. I think it's not helpful to just say Bitcoin only and everything else is a scam. I think there's definitely a nuance with that. I mean, obviously, Litecoin is not a scam, right?
Well, no, but we need Litecoin to grow. Have you thought about starting maybe a Litecoin football team?
Is that a pitch?
We could have, no, I've already got it. We could have an annual crypto cup.
Yeah, between Litecoin soccer team versus Bitcoin.
Yeah, we would obviously win.
But we'll be faster. We'll run around circles around you.
It seems like people in here are having a bit more fun than at a Bitcoin conference. Better sense of humor.
Yeah, Litecoin Summit is always a lot more fun than Bitcoin conferences.
All right, you guys give me a look. I think I've got about a minute left. Let's finish up. What do people fight about in Litecoin? What are the controversies in Litecoin?
People always hate on me for selling my coins.
You sold them all?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I still have a few that I still buy from exchanges to use Litecoin. Just a little bit. Like for this conference, I had to fund 500 of those coins that everyone got. So I bought Litecoin at $100 a coin. paid $5,000 for it. But I think the coins came out awesome.
I didn't realize $100 a coin.
What's that?
So my lost wallet has got $50,000 of Litecoin in it. I got a 2-minute. Are we going by the clock or by you? Are we done then? We're done. Thank you so much for having us. Charlie Lee, legend. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks.
Awesome. Great job, guys. Great job. Great job. Sorry I made fun of you right out of the bat like that. I didn't know. No. I kind of knew. So people ask me why I wear the hat. Let me just get that out of the way. I wear the hat because it has my initials on it. I love hats, and I'm bald. So, but I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not ashamed of it. I just need everybody to know I'm comfortable with it. It's just, it's your fault that I wear the hat, that I'm bald, because I did comedy for 14 years as a bald comic and made a living, made every house payment. And then 5 years ago, I put the hat on, and my bookings tripled. That's not an exaggeration. So people like Rebecca and people like that book these events. And so it's like, this guy was a solid comic who made a living, but apparently this guy is a star. So, and I say my bald jokes because we're bringing up, our next speaker is Merrick. Merrick Theobald. Merrick has more than 25 years experience in the fintech industry. Currently, he's the chief compliance officer at Bitpay, which he explained to me is like the PayPal for money. The Bitpay is like the PayPal for cryptocurrency, but only like 18 of them directly and 100 or 50 of them indirectly. The other 1,000 garbage crypto he doesn't mess with. Bitpay builds powerful enterprise-grade tools for crypto acceptance, payouts, and spending. Prior to Bitpay, Merrick held marketing leadership roles, Bilmo, iSend, and CheckFree. Fiserv, he resides in North Atlanta. Give it up for Merrick Theobald. Theobald.
Good to see you, good to see you. How's everybody doing? All right, for this to work, I have to have some participation because I'm not a panelist right now. I do have one correction. It said Chief Compliance Officer. I am no way associated with compliance, so get that off your mind. I'm actually in marketing, but I am marketing with Bitpay. I've been there a number of years. Thank you for having Bitpay back. Is anybody familiar with Bitpay? All right. Has anybody used a Bitpay-enabled merchant to buy something with their Litecoin? It's pretty fast, isn't it?
Very fast, yeah.
Seamless, yeah, that's great. I do have a few giveaways. I'd like to first ask, does anybody know what year Bitpay was formed and started? 14. Keep going? 12. Keep going? Did I hear 11? Who said 11? 2011. You got one for you. I'm not going to throw it back there. I see your face right now. 2011, right before Litecoin was started. So we were June 2011. So we've been in business for many, many years. Second question is, when did we finally realize that we should support Litecoin as a payment method? Anybody? Okay, keep going. Keep going. 21. You got, here, you're close enough, I can give you. It is a wallet for your phone. You can keep it, you can put your passphrase in here, your seed phrase. It's very safe. There you go. So yeah, that was probably the single greatest thing that we ever decided to do. We've done many things over the years, but finally acknowledging that we needed to accept Litecoin back in early 2021, launching it in June of 2021 is probably the best thing that we can say that we've done. And what I want to share with you are some stats. I know this is important to see. Let me see. All right. First stat here, I have my paper because I can't really see the sides over there, is Litecoin in those few short years, 3 years, has become our most used coin for transactions. So you can see the top line is Litecoin, and for the past 6 months, it hasn't even been close. I mean, ahead of Bitcoin and ahead of the other coins that we support. So, that being said, we are very happy with Litecoin. Keep using your Litecoin, keep promoting Litecoin, keep bringing merchants to us that want to accept Litecoin, because that's how we build a community, that's how we grow, that's how we promote each other. I do want to share something related to that. Is this slide, if it's showing. Yes, so this shows you back in 2022, so just about a year after we started in 2021, we were about 15% transaction volume with Litecoin. You are now 40%, over 40%, and you can see that trajectory. So we support, as he said, 18 different coins natively. Then we have recently added another 100 plus through a swap program, and you are doing 40% of all of our transactions. So we can't thank Litecoin, the foundation, the holders of Litecoin enough. That is amazing. I'd like to share fun stats too. This one is listing our top countries and the top industries where Litecoin is used. Can anybody guess our top 5 countries? Some are obvious. United States. Anybody else? We'll get there. Canada. So what I have today is what we represent as areas that we can currently accept Litecoin in. Every day I wake up, it changes. Governments are getting in, regulatories are getting in, they're making changes, they're asking for new licenses, so we have to turn it on, we have to turn it off. But as of yesterday, these are the countries that we can currently accept in the top 5. United States, obvious. Canada. Netherlands is interesting. United Kingdom, you would expect. And then Poland, right? I will say Hong Kong has been up there and is up there for the last few years. But currently, we're working with the regulators in Hong Kong, so I didn't add them. There are other countries, but those are the top 5 as it stands today that we can currently accept in. So, politics aside, but not aside, it's important who we vote for. It's important who we elect. Look at their policies on cryptocurrency. Look at their policies on regulatory policies, because it's important for us. It's a struggle for us. That's probably our single greatest struggle is the regulatory environment right now. Top industries. And we have a wide variety of industries out there. Any ideas? Precious metals. That's a good one. Precious metals. Travel's a good one. Gambling, yeah, that's a good one. And in fact, we do work with some casinos. Mobility, yeah. This one's a little bit harder because we have so many industries, but you can see it right here. Computer games, by far the #1 industry for us. Think of Zala. Anybody familiar with Zala? They have games. They work with game developers, so they're a platform for games. That's probably one of our larger ones. You have the internet. Not on here, but one of our best industries and one of our best customers is electronics. That would be Newegg. Everybody know Newegg? Okay. VPN and hosting, information technology, prepaid cards and gift cards is a huge one. Because not every merchant accepts Litecoin directly through Bitpay or at all, a lot of people buy gift cards. So if you're at a merchant, doesn't accept Litecoin or Bitpay through Litecoin through Bitpay, there are gift cards that you can buy online or in person as you're walking through, and purchase that gift card with your Litecoin and, you know, walk on out or have it shipped to you right away. So gift cards are important. So moving on, acceptance is one side of our business, but do you all know that we can do, y'all, I said y'all over there. You know what's funny? I live in Georgia. I'm not from Georgia. I'm from South Florida, so I don't know what I am because everybody in South Florida is from all over. But I'm a transplant to Georgia, so we say y'all. Yep, and there is a difference. Yep. Moving on, we do payouts. Anybody familiar with payouts, or did you know that we do payouts? Okay, well, we do payouts. And what this slide here shows you, and we started payouts in 2021 with Litecoin as well, shortly after, I think it was September of 2021. But not only do we accept payments in Litecoin, but we also will pay out in Litecoin. So for companies that want to pay in Litecoin, think of affiliate networks, ad networks, rewards, rebates, payroll. We work with companies. They pay us in fiat, US dollar, and then we will send Litecoin to those individuals. All we need initially to get started is an email address and payment. This is the prepay part from the company, and we will invite the consumer into our network to receive their Litecoin payment. If they're already in our network, they will be paid automatically. So payouts is a big part of it. And as you can see over here, for the first time, back in May, Litecoin overtook Bitcoin as the #1 payout cryptocurrency that we offer. So that's important as well. And this is the trajectory for payouts in Litecoin. As you can see, there was a huge takeoff in the third quarter of 2023. But again, payouts is a key part of our business. So not only do we accept, we also do payouts. Litecoin is now our #1 coin on both sides, acceptance and payouts. Yeah, you should be proud of yourselves for that one. Any questions? Any thoughts? Any concerns? Yeah, right over here.
We had the Litecoin Summit, but one question, why are you not accepting Monero? It's like a compliance issue?
And where?
Monero.
Well, we can't accept everything. So I don't know if you realize it, but I mean, when we natively accept a coin, there's a lot of development and effort that goes into it, because as developers update coins, we have to stay on top of that too. So natively, we don't do that. But we accept, again, through a swap program through one of our partners, more than 100. So if they are added to that swap program, that's probably the best way. Because I don't know if we're going to do much more natively supported coins. We will. But the swap program is a good one. Hope that answered your question. But there are, there's thousands of coins out there. So we listen to the consumers. We listen to the marketplace. We were like, which coin should we accept next? We listen to our partners. If a partner comes to us and says, we need to accept this, we will look into it. Mark Cuban said, you need to accept Dogecoin. We accept Dogecoin, which ironically was right before Litecoin. So I apologize for that. But, you listen to your partners, and that's what we like to do. Any other questions? All right. Oh, there's a... Okay. All right, question? I can tell you no. I do know I'm not the founder, co-founder.
Is there something else I can help with?
No. Technology, it's wonderful, isn't it? I just realized I have a screen right here. Look at that. Did you know that? Oh, okay. Bitpay Litecoin use cases, just to understand how you can help and how we can help you, is, at the top, it's shop online. That's our biggest area right there, e-commerce. So when you're out there shopping online, use your Litecoin. If you have online retailers that should accept it, send a note to them and saying, you really need to accept Litecoin. I have Litecoin I want to spend, you should accept it. We'll work with them, that would be great. On the left is pay bills. How many of you know you can pay bills now with your Litecoin? All right. Yes, you can do that. You can do that. You can pay your bills. We have our own app. You can do it in our app, but you can also do it on our website. So you don't necessarily need our app, but whether it's in our app or on our website, you can pay a number of different bills, primarily in the United States, all through cryptocurrency, including Litecoin. So again, trying to build that. You have a question back here?
Hello. Thank you very much for your work, Merrick. Given the prominence of Litecoin on your platform, are you going to make a bit more of an effort to feature Litecoin on front pages and in marketing materials, as it's mainly dominated by Bitcoin still?
Well, here's the thing. We work with our partners. So it's all about our partners promoting Litecoin, and that's what we would love to work with the Litecoin Foundation and you to promote Litecoin with our partners. So we work with 5 of the top 100 e-commerce companies. So getting them to promote it, is it? Yeah, that'd be great. I'll hit you up. Okay. Yeah, no, we would love to promote Litecoin. It is a top coin. As Charlie said earlier, it works, right? That's the best explanation I've ever heard. It works. It does work. There's no downtime. It's fast, inexpensive, so it works. I thought I saw a question over here. That's a trick question.
Let's repeat the question.
Okay.
How easy is it for merchants to sign up to accept BitPay tokens, BitPay payments?
That is a very tricky question. It depends on where you live, depends on if you have all the materials that we need to collect from you. Unfortunately, we're in a highly regulated industry, and we have to collect documents from the businesses, just like sometimes, not all times, we have to collect documentation from the consumer. From the consumer side, anything over $3,000 in the United States, we have to KYC the customer, and that's most people, most payment methods in the United States have to do that at some level, at some degree, right? Anything under, we don't have to. It's up to the merchant, our partner. On the business side, we have to KYB the business. You know, we have to make sure that they have a legitimate business license or in an industry that we can operate in. So we have to collect that information. So it's easy if everything's ready and prepared. It's not easy if you have to go find documentation, if you have multiple owners, because everybody has to have some say into it. But it can be easy. So unfortunately, right now, we've actually paused our registration. So if any of you are interested, send me an email. Because we have so much interest, and we had a backlog already, we paused it because of that. So we're working through that. If you're interested, talk to me afterwards. I can probably get you in. But there is a lot of interest. But again, because of the regulatory environment, we have to collect a lot of documentation, and that's what takes the time. Not on our end. It's just for the business owner to have that documentation ready and available to supply. Question?
Kind of on a similar note, but when I go out to dinner, I hate paying the server. I don't like paying the restaurant for their tip, so I like to give them cash. I'd much rather give them Litecoin. But they're an absolute newbie, and maybe 75% of this room already knows the answer to this. But how can I introduce a server at a restaurant to say, I'd love to give you Bitcoin as your tip rather than US dollar cash or pay it to the restaurant? What would you suggest?
You know, that is a great way to think about it. I don't know, you might have to, maybe if you had some type of business card created where you could leave it behind with them with instructions, because we're all about building an industry. We've been in business since 2011, and we're very much a startup today. We're mainstream, but we're not mainstream. We're still waiting to get there. So the more that we can educate businesses and educate consumers on what cryptocurrency is, on what Litecoin is, it's the benefit for us all, right? So yeah, have those discussions. Leave a card maybe with an instruction on it. Maybe they can apply right there. I mean, it's pretty easy to get a wallet, right? Within 5 minutes, they could probably have a wallet, and then, you know, when dinner's done, then send them some Litecoin or send them some, I don't know if you'll send them Bitcoin, but Litecoin, you know, as a tip. So they can probably do it right there within 5 minutes. You can help walk them through it. That's a great question. Question over here?
KYC is concerned. Have you guys ever considered partnering or connecting with companies like Clear? Because I travel, and Clear has all my identity stuff. So if I wanted to be onboarded to your system, you can just use my Clear information, and I'll be able to fill out all your forms.
Right.
You can repeat it for them.
Yeah, so have we thought about, almost done here too, have we thought about compliance with working with companies like Clear that might already have the information? We do work with companies that collect that information for us. And sometimes when we have an agreement between parties, we can do that. But everybody is responsible from a compliance and regulatory perspective for their own company. So there has to be an agreement between parties, and we're working through that. And yes, we should be able to do that. But both parties are at risk then, and you want to make sure that what they're doing is fully compliant and follows our business process. So we can when we feel comfortable with that. But you're right, one day it will happen. It's very segmented right now, and it shouldn't be. It should be just an easy thing for everybody, and we'll get there one day. Question?
Kind of related to the KYC thing, I'm more of a self-custody, no KYC thinking kind of person. But I realized with the regulations and stuff going on, and I don't remember if it was you or somebody else talking about the different politics we got going on, but what is the likelihood of getting through the legislation and the, not legislation, just the regulations so that the world would be more KYC friendly and you'd have less hoops to jump through and the crypto could be used on a more peer-to-peer level?
You know, that's the question I think everybody wants to know. I'm not compliance. Remember, I'm not chief compliance officer. But I will say that, you know, there have been lawsuits that have been brought forward. Many of those lawsuits have now been settled or thrown out. So that's a good step forward, right? So it's up to us as individuals, as residents of the United States or whatever country you're in, to write our legislatures and speak up and say, come on, guys. I mean, we're at the point now where the blockchain, cryptocurrency, every company involved, it's too big to fail. They need to support us, and if they support us, it's going to get even bigger and grow even bigger, and it's great for all economies. So, I mean, how many of you here work with a crypto company or in blockchain some type, you know? Many of us do. So it's to their benefit. I just don't think they understand it. You know, once they understand it, they'll move forward and they'll make those. We're waiting on laws. We're just waiting on some clarity from them. We don't want laws. We don't want more regulations. We just want clarity so that we can work with partners and they feel comfortable in that. I do want to end. Oh, we have a question up here. But before I leave too, I just want you to know you can pay bills. You can buy gift cards in our app and through our website. We have an extension, Chrome extension, a browser extension. So you can do that right when you're shopping. But a new thing that we have too is book travel. So you can use your Litecoin at bitpaytravel.com to book a hotel, to book a car, to book, and we're doing this on our own because the adoption is slow. So you can do that, and of course you can get paid. So if you work with a company and you want to get paid in Litecoin, that's a great consumer employee benefit to offer your customers. You don't have to. Not everybody has to get paid in Litecoin. If you want to get paid $10, get paid $10. If you want 100%, get paid 100%. It's consumer choice, but it's a great employee benefit. And I think, no more questions. Yeah. I'll be at the Bitpay booth. If you have questions, just stop by. But again, pleasure. Thank you, everybody.
Great job. I like the jersey. Theobald. It's just awesome. Y'all having a good time? Let's just stand up and stretch, but don't leave. Let's just stand up once and yawn it out while I'm up here so you won't feel the need to do that 12 minutes from now. Get a yawn out. That usually happens at my shows, a lot of yawning. All right, sit back down. That's plenty. Okay, so now we're going to hear from Jameson Lopp. Jameson has been building multi-sig wallets since 2015. Is that the right way to say that? Multi-sig? All right. He is the CTO of Casa and also founded Mensa Bitcoin, Special Interest Group, the Triangle Bitcoin, and Business Meetup, and several open source Bitcoin projects. He enjoys researching various aspects of the ecosystem and giving presentations about what he has learned the hard way, while trying to write robust software that can withstand both adversaries and unsophisticated users. I feel like that was a little knock on all of us, unsophisticated users, but I mean, maybe I'm a little defensive. The topic is destroying indestructible backups after years of dozens of stress tests, and best devices for backing up seed phrases are quite clear. But what do you do when you need to destroy one? In this presentation, we'll cover considerations for which devices are both indestructible and easy to securely wipe. Now, while Jameson may be a genius, he needs to work on making the title of his topic a little briefer. Give it up for Jameson Lopp, everybody.
All right, that wasn't too bad of a roasting. I'll take it. Yeah, so I wanted to just try to give some practical advice. It is applicable really to any of you, regardless of your expertise level. And one of my many random things that I've researched over the years is this topic of backing up your seed phrase. While my day-to-day job is helping people keep their assets and their private keys safe, backups are an important part of this because it's really about disaster recovery. So, why are we backing up seed phrases? Well, hopefully, if you have a non-trivial amount of crypto assets, you're using some sort of hardware device like a Trezor, Ledger, take your pick, to keep those keys off the internet. That basically protects you from like 95% of the things that could go wrong with people trying to steal your money and get your keys. But what happens if that device gets lost, stolen, blows up, melts down? These things are kind of fragile. Stuff can happen. You need to have a way to go get a new device and load your keys into your wallet. And while it may make sense that when you unpack one of these devices, it gives you this little piece of paper and it says, hey, write down your seed phrase, I actually find it kind of concerning. I think a lot of these wallet manufacturers have kind of cheaped out. Because if you think about it, what is a piece of paper really going to protect you against? The only thing that piece of paper does well is keep those keys off of the internet. You definitely don't want to be taking a picture of your seed phrase and putting it into your cloud storage. A lot of people have lost their money that way. You don't want to back up your seed phrase anywhere on a computer or internet-based device. But if you're keeping it offline, there are other things that can go wrong. So one of the things that I've come up with is a sort of threat model for some of the things that can go wrong. And this is basically physical destruction. So house fires are actually more common than I think a lot of people realize. Corrosion can happen in environments, for example, if you have storms or some sort of water or drainage leak. And crushing, of course, can happen if wherever you're storing that backup happens to collapse. So I have a number of tests that I have done on about 80 different backup devices over the years where I've tried to figure out exactly what are the best attributes of these backups. And like I said, there's probably over 100 different retail level backup devices on the market, and I've tested about 80 of them. And you can really categorize them in just a handful of different ways. You've got about half a dozen different form factors. So you've got your standard plate. It's just a single square or rectangular piece of metal, usually stainless steel. Then you've got your tile-based backups where they give you these pre-engraved or pre-stamped tiles that you just sort of slide into a cassette-like device. Then you've got other sort of rod-shaped, very strong and sturdy pieces of metal that you can engrave or stamp. There's a common form of do-it-yourself where if you're worried about privacy aspects and not buying something that you have to get shipped to you and then potentially have privacy leaks, like has happened with a number of retailers in this space, there are ways you can just go to the hardware store and buy some washers and a bolt and screws and basically make your own pretty decent backup for just a couple bucks. And then some other variations where you might even have rods with tiles in them and put those into a pipe and just try to make the thing more robust, or stack disks on top of each other. But then regardless of what form factor you have, there's a number of different ways that you can actually inscribe this data. And the different inscription types also has different attributes of what they can be robust against. So the common ones that you normally see are stamping, where you literally have this rod with a letter and you have to take a hammer to it. And if you've never done that before, I highly recommend not ever doing it because it's a terrible, terrible process. You'll probably end up injuring yourself if you're not really careful. And if you're like me, who has tested dozens and dozens of these devices, if you don't wear earplugs, then after doing a couple thousand strikes, you're going to have some inner ear pain. Center punch is one of my favorite methods. You can kind of see them at the bottom down there. It's literally, it looks like a pin, and all you have to do is just kind of put a little pressure on it, and it puts a divot into whatever piece of metal you're on. There's a couple different ways of doing etching, either by hand with a really sharp pin-type device or with a Dremel, which of course is electric engraving and can get a bit more force on it. Or you can get pre-engraved tiles, of course, which are very easy. And so just sort of from a perspective of usability, if you're out there surveying the market and trying to figure out what's going to be more user-friendly, this is kind of the list of what I find easier, but as we'll get into, these are not necessarily congruent with the robustness aspects of it. So stamping is probably the most common, but like I said, I really hate it. I don't recommend it. It is very robust, but it's not easy to do right. So what do I do when I test these devices? Like I said, I've got my threat model. We've got heat. I have this propane torch that I've measured that gets over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Your average house fire temperature is between 1,500 and 1,700 Fahrenheit. So I throw that in the flame for 20, 30 minutes, make sure it stands up well. Acid, I don't have months and months to spend of doing a saltwater test, so I literally use hydrochloric acid to sort of accelerate that. I figure if it can withstand a really, really strong acid, it'll be able to withstand something like brine water. And then I've got a 20-ton hydraulic press. I figure if your house collapses, you're probably not going to get too much more weight on it than that. Now, maybe if you're in the very bottom of a high-rise building or something. So if you really want to see all of the details of this stuff, you can check out this URL or scan this QR code to go there. And this is like all of my 80 devices. I have them all ranked by each of those three categories, sort of A through F grades. And at the very top, it'll basically have the best like 20 or so devices that really have straight A grade ratings for everything that I have tested. So what are the most common failures that we see? Well, what I found is a number of these devices could not even withstand a house fire temperature. Several of them cheaped out, and they actually are made out of aluminum instead of stainless steel. Aluminum has a melting point only around like 1,200 degrees. So obviously, that ended up in a pile of slag. Another thing that I've noted is that the devices that are more complicated, that have more moving parts, especially the ones that have tiles and things that you slide in and out of them, they tend to either have fasteners that fail, or they will just warp and deform as they're heated and cooled off. Because as part of my heating test, I also dunk the red hot device into a bucket of water to simulate, fireman coming through with a fire hose. You need to have, both the extreme heat and then the extreme cool off and make sure the whole thing won't just blow up on you. Another issue is that even if the device itself survives, you have to worry about, okay, what is the template on the device set up as? So I've seen some devices where instead of engraving the template, they just print it on with ink. Well, as you can see here, we've got a device. It's got data inscribed on it. The data is still there, but good luck reading that if you can't go and find the original template. And then finally, we've got some issues with some of these devices where the device itself stays intact, but due to the way that it is actually created, if it's deformed in the right way, some of these tube-based devices, you literally can't open them up again. So you would have to go find some really heavy-duty shop equipment in order to be able to retrieve the data out of there. So what are the strongest backups in my opinion? You want stainless steel or titanium. You really want it to be a small but thick, solid piece of metal. And I highly recommend using that center punch with the divots. Electrolysis is also really good, but that's not something that you come across very often. And then, of course, you want to make sure that that template is similarly inscribed or etched into the device. Now, this is all good and well, but I ran into a problem about a year ago where I had a seed phrase backup that I needed to destroy. And so I had some metal plates, and I had both stamped and Dremel etched the seed phrase into them. And the reason I needed to destroy it was that I wanted to make it more robust. And I basically wanted to use a process called seed XOR to split that backup so that it no longer existed only in one location. Instead, it's a 2 of 2 type of backup. So we have multiple copies of it, geographically distributed. And that's because I wanted to improve the sort of physical attacker security characteristics against it. That's a whole other issue we won't even really have time to get into, is that if you do have a really strong backup, if somebody comes across it and you don't have any sort of encryption or sharding, then it's problematic because that attacker is probably going to be able to read the seed phrase, load it up into a wallet, and steal all of your money. So, how do you destroy one of these backups? Well, if you're willing to forego some of the robustness characteristics, just use one of the tile-based backups. You open that up, you dump the tiles out, and you scatter to the wind, and you're done. But as I've seen from my tests, the tile-based devices are a lot more likely to also get destroyed and scattered during a catastrophic sort of experience. So, what if you do have one of these robust, solid pieces of metal? That's the problem that I ran into. And essentially, I started whacking away at it. I said, I can't destroy the metal itself, but what I need to do is I need to make it illegible. I need to make whatever the data is that's inscribed onto this thing such that if an adversary gets a hold of it, they'll have no idea what's on there. So what I found out very quickly is that with stamping, you'd basically have to spend at least 10 times as long trying to destroy this device as you did setting it up, because you need to go and you need to grab a bunch of different stamps and you need to hit every single one of those letters and just put so many different letters onto it that it's impossible for an attacker to be able to discern what the original letters were. Etching is also really hard. I spent probably a couple of hours with the Dremel. Once again, thankfully with earplugs in, this was a terrible experience, trying to overwrite and overwrite. And if you know much about forensic analysis and data recovery, then you may understand stuff of for example, how difficult it is to truly scratch a serial number off of a firearm. If you scratch a serial number off of a firearm, and law enforcement gets a hold of it, they can take it to a lab and they can do a sort of microscopic level analysis and still be able to see really deeply what those original numbers and letters were. And then eventually it kind of hit me, center punch. It's so easy to do because if you want to destroy or make illegible one of these center punch plates, all you have to do, it takes a couple of minutes, you just put divots in all of the other squares on that grid, and now there's no way of discerning which of the divots was original and which one was added later. So I would say the undisputed winner both in terms of robustness for these metal backups and for the optionality to be able to destroy them or get rid of them or make them obsolete and deprecated has to be just a single steel plate with center punch, because even though the device itself is robust and can't be physically destroyed, you easily have the option to make that illegible if you want. So, questions? Everybody's mind has been blown. Great, yes?
The plate you're talking about most, the punch one, what are those made of? There are probably 4 or 5 different plates that are like that on the market. There's seed plate and block plate, and these are all stainless steel, generally 4 to 5 millimeters thick. I would recommend at least 4 millimeters thick, because if it's less thickness than that, then it's a lot easier to deform in the crush test. And then if you really want to get deep into the weeds, there's of course many different types of stainless steel. If you can find one that is a marine grade stainless steel, then that will be even better with the corrosion resistance. And then follow up, how much effort is needed to punch that punch? And do they make them out of titanium or is that just too
Yeah, so the titanium plates. Tungsten, I haven't seen anyone do tungsten. Titanium, you can also do center punch. But really, it probably is only like 3 to 4 pounds of pressure to do that center punch. So even grandma can do it.
Maybe off topic, but where do you keep them?
Yeah.
And have you explored like BIP 189 or BIP 89 where you do the separation on multiple plates?
Yeah. So yeah, that's one of the things that we haven't gotten into. So you can, for example, originally there was like BIP 38 encryption. There's also BIP 39 passphrase, where there are ways to like add additional data, and then you can have that additional decryption data basically stored somewhere else. Or you can do what you were saying. Forget if it's BIP 85 or BIP 89, but there are a number of different protocols out there for distributing these backups. And where do you put them is, of course, the real question. Personally, I recommend a distributed type of setup between different places that you have access to, places that trusted family members may have secure. And if you're doing it right, even a bank vault will work. The downside to if you're putting it somewhere like in a safety deposit box, which by the way are becoming a lot rarer these days, you only want to do that or put it in a like professionally managed safety deposit box if you have it split or encrypted, because you cannot be 100% sure that that safety deposit box won't be opened by an employee or even law enforcement or whatever. There have been a number of cases where things have gone wrong there. But the main thing is distributing these geographically, because the whole point of the backups is to be able to recover from a disaster that destroys your main wallet and your main devices where you're keeping those seed phrase active for regular use. All right. Well, I'm glad to know that no one here is ever going to lose any of their crypto. This is what I've spent the past 10 years trying to help people out with. Thank you.
Jameson Lopp, everybody, great job. So I'm sorry I might not go as long right now because I have to text my wife to wipe the screenshot of my seed phrases off my computer at home. That's not apparently a good idea. I don't know if that $275 worth of Bitcoin that I got last year on my Super Bowl gambling is going to be safe or not. This is a problem for me. This is me professionally buying time for the people to change the set behind me. Is that happening? Well, I don't even notice these things. This is what's happening. It's awesome. I'm not going to lie. When they booked me for this event, and they said the Litecoin Summit, people traveling from all over the globe to be here, I imagined the room being a little bigger. I'm not going to lie about that. This room is awesome, and it will look great on the internet. But it's smaller than I thought. Usually can't reach up and touch this. No, I'm just kidding. It's great. The backup stuff, that was fascinating. That was cool. So basically, coders and shop teachers are the future. That's what that is. Right? Your metal workers and metal welding. We need some Valerian steel in there from Game of Thrones to make our backup devices. That's cool. I feel like the next thing needs to be a tutorial on what a center punch is. Anybody else? Does anybody else not know? I don't know what a center punch is. Is that what a center punch is? Is there a left of center punch? What is a right of center punch? I feel like center is more information than we needed. I feel like it could just be a punch machine. I don't know these things. I'm just giving you the perspective of people who don't know. This is fun. But it is the seed phrase. There's also, he didn't talk about it, but you could memorize your 20 words too, right? Couldn't that be an option or not? No? So my Coinbase words that they gave me that are just like leaf, frog, that's not what we're talking about? It is? Those weren't 2 of them. But why couldn't I just memorize them? Because if then I die, my kids wouldn't get it? Is that, I don't understand. What? I get dementia. But then I could run the country. Okay, never mind. All right. Sorry, we're not doing politics. I was talking about both of them. All right. Or actually all 7 or 8 of them, depending on what you think. Never mind. Okay. All right, Merrick, we've already met. This is going to be a group. We're going to do 4. David is going to moderate. John T. Shave is an entrepreneur by design. And he has dealt with a mobile 15% back on mobile device. He's a serial entrepreneur is what he summarized his page and a half stuff with. But his entrepreneurial prowess was recognized when he was named Ernst & Young's Entrepreneur of the Year in the technology category. That seems pretty valid to me. I don't know. That seems like a big deal. If you're going to lie about something, that was a good way to go with it, John. That is, it impressed me. But Stack Mobile is the only mobile or the first one that will give you 15% back on your cell phone bill in crypto. So if you just talk on the phone a lot, you get paid in crypto. Is that right? Am I saying that right? Colleen Leonard, with over 30 years experience. Colleen is a seasoned marketing professional known for innovative strategies and exceptional leadership. Her career spans diverse industries, including consumer packaged goods, healthcare, IT, e-commerce, sports, across a variety of startups, mid-sized Fortune top 50 companies. And I didn't get an opportunity to speak with her very much beforehand to be able to summarize, so I'm reading all of it. But no, Colleen's awesome, and a strong commitment to innovation and excellence makes Colleen a key player. And David Schwartz will be moderating, and you've already met Theobald. So let's welcome all up on the stage. Also, if you have a question, if the questions get asked, give the speaker a pause to repeat your question to everybody. That way we don't have to run around and everything. You can ask your question when it happens, and then the speaker repeat the question and stuff. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good to see you.
Good. You can have a seat. Have a seat. Yep. I'll sit down here.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and start by playing a video real quick, and then we'll get into it after that. So as soon as you're ready back there.
Unleash the possibilities of your mobility data usage with Stack Mobile, the revolutionary service that offers cryptocurrency rewards. Say goodbye to outdated reward programs and embrace the future with Stack Mobile's innovative Litecoin rewards. Benefit from up to 10% rewards in Litecoin with Stack Mobile, transferred securely to your digital wallet. Bring your device or purchase a new one from Stack Mobile. Of course, you keep your number. Link your digital wallet or let us assist you in setting one up. Experience one of the largest and fastest 5G networks and watch your Litecoin rewards stack up.
All right, so I'm going to let that marinate just for a second there. But basically what you're looking at is the first of its kind in the United States, and I believe in the world, where you have an organic company providing rewards for the usage of their plan. And they've chosen Litecoin to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the creator of this company and their marketing team, and then of course Merrick as well, because Bitpay ends up being the one that helps make that possible for them. A few questions on how this came to be, what the goal is for this long term, how does this help the crypto industry in general, how does it help the foundation and Litecoin, and then also, of course, how does that also help Bitpay and their push forward in trying to have payouts and rewards as part of their program. So first we'll start with John, and I just, a little bit more about your entrepreneurship and the things that you've done in the past, and how that brought you to today, where we're sitting here talking about telecom, mobile, 5G data plans, and crypto.
Sure, thanks. Thank you, everybody, for listening. We're excited. Like anything in life, timing is everything. I first came up with the concept about 4 years ago, and the market's cooled down a bit, and then this year is the year to do it. So my background is historically telecom and technology and software. What we've done with Stack Mobile is really interesting because everybody has a mobile device, multiple devices, right? And so we all consume data. Data is a commodity. And paralleling the adoption of cryptocurrency and Litecoin, it's logical that we create a platform, but it's not as easy as that. You have to have a global network. We're using our back end is T-Mobile in the US. We've got state-of-the-art BSS OSS stack, so we have a great platform to support the client. And we've partnered with Bitpay, so we can securely, seamlessly, and scalably deliver your Litecoin directly to your linked digital wallet. And bottom line is, I see this as creating a network effect between Litecoin and Stack Mobile, so we can merge the two of mobile data usage and Litecoin adoption throughout the U.S. And we give 15% every time you pay your invoice. Boom, right in your wallet. 2 lines. 1 line, you get 10. And we're excited about it. We hope you are too.
So I remember when you introduced this to me back at the start of the year, and just so everybody understands, there's things where we actively pursue as a foundation to try and create some partnerships and things, some momentum for Litecoin. But this is one of those instances where someone saw the promise and the potential of Litecoin and actually came to us to make this happen. So that's a sign of the times in my eyes, where it's not just us going around trying to chase people down to see if they'd be able to add Litecoin as a payment method or something else. This is actually somebody coming to us and saying, we see the validity and the potential in Litecoin, and we want to try and figure out how to make this something that's available to the masses. And so that's one of the things. The second was you had the foresight and the ability to take some information and feedback from our end on what was important to people who already use Litecoin and potentially in the future. So self-custody is very important to us, and so they were able to, through Bitpay again, be able to make it facilitated to where you could either have it sent directly to your own wallets that you own every time you get these rewards, or if there's somebody that's more in the line of, well, I'm not so comfortable necessarily and I'm used to a certain way of doing things and custody is okay for you, that option is available as well. So we were able to tailor it to both. And then I think the last thing was being able to put all this together in such a timely manner to be able to do this here at the summit, which was important as well, and have all the marketing and the website available and the pre-order signups available for when this gets launched in the next month or two, and have that all available for the United States within such a short period of time, which is where Colleen comes in as well. To be able to do that on a national scale through one of the strongest cell offerings available in T-Mobile, I think was very important as well. So Colleen, from a marketing perspective, what sort of got you excited about being able to do this and choosing Litecoin as the one to do it with?
Well, I think that we know that consumers like choice, right? And all commodity type products, which data is, mobility is, are looking for a value add. So how do we get people interested in Stack Mobile? And our value add is Litecoin. And Litecoin's important because we like that it's fast. People can transact with it. We want to give the reward. If you want to pay your next bill, you can go ahead and do that. So it all kind of fit.
Okay. And then that goes obviously over to you, Merrick, because I know that Bitpay, obviously, it starts out as a payment processing company, but you guys have gone out into all these different important areas where people want to either collect, invest in, or utilize their crypto. And so rewards for you guys is a big deal now, and rightfully so. And for us, at least in my eyes, one of the strategic moves for us going forward is not just payments, but rewards. And so that coincided very well with what you guys are trying to do on your end. And I've had this conversation with Charlie where I'm to the point in my crypto journey where, you know, I'll buy Litecoin, but I also like the idea of being able to just get Litecoin for the things that I'm going to do naturally anyway. So this is something where, from your end on Bitpay, I'd like to see those transaction numbers go up, as we spoke about earlier. I mean, we're at 40%, but I've mentioned on social media I'd love to see Litecoin at 70% of all the transactions that you guys are doing, and I think something like rewards with Litecoin is a great hashtag to have, just alongside of Pay with Litecoin. So, from your perspective, how would you imagine seeing something like this in an industry that I don't think you have on your list yet, in telecom and data plans, adding that to your program?
Well, I mean, it's a natural fit, you know? I mean, everybody has a mobile phone. Most people have digital wallets, which reside on their mobile phone. So it's just a natural fit to have that reward program. So I love what John's doing with the company and including this in there. And from a payment perspective, if you receive it as a payout, a reward, it's going to also increase because you're going to use that reward to buy something. So I think you can actually pay your bill with it, but you might, if you want to shop somewhere, you can also use it to shop somewhere. So you get to choose. It's all about consumer choice. Whatever we do, it's all about consumer choice. And I think that's the key right there.
Yeah, and I think that's an attractive idea too, actually, because if I can pay that bill with the Litecoin that I'm actually getting rewards in, that's less effort on my part too, right? It's just revolving back around. It creates that circular economy within in an entity, and it provides a network effect that I don't think we've seen yet in crypto. When you have organic, non-traditional crypto companies doing what we've been trying to do within the space for years, creating our own little ecosystem in all these areas. Now you have big grown-up companies in the outside world going, we want some of that too. And to be able to do that at your level is going to be good. So the question beyond that is for me, John, for you and Colleen, is once you've conquered the U.S. in this data 5G program, what's next?
Yeah, so the stack that we've purchased allows us to scale to 60 countries globally. So we're excited about that. Tested platform, scalable, certainly. So our goal is to get cranking here in the U.S. and then open our sites next year. I'm not sure we're going to go yet, but likely in Europe. And we want to create the network effect with Litecoin. Everybody has a mobile device. Makes logical sense. Because we put the latest and best technology in place, we can afford to give the exciting throttle of the reward. And we're pumped at it. We're really pumped up. And we think it's big. We think we're ahead of the pack. And we're going to give the best service, have the best rates, and give the best crypto rewards.
I think we've had probably like 5 calls at least over the last few months just trying to get all this set up. It's a heavy lift, and they were able to do it in a very quick amount of time. And I'm very excited about that. I think the one thing, I don't know if I know we talked about it, but I'm kind of putting you on the spot a little bit here. But a lot of what we're excited about in the Litecoin space is the ability to utilize confidentiality and privacy as an option regardless of where we're at. So I think the other question would be, is there an opportunity in the future to be able to have MWEB capabilities in this type of a facet, or is that something that might take a little bit more time for things to shake out before it's possible? That wasn't on our list of questions.
Anybody have an answer for me on that? Well, we're on the cutting edge right now with our stack we've installed, and that's why we're here to partner up with all the experts and the brilliant minds here to pave the way for us and show us the best way to deliver the highest quality service and privacy and whatever else rolls in with that. We're right on board with it.
So, okay. So I know there's obviously the wallet through Bitpay and all the capabilities that you have tied to other wallets as well, like Coinbase Wallet and so on and so forth. We have wallets here, not just sponsoring at the event, by the way, thank you for that, but there's also other wallets that we have relationships with over the years that I believe would be interested in at least finding out if there's any opportunities to work with you, maybe in some sort of partnership capacities. That still goes through, obviously, the capabilities that you have with Bitpay and their services. Is that something that you're interested in as well?
Absolutely. So think about it this way, right? So we're Switzerland. We'll partner. Digital wallets are a perfect fit for us. Keeps the consumer sticky. It's a revenue stream. It complements the digital wallet. My personal opinion is, and I've been wrong before, but my personal opinion here is that mobility and data consumption and the correlation to cryptocurrency rewards is the foundation of the future of Web 3.0 digital wallets. That's just my personal opinion. It creates a revenue stream. The device is critical, DPIN, future technologies, privacy. There's a whole laundry list. So we're open-minded to partnering with any strategic. That's what we're all about. We're good people. We're excited. We're here to win. We're here for the long term. And we're happy to support the foundation. These guys have been great. I mean, David takes calls from me at 10:30, 11:30 at times. And he's watched this genesis and this execution, and I told him it's going to be laser execution, and that's what's happening. So any vendor, any partner, any visionary, any entrepreneur, any dreamer, if you think what we've built can be a compliment, I'm open-minded to anything.
So I have 2 things to ask from the community on this news. This is news, and this is news that may or may not get caught by any of the media that we're used to either catching onto our stuff or ignoring it outright. But what I'd like to get from the community is this pushed out into social media that this is something big. There's never been this type of interest from non-crypto companies to take something like this and incorporate it directly in a non-Lolly, non-StormX, non-third-party reward type of way. It's them literally saying, we want to reward you directly for what you've done, and we want to do it in Litecoin. So what I'd like to do is have people push out the hashtag rewards with Litecoin just as much as they did or are doing with pay with Litecoin, or do them in unison, have them in the same social media tweets. Rewards with Litecoin, pay with Litecoin. And then the other thing, if you can do it, is get the attention of some of these media outlets that might be down the street looking for Orange Man and other people, right? And I don't say that derogatory. They have a huge lineup of people, but if you've gone to their conferences, these are highly commercial conferences that are not necessarily there for your interest so much as it is for making money. This is a nonprofit that's putting on these summits to try and bring attention to the crypto space and Litecoin specifically. And we need the community to help us just as much as we're trying to help the community. So if you guys can go out and make sure people understand and know that this is available and things like this are coming available and will continue becoming available through the likes of Bitpay and others, that would help a lot. Okay? Other than that, do you guys have any finishing comments before we're done?
I'll say one thing that's important is that I've committed to the Litecoin Foundation to financially support the Litecoin Foundation on our consumer adoption. So you want to help the foundation? Use Stack Mobile.
Yeah, that's right. I actually forgot. That was a very important point. Thank you. I should have remembered that. Yeah, John's made this very clear from the beginning that he wants to make sure that the foundation is able to thrive and that Litecoin in general is able to thrive. And so the best way that he could figure out to do that was to, out of all the revenue that's generated within a year, there's going to be a certain percentage that's kicked back to the foundation as a donation to help us to further development and other things that are going on with Litecoin globally. So thank you very much for doing that.
It's a little more than that. We're gonna pay a continuous recurring revenue stream to the foundation to support the foundation. So think about that. Every one of you and anybody who follows the foundation who believes in Litecoin, believe in Stack Mobile, and we're all aligned and we all win together.
Yeah, and this is in perpetuity. So this is not something for as long as they're holding, something with Litecoin going. This is like, they're committed to us, and that's a good thing. So we very much appreciate what you guys are doing.
And we have a very good early bird limited offer.
Yeah,
So stop
early
by
bird
our
limited
booth.
offer on stackmobile.com.
Yep.
So please go check them out and see if it's something that you'd like to do to support. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Good job. Stack Mobile, everybody, Stack Mobile. I don't know about y'all, but that was like David's fired up mannerism. Did y'all see him? He almost like moved around when he was talking. He was like, guys, you need to really get excited about this hashtag. This hashtag is very important. That was almost like a temper tantrum out of David. I don't know if y'all know David or not, but he's fairly laid back. I think my Zoom call, I'm not sure which island he was on that the government doesn't know about, but that was wherever he was. Awesome. So we're going to move right along. We're right on schedule, I think, right? I'm not sure. We're supposed to get out of here at 9:45 tonight. Is everybody good with that? That's when is. This is great. Bob Summerwill is the executive director for the ETC Cooperative and has been working full-time on blockchain projects since 2015. He worked on Ethereum and Hyperledger in early years and followed by a switch to Ethereum Classic and a belated Bitcoin orange piling. He has growing interest in privacy projects. So please welcome Bob Summerwill.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. Hello. My name's Bob, and thanks very much to the Litecoin Foundation for the invite. We've been collaborating on the Proof of Work Summit for the last year or so, and glad to come here too. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some things which have been happening primarily in the Bitcoin space, which I think there's a great opportunity there for Litecoin as well. So I'll just talk it through, which is really that. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, after years at war, the hard walls between Bitcoin family world and Ethereum family world are starting to fall, and that's really happening because of a renaissance of development that's happening on Bitcoin, with many projects now seeking to build better trust minimized L2s on Bitcoin than has been the case. Many of my talks are about bridge building and really about the fact that your perspective on the world can really influence how you see things. You know, there's a nice little cartoon here about our blessed homeland, our glorious leader, and so on. And the other people are barbarians. Everything that they do must be discarded. So we see a lot of that in the blockchain space. Hopefully, not so much moving forward. I don't know how many of you were around in 2017. Remember Kevin Pham, who shared a couple of fantastic memes he'd made there. So I don't think the Bitcoin and Ethereum communities can be any different, with an axe-wielding tone vase and a unicorn swinging Vlad Samphir on the Ethereum side. And here's another classic. Our friend Jameson Lopp and Vitalik in his cat bag. So a lot of this change is really coming about as part of these nascent Bitcoin layer 2s or Bitcoin layering projects, and really interesting data point here of saying 60% of them are looking to use the Ethereum virtual machine as their smart contract platform. So like as we have on Ethereum Classic and on Ethereum, the EVM is becoming the standard. It's the de facto standard, really. So, just to go back to basics, well, what is Bitcoin? Electronic cash, is it digital gold? Depends on your view. You've mainly got simple value transfers, but you have a very simple, rather hobbled scripting system. So the ability that you have for more complex systems is very limited. Litecoin, as you know, similar story, but something that's quite interesting on the Litecoin side is that it has been a leading edge for bringing those Bitcoin family technologies into production. So with SegWit and Lightning and MWEB being the prime examples. On the Ethereum side, well, what is Ethereum? Is it world computer, digital oil, ultrasound money? But generally, what you had with Ethereum was a step on beyond what you had debuting with Bitcoin, because it's programmable. You have a full virtual machine, so any kind of computation can be run on Ethereum, where Bitcoin is perhaps more like a pocket calculator than a smartphone. That innovation really was dApps. Obviously, Ethereum and Ethereum Classic had they were a single project for a good while there, and then you had some divergence later. But yeah, in comparison with Bitcoin, the plans for Ethereum 2 have varied all over the place. It's been very complex. The path to proof of stake for Ethereum. So this is a roadmap slide which Vitalik will share occasionally, showing the complexity of what Ethereum is looking to build. And my note is that the top two boxes at the top left there were the merge, which was the transition to proof of stake, and that took 8 years. So there's decades and decades worth of work in the line for Ethereum. Very sharp contrast with intentionally simpler systems. Another key differentiation that you have between Ethereum and Bitcoin and Litecoin and ETC as well, really, is the fixed monetary policy and proof of work. Proof of work has got a 15-year history. It is so simple. It's almost unbelievably simple. And a primary feature is that it is completely objective, meaning you can go away from the network for decades even, and you can return and you will achieve consensus purely from the consensus mechanism that you have to talk with existing nodes. You're not dependent in any way on any single source of truth, you know, going to a particular miner or having a particular checkpoint thing. You just have something which is completely objective. Also, you know, better distribution of tokens. I'm just going to flip through this now. Yeah, so I mean the split in the road between these two camps really started with the Ethereum launch, or even earlier. I mean the white paper was 2013. The mainnet started in 2015, and part of that really is down to limited programmability. You know, all development on smart contracts really ended up in Ethereum world or in Ethereum related chains. But also, you know, in the block size wars, you know, you had the laser eyes, hyper-conservatism, scorched earth, you know, culture defined by influencers and podcasters rather than developers, really, because there was very little development happening. There have been teams in the middle of these worlds for the whole time, Ethereum Classic being a notable one. I put Bitcoin Cash there. Bitcoin Cash did re-enable some opcodes. They have got limited programmability, but who cares? And you have a Name 3 project there, which are kind of existing Bitcoin layer 2s in addition to Lightning, which is widely recognized as kind of about the only sort of really, truly legitimate L2 on Bitcoin. But Rootstock and Stacks have had full virtual machines there from 2018. Liquid, again, you know, a little bit of a richer VM than you have on Bitcoin, but not so much. But the issue that you had with these L2s is they haven't been very trust minimized. You know, it's basically a fancy multi-sig for most of these to date. And yeah, just to quickly mention Ethereum Classic. So Ethereum Classic, for anyone who don't know, it's a continuation of the original Ethereum chain. Ethereum actually hard forked away from that as part of the DAO fork that was done to intervene and recover when there was a disaster with this application called the DAO, which was effectively the first smart contract. So you had this real sort of split in the road of, if you have a big disaster thing happen, is it really an immutable ledger where you don't interfere? Or is it kind of okay to interfere if it's for the greater good? So that was where you had the split in the road on ETC and Ethereum. So on ETC, you had miners continuing to mine the original chain, and you had a long-living minority chain for the first time. ETC also had fixed monetary policy introduced, so ETC is more, you know, Bitcoin, Litecoin aligned philosophically. Also, ETC is continuing to be mined. It's proof of work forever. How did Bitcoin get hobbled? And the same for Litecoin because of inheriting that code base. Well, it happened in August 2010, and it was done by Satoshi himself. And as Shinobi of Bitcoin Magazine here explains, before he disappeared, Satoshi ripped out 15 opcodes, disabling them entirely and adding a hard limit to how big of a piece of data could be manipulated on the scripting engine stack. It was done because he frankly screwed up and left a number of ways that complicated scripts could be used for denial of service attacks. So you can see there was just a commit with the comment misc changes, which made a massive change to the functionality of the scripting system that you had there. You know, why are things coming back together? Well, it's really because you are having this renaissance. October 2022, John Light did a research paper called Validity Rollups on Bitcoin, where he explored many different ways in which rollup solutions could be deployed on Bitcoin. Rollups being better known in Ethereum world as a means of having a second layer blockchain where a number of transactions would be rolled together into a single transaction which could be applied on the base chain. Ordinals and inscriptions came into the world in January 2023. That was quite a surprise for a lot of people. And effectively what you have there is the ability to have NFTs on Bitcoin. And I was seeing there are ordinals on Litecoin as well. That was kind of accidental as a result of changes that came in as part of Taproot, where it became possible to store large chunks of arbitrary data. That kind of stuff had been around on Bitcoin back in 2013 with Counterparty and so on, but it came back. And shortly afterwards, somebody spotted, well, okay, there's some types of rollups that you could now do using that. Later in the year, we had BitVM. So BitVM is it's basically a means of proving compute which is happening off-chain, on-chain. So it's similar to optimistic rollups. Again, it's a means of having a second layer thing going on and having a challenge game that basically lets people prove the validity of the stuff. So you're not running smart contracts on the layer one, but you are proving that stuff that's happening on the layer two. You know, very rapidly, there are 4 different main contenders here of implementations of this design pattern, which are bringing these layer twos to Bitcoin. Opcat, you may or may not have seen all the social noise around Opcat, which is re-enabling just a single one of those opcodes, which concatenates 2 values together, and you have all this mimetic cat stuff going on. There is an even bolder proposal, which is called the Great Script Restoration, which is proposing to actually reintroduce all of these disabled opcodes back into Bitcoin with a scheme for working out their worst case cost, which is actually really like the gas mechanism that you have in Ethereum and Ethereum Classic. So yeah, you know, what is the opportunity here for Litecoin? Well, you know, I think this is the world that we're heading to very shortly, is these 2 worlds with similar technology stacks. Obviously, I am a large proof-of-work advocate. I'm sure many other people in this room also feel the same, that proof-of-stake is not really a comparable thing. But yeah, you know, bottom of the stack, you have money. And on that proof-of-work side, hard money to me is Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum Classic. You know, a few others smaller, but those are the major parts. Only on Ethereum Classic do you have smart contracts on the layer 1 itself, but you now have these layer 2 starting to appear. So you have ones like Rootstock and stacks that have been around that are looking to upgrade their bridges and their trust models. And you have a range of new L2s as well. And in the same way as Litecoin, you know, was a testing ground, as Charlie was saying earlier, for SegWit, for Lightning, for Mimblewimble, all of this stuff which is now being built on Bitcoin could be applied in exactly the same way as on Litecoin, to have a rich L2 ecosystem on top of Litecoin. So I hope somebody is doing that, because that would be great, you know, and similar pattern on the other side. You know, is the Ethereum virtual machine the end goal? Probably not. RISC-V is another great solution that's been used in many. As I mentioned before, ourselves at the ETC Cooperative and the Litecoin Foundation are jointly holding the second Proof of Work conference this September in Frankfurt, while Oktoberfest is still ongoing. So if you want beer, sausages, and blockchain, come on down. Thank you.
Good job. Good job. So we should have opened with Bill in case we were going to be fearful of getting confused as an outlier. I know what a virtual machine is. Does that mean that Ethereum has its own like bootable little computer and regular crypto is just a block of code? Is that what's happening? Kinda? Yeah, like I know what a virtual machine is. You can have like a little small virtual machine on your computer, but so therefore the crypto of it can do more things and become more secure or more, what does it need to do? Like give me cable, give me wire, I mean, what does a crypto need to do with the virtual machine?
Any application. If you think of applications you have on your smartphone,
Okay.
but decentralized.
So my Ethereum coin could like bet parlays on my fantasy football for me. That's basically my entire existence with crypto, is how to get paid in my fantasy football winnings. We should do it. Next year I'll be on a thing on how to win on DraftKings with Bitcoin. But DraftKings would be a huge win for Litecoin to partner with, right? That'd be a huge win. Maybe I'll bring that. And then y'all will be not making fun of me. Now we're on break. I'm just filling time. So you have till 11:15 now. It is like 11:04. We're right on schedule. That's very exciting. And so be back here at 11:15 for the good, the bad, and the ugly. And then there'll be a lunch break at 1. So don't feel like you got to go run get lunch for 12 minutes. There's a full lunch break from 1 to 2. But you're now free to go mingle and be back here at 11:15. Turn my mic on. Awesome. Litecoin, we're going to reconvene here right at 11:15, which was 5 minutes ago. So y'all are being all Bitcoin-ish instead of the fast Litecoin way of being back here on time quickly. I learned a little from the beginning. Who's having fun so far? This is awesome. I feel like I'm on a TV show on what a tough gig would be for a comedian. I was like, doing well. I'm doing well. And now we're after the break, and it's like the people outside are talking, and all the vendors are trying to sell their product out there. You hear the sound of Litecoins being spent. Quickly, apparently, right? Did anybody learn anything? Raise your hand if you've learned something. What did you learn, sir?
Oh, I learned something about mobile virtual network operator.
Mobile virtual network operator. Do you learn that here at this conference this morning? Oh, they got a booth outside, not from the 3 hours of planned talks that I was referring to. Did anybody learn anything from the talks? No? No? Yes, what did you learn, sir? How to back up your seed phrases. Like, let's be real with each other. How many people actually have their seed phrases backed up in any one of the ways that dude went over? You do? How are you backing yours up, sir? So not any of the ways he went over, just on paper. Okay. On paper, like pinned to your office desk that'll just burn with your house when it burns, apparently, was his outlook, yeah. He was like, it's more common than you think. I feel like he's up to something. Do y'all feel like he's out there burning houses down? That was a little odd. He was like, more often than you think. How often do you think houses burn down? I guess I'm thinking never, so it's probably more often than that. Awesome. We're back in. We're reconvening here. That's good. Give it up for Rebecca, everybody. She's doing a great job. Woo! And that's cool. And if you're thinking to yourself, I really have something to offer to the community, and I want to speak at next year's, we have no room until 2034. So I'm just kidding. Get with David. If you're here, as you can see, he was really laid back. He's not going to be offended, but he might be like, I can't talk to you right now. That's about as crazy as David gets. All right, so we're going to kick it right back off. This is the 11:15 panel. The topic is Lightning Network, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And does that mean that each of the people on the panel represent one of those things? I'll let you guys be the judge. Grant is going to host it, and he had the easiest name to remember, but it's not written on here, the last name. What was it? Cook, Grant Cook. He's from Litecoin Underground. Grant is the host of a weekly Litecoin Twitter or X Spaces and the first Litecoin podcast. He is a longtime Litecoin holder and user with a goal of fostering a fun, positive community for Litecoin. And Vlad, Costea they're going to introduce themselves, and Paul Sztorc and Joël Valenzuela are going to all introduce themselves as Grant Cook interviews them all. So please give them a warm Litecoin welcome. Clap all the way until they get seated, or else it's really awkward on the video. Like, keep clapping until they get seated. Yes.
Okay, cool.
I love this space. All right, that is the Rand. If you guys aren't familiar with me, my name is Grant Cook. I host Litecoin Underground. Spaces every Wednesday, and Rand is one of our followers. So I recognize a lot of people who have come in here. I just want to thank the foundation for having us. We're doing an interesting topic today, but I'm just going to have these guys go down the line, introduce themselves, and kind of what they do. So Vlad, if you want to start.
Yeah, so this panel, is this working? I think.
Yeah.
It should be more here. Should bring it up. Okay, so this panel is called The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, about the Lightning Network.
Well, who are you?
I'm the one who's supposed to defend the Lightning Network, so I guess I'm the good. Who's the ugly one?
Well, what do you do? You have a podcast, right?
Yes, I host the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. I have been doing this for 5.5 years. Paul is actually sponsoring me, but today I'm supposed to fight him.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. It's like a conflict of interest there.
Yeah.
And Vlad just recently created a Litecoin version of his magazine. If you can, go out there and check it out. It's beautiful.
Only
looking.
50 of them were printed, and 13 of them were signed by Charlie, and you can get them for 1 Litecoin. So you better FOMO.
Yeah. They're very cool, very well done. And Joël Valenzuela, you your claim to fame is living on crypto, right?
Yeah.
Among other things.
Yeah, everyone. So my name is Joël Valenzuela, and I've been in crypto around 12 years now, but for the past 8 years, I've been living unbanked off crypto. Currently, I do biz dev and marketing for Dash, and I also have my own podcast, as if we needed more in this space, called Digital Cash Network, and I'm proud to be a occasional guest of the Litecoin Underground as well, which is, kind of my claim to fame here.
Yeah. And Paul?
Yes, I am Paul Sztorc, founder and CEO of Layer 2 Labs and creator. Is this not working? Is this
You're good.
moving up? Let's see. Oh.
You guys hear everybody?
Lift it a bit.
Lift it. We'll just hold it.
We're good.
It has something to do with my hands. I'm Paul Sztorc, founder and CEO of Layer 2 Labs and a creator of DriveChain, which is BIP's 300-301. And that's a pretty important project that I'm going to be talking about, I think at 3 later today, if we're still on schedule, or if the schedule didn't change. And I also am a big critic of the Lightning Network. I wrote this article, Lightning Network Fundamental Limitations, like 2.5 years ago. And ever since writing that article, people have been copying the points and even the format and even the title. They have panels that are like Lightning limitations and stuff. That's a very common thing. And so they invited me to come speak on this panel topic.
Yeah, well, so the reason, and I think it's kind of worth saying, right? This is the Litecoin Summit, and people would say, well, the Litecoin Lightning Network isn't really doing anything because it's not needed yet. So why do you want to talk about Bitcoin Lightning at a Litecoin Summit? And my thinking about bringing this topic up was that we get a little preview into the future. That if we get to see how is Lightning performing on Bitcoin today, does that tell us something about how it will perform on Litecoin in the future? What are the limitations? What are some things we should be maybe aware of? Should we have as much focus on it as Bitcoin has had? Or should we stray from it, right?
I think this is kind of a weird thing. I mean, Lightning Network, I think the whole reason that one of the good things, it's good for Litecoin that the Lightning Network is such a failure, because if Lightning Network was so great, then we wouldn't have this great Bitpay stat that so many people are actually using. They can't use BTC, so they just turn to something that works, which is Litecoin. And if the Lightning Network worked, that would almost be terrible, I think, for, I'd like to throw that idea out there, perhaps.
Well, so let's do the good, the bad, and the ugly, because I think it's a nice way to present this. And Vlad, you are what I would say the most entrenched, at least you used to be more in the Bitcoin maximalist culture, where Lightning was the primary scaling solution, and it was the greatest thing in the world. It was going to make everybody have free self-custody forever. That didn't come to fruition, I would say. But what are some of the things you think that it has been successful on the Lightning Network to date?
Well, if you join the Nostr echo chamber, you're going to see that people send each other tips pretty much every day, very small amounts.
Okay.
It's custodial. I think custodial Lightning has some use cases, and it's interesting. It's against the reasons why I got into Bitcoin in the first place.
Right.
But there seems to be a subset of users who are just fine with having a custodian, because they believe if it's a Bitcoiner who's custodying the funds as opposed to a business, they're going to be more honest. But honestly, there are some reasons to not believe in this. Also, I remember back in early 2018 when Lightning finally made it to a main chain, it was actually on Litecoin. And I ran a node back in the day, and I did some testing. It was with eCurrency Hodler. I'm not sure if he is here, but he was one of, if not the greatest educator in the history of Litecoin. And he helped me set that up, and then I burnt my SSD because of that. So I actually do have some proof of work behind trying Lightning so early on. And all of that expertise that was generated, all the feedback loop from having Lightning on Litecoin, was taken to Bitcoin. Because Charlie, if he is here, he's probably outside, but he is an investor in Lightning Labs. So Lightning Labs, when they had their LND software, they tested that on Litecoin first. So the first mainnet transaction for the Lightning Network actually happened on Litecoin, which to me is interesting. And on the long term, I think if we're going to see the Lightning Network growing, and I think it will, even if we get drive chains. Maybe those are going to be a good way to onboard people to Lightning. Who knows? Lightning is very chain agnostic, so you can have cross-chain situations where you swap. They're called atomic swaps. And on top of this L2, you can have these decentralized exchanges that take no fees, and you can build markets with that. So Litecoin can actually take the best implementation of Lightning from Bitcoin and perfect it.
Right. Well, so Joel, these are the good points. You're the bad, I guess. No offense, Paul. You can see where this is going. Joel, what do you think?
I could be the ugly if people want.
Because the utopia that was sold was, these millions of transactions, feeless, everyone keeps control of their coins, you get enhanced privacy, like all the things you love about Bitcoin, but even better. That's what was kind of sold for 7 years. What has prevented that from coming to fruition?
Yeah, to answer that really quickly, I would say it's structural. It's never going to happen like that, and never could happen like that because of the structure. But I'm not going to come here as a Lightning critic, as more of like a realist who thinks it has applications and its place. So also for context, I've heard about Lightning since a long time ago, and then when it actually kind of started to roll out in like 2021 type era in kind of a usable way, I decided, I've heard all the arguments of it's going to work, it's going to do everything, and then you got the Bitcoin Cash mostly side of things saying, oh, it's a big scam, centralize this and that, and I'm like, well, I don't actually know, so I'm going to use it. So I ran on my own Lightning node, right, and experimented with that and ran that for a few months, asked for help all over the community, bought liquidity channels from Bitrefill and things like that, and just kind of took a deep dive into it as an actual user, and also used a lot of the more popular, what they call non-custodial Lightning wallets, like Phoenix, for example, is always my go-to, Breeze as well. And I think that the Lightning Network it largely works under two models, which it seems like it's been packaged and sold for neither of these two. The one model is that I think was closer to what was originally envisioned might have been, is the more peer-to-peer model, where everyone will run their own node of some kind. Everyone will open and close channels all the time. That kind of model that would require a lot of on-chain scaling to work. And that model, in my opinion, would only work if, first of all, you had just significantly more on-chain capacity. It would reduce the amount of on-chain transactions by a certain amount, but not dramatically. Like instead of, for every 5, 6 7 Lightning payments, you'd have to make an on-chain transaction. So it'd cut those down, but you'd still be using a ton of on-chain transactions to open a channel. Like let's say I want to send to Vlad, and we're transacting back and forth. We have a channel, but then I need to rebalance it every once in a while. I'd open a new transaction, or then with Grant or whatever. That model can work, but again, it doesn't work with the on-chain scaling limitations of Bitcoin.
The difficult part too with the payment channel concept is that how often do you really have two-way payments going on with somebody right? It's either I'm paying my rent. It's all going in one direction every single month. It's not like my landlord's sending me rebates for some reason, right? So having these kind of cooperative payment channels doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, right?
Yeah, it can in some things, like obviously like the bar tab type situation. Like, let's just say I've been paying Vlad back and forth for whatever, and then I decide, I'm going to open a tab at the bar, and every time I get a new drink, I pay for it instantly with Lightning. But I don't, and then I don't actually settle on-chain till the end of the night, and then Vlad's like, I'm going to buy one too, but then he just piggybacks off of our channel to do it. Small cases like that can, again, reduce the amount of on-chain transactions, but not substitute for them. That's the big thing, is it's sort of been pitched as like a substitute. If you can substitute them, that's when the other model comes in, which is, as they call it, the hub and spoke type model, which we've started to see happen a lot. A lot of Lightning adoption has happened through institutions, like, for example, Coinbase, Kraken, all these big things. One of the more popular wallets, the Async, the Phoenix wallet, connects to this one mega node that routes everyone's transactions through. Right. And unfortunately, I can't really use Lightning anymore because after I shut down my node, I was only using the Phoenix wallet, and then they don't service U.S. customers anymore because of money transmission issues. And so now it kind of got shut out of that. But the point is, those big kind of hub and spoke models where everyone has a Lightning service provider, like a bank account, kind of, but with semi-self-custody, right, where you have funds in a channel that you can sort of force close. They can really steal it.
Today you do, but we don't know if that lasts.
Yeah, so that's the other model that, again, I think can work. I think it requires a bunch of trust trade-offs. I don't like that world. But that's another model that Lightning could be optimized to use for, because then the only on-chain transactions are just people like Coinbase and Kraken rebalancing their channel if they have some issues with like liquidity on one side.
I don't think it will work for either of those, and I think that it's like
by the way,
the puzzle
before
really.
Before you launch in this, I'm not saying it's the most ideal situation for this. I'm just saying these are
the puzzle is given that how broken it really is. Why does everyone still talk about it? And I just think that the actual answer to that is just that people have invested so much of their ego or even VC money, et cetera, so much of the brand of so many different companies. A lot of people have, like, some people have, not to name names or whatever, but certain companies, they have like a whole Bitcoin section and they have like a whole Litecoin thing on the top of their webpage. So people, it really is like a bizarre kind of psychosis where even people have started to use the word Lightning to describe things that are completely and totally unlike what, the inventors had in mind. There's something that doesn't use HTLCs, the custodial Lightning. Custodial Lightning being the perfect example of something that doesn't even use Bitcoin at all. Is just an account on a website. It's just a number.
It's like Bitcoin in name only.
There's no HTLCs. There's no Bitcoin. There's no promise of getting your money back at all. But people will call that custodial Lightning with a straight face, and so then it just broadens the category of what is considered the Lightning Network further, and then you have all these weird other problems like Wallet of Satoshi or whatever getting pulled because it's not actually crypto, it's not actually Bitcoin at all. They just people complain and they say this person is running an unlicensed bank or whatever, which they are.
Well, so
then
you're going to be, obviously I'm going to let Paul be the ugly side.
Yeah.
My question to you, so there's trade-offs, there's compromises. I think if we're looking at the original intent of Bitcoin and Litecoin to be this self-custody money, you're obviously sacrificing a lot of those things to even interact with Lightning at all, to any scale. Is it salvageable? Is there anything that Litecoin, using this as a reference and saying, well, maybe it's doable if
honestly, the opportunity for Litecoin is do not fall into the Bitcoin cult and start, because the Bitcoin cult is very, very harmful to Bitcoin in many ways. So the opportunity would be to say, this is Litecoin. We are not going to drink the Kool-Aid.
Right.
I'm going to say that I'm going to mix up Lightning and Litecoin probably a couple times if I just say this without thinking about it very carefully. But you want to not drink the Lightning Kool-Aid and say we will not make that mistake. I think it has been a huge distraction for BTC, and it has also, as they say, sucked the air out of the room where people are focusing on that. The culture rewards moving in that direction. You can only climb the totem pole by working on, Lightning, or you say that you have a Lightning project and you get funding. This has altered the whole trajectory of everyone's focus, and I think it ultimately will just not pay off. I actually think almost all the L2s that people are working on will eventually have a problem where the fees that they collect are not passed. Everyone has basically the same model, which is that you collect fees from usage, and then that rewards the people to not rug pull the system. Even Bitcoin kind of works that way because the transaction fees are collected each block, and then rugging the system would be rewriting the blocks, and rewriting the blocks takes proof of work, and that the cost of writing the blocks is exactly what the transaction fees is in the future when there's no block subsidy. So everyone has that model in mind, but some of the L2s, most of them, including the Lightning Network, do not pass the fees down to the L1 miners. And the reason why that is significant is because the L1 miners can destroy any L2 they want at any point. So if they have a choice between the L1 miners collecting all these transaction fee revenues from merge mining or something like that, or sitting by and earning nothing and watching someone else, the Lightning LSP, Lightning Service Provider, or the ARC Supernode or whatever, watching those people earn hundreds of billions of dollars a year in transaction fees as there's some kind of like hyper Litecoinization or hyper or whatever, the L2 takes over, the ARC Supernode takes over the world and does everyone's payment. They will just say, well, we will just block that. We'll block people from sending into or out of that or using that or doing even the BitVM challenge thing. The miners could censor that. Anything based on ZK proofs, the miner could censor the ZK proof. So,
well, I think and that's the important thing that I kind of wanted to drive at is that Lightning it's here to stay, right? Unless for some reason SegWit goes away. If Coinbase wants to launch Litecoin Lightning, a lot of these businesses may add Litecoin Lightning capabilities. But more than anything, is this a place where our energy should be directed? And again, I'm not a developer, and so I think about if I am somebody who wants to develop on Litecoin, what should be the things that are being focused on that could bring some scalability? And I know Paul's got an answer, a whole presentation about it later today, but that maybe, those are the things to think about. Don't spend your energy on something that maybe we're seeing is not able to work in the way that we initially were told it was going to work.
Well, just give it 18 months.
Yeah, everything's 18 months. Everything's 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, see, that's the joke is that Lightning, they always said it's 18 months away or whatever. They said that over and over again. They said that with proof of stake. Also, Ethereum said that. But Ethereum, actually, to their credit, they finally got they did proof of stake. And people say, well, Lightning exists now, Lightning works, but Lightning has only ever had, whatever, 4,000 something Bitcoin on the whole thing, which is, I'm not sure exactly. I should probably run the numbers to make absolutely certain, but look at all the money raised by Lightning companies. It's probably less than that.
Right.
So this is just I
do have some
4,000. If there's 19.5 million coins, this is like hundredths of a percent.
I got stats somewhere. Something like 5,000 Bitcoin are on the Lightning Network. But you can't know how many transactions. I think the most evident thing to me is somebody like Bitpay offers Lightning and nobody uses it. Bitrefill offers Lightning and nobody uses it, which is interesting. Well, but it's interesting to me why that isn't, right? Is it the convenience factor? Is it just because it's just more hassle than it's worth? Because you would think that people would want free transactions, but they don't. They don't seem to want.
They're not free, honestly. So I paid for my plane ticket with Lightning, and the fee that I paid to Phoenix was $2.5, and the on-chain fee right now for Bitcoin is 50 cents. So.
Doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense.
And I don't want to say that I don't want to say that it can't work or that it will never be good for one or two other things. And in fact, I came up with something that I called a version of fraud proofs that basically requires something like the Lightning Network in order to work. I don't know if anyone will ever care about that, but so I'm not saying that Lightning Network is a completely evil thing or whatever, but what I am saying is there's this giant illusion field over it where everyone is hyping it because they think Lightning equals Bitcoin equals number go up, and so very few of these people, even software engineers working at Lightning companies, many of these people have come up to me, the Lightning critic guy, the ugly or whatever. They come up to me in person and they say, not until I read your article that I realized that I didn't know how the Lightning Network worked, or they say stuff like that. And I have another post, the LN Black Pill, where I have collected quotes from the people who are working on the Lightning Network, including the inventor, Tash Dryja, Renee Picard, the author of Mastering Lightning, the book.
Well, I think, we got to wrap up here quickly, but I think, what's nice about being the host is I get to go last and no one can rebut my opinions here. So, no, I think just whenever you find in crypto in general, if someone tries to act like they're going to get everything that the main chain offers and you're going to just get the exact same experience through some other method, I think is just your ears should perk up. That doesn't make any sense. How did Satoshi take years to come up with this solution, and someone's going to just abstract it away in a nice corporate package? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So, self-custody, use Lightning at your with caution, and I don't know if you guys want to add any last things. I think we're out of time, but you have one last thing you want to add?
Yeah, I would add that global payments system. As a global payment system, I would not recommend the Lightning Network, really. What it does do is, because it's super localized, and it's like the transactions between you and whoever you're doing it with, the rest of the network doesn't know about, it doesn't really hit these scaling limitations that global networks do, or the same constraints. So if you have anything where you have an insane amount of volume that only a few people need to know about and be involved in, it could work for that. And so everyone involved with the Lightning Network, I would say just abandon the whole, like, I'm gonna buy my coffee everywhere in the world with part. I would recommend focus on like maybe an internal social network. Again, like that's why something like Nostr is where you see a lot of this. Focus on stuff where you need a ton of transactions that the whole world does not need to know about.
Do we have time for questions? Can I do questions? Does anybody have one, or are we good?
Also, I wrote an article in my magazine, which you'll find outside, about Lightning on Litecoin, so you can read that if you want. Okay. It's a good intro. It explains Lightning as islands that need to build bridges between each other. So if you want to send cars to another island, you need to build a bridge.
Okay.
But the other island cannot use the same bridge to send cars to you. So that's how Lightning works.
That's good, that's good. Okay, so no questions? Oh. Oh, well, it says 0 up here, so I thought we were done. Okay. All right, there's no questions then? We're good?
We can,
all right, I think we're good. You can come up here, Marty.
Someone has a
wait.
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just yell it out. Yeah, the gentleman's question was like, can it be like business to business instead of like involving the end user? And this is part of a big trend of people correctly realizing that the Lightning Network is not this cure-all that everyone thought it would be, and so now everyone's walking everything back and trying to find some box where they can fit this. Not that that's what I'm saying that the gentleman was saying, but I think definitely it's not the consumer experience, for payments. Like it cannot, the payment cannot fail. Like if you had Visa and MasterCard and one of them failed like 1 out of every 100 times and the other one worked every time, that would be the kiss of death for whichever one failed, because it's just too humiliating to be in the restaurant or waiting in line and it doesn't fail and you're like, okay, try it again. And the Lightning Network is not going to hit that kind of reliability anytime soon. And in Vlad's metaphor of islands where you have to build the bridge before you can ship anything back and forth is very good, because the onboarding problem is very severe. In order to use the Lightning Network, you need to first use an L1 transaction between the two parties. So every single person who wants to join the Lightning Network has to do something on L1. So you're building an awful lot of bridges for something where the better solution would be to just sail around on the water and not use lumber or whatever to build these bridges.
Or use a plane.
Or use a plane, yeah. Right.
All right, well, I appreciate it. Marty's coming up. Thank you,
All right.
guys.
Good job, guys. Good job. I'd like to officially say that I thought I was catching on until you guys got up here. Now I've lost everything. I don't understand any of it anymore.
Short it.
Short it? Is that what you said? Yeah. Good job. Good job. Also, just a quick word to the tech guys who do understand all this. You don't have to hold the little microphone. You can just attach it to your shirt there, and then the audio people who are professionals had set you up with that. That's how audio physics works. It works for like 4 inches. It's not on the Lightning Network, apparently. So I don't even know what just happened. I don't know what happened there. I don't even understand. The Litecoin and Bitcoin is on another network that was hyped for a while online. Is that what was happening? And one person hates it, and other people were not really defending it. I felt like that was very uncomfortable. No one else thought that was uncomfortable? No, I feel like that was the purpose, though. I feel like he wrote the blog to be uncomfortable about the Lightning Network. At least that was the message I was getting. And so bravo, that was perfect. And I forgot that I'm not stalling anymore. I came up here stalling, but we had found our next speaker. My fault. Still having a good time? All right, awesome. Litecoin mining, present and future. Nathan Poole is a Central Florida-based entrepreneur, licensed contractor, and family man. His lifelong passion for learning has led him to find numerous companies in real estate-related fields. Since exiting the sphere of government construction work, Nathan has completely immersed himself into the world of Litecoin mining for MiniMines full-time. His passion for mining has led him to pursue answers to the question, how can I incorporate Litecoin into the construction and real estate industries to discover the best risk-adjusted economic investment possible? So please welcome Nathan Poole.
Thank you.
Now you got to keep clapping them all the way.
Yeah. Howdy, howdy. So I just, as a disclaimer, my bio is intended to be a disclaimer, right? So I am a lowly contractor by trade. So I am definitely not a developer, but I'm going to be talking about a different type of L2 solution today that I think is key to Litecoin adoption. And so, but again, as a developer, that's not me, right? Like I'm really great at C++, but that was like my GPA, not my language I code, right? Like GUI, I'm great at GUI, but it's like scraping the gum off the bottom of the floorboards of my van because my kids just like spit all over the ground. So that I'm not the dev guy. That's not me. But I think that we can work together in a pretty important way. When I saw that they had me talking about Litecoin mining present and future, I was great with it, except the problem with seeing into the future is you have to have vision. Man, I'm 5'5". I can't even see over the steering wheel, right? But I'm gonna do what I think we can to help guide adoption in the real world into the future for Litecoin. And I think that what over the next 20 or so minutes I'd like to talk about is that. How do we get Litecoin adoption? I think that that's really our vision, right? I mean, unless you're, John Kim and you want a Lambo, which is really all our vision too, right? At some level. So there's a part of that vision there, but we're trying to drive adoption. And I think that there's a key to adoption that is typically missed. So here's the problem. How do we drive adoption? T-Pain, right? That's how adoption was driven for me, right? And let me tell you what I'm talking about. So it's permissionless photo like Litecoin. So when I first saw actually my first ever T-Pain video, it was on an iPhone. My buddy comes over to my house, 2009. He says, "Hey, look, there's this comedy video. It's a poignant satire of the world." And so they give us. He shows me this video of T-Pain and the Lonely Island Boys, and I watched YouTube for the first time ever on a phone. And I'm sitting in an apartment thinking, my life is changed. And then he did something even more revolutionary. Doodle jump, and I did this with my phone to control the way that the game operated, and I realized I would never be bored again. I didn't know 10 years later, nobody can go to the bathroom without their phone, but I didn't realize that I would never be, I realized it, and I said I would never be bored again. Why? It wasn't because Apple invented Doodle Jump. Apple didn't invent YouTube. Apple found a way to seamlessly integrate existing real-world things with a device in front of you, and it found the linchpin to connect it was a screen this far from your face. So that's really what created that revolution. Really, in my opinion, the smartphone revolution was, I get it, they weren't the first, but in my opinion, like if you look at the percentages, it's the vast majority of what our country uses. And so I think that we have a problem with Litecoin in terms of adoption, but I think that we can fix that. Obviously, you just heard from the Bitpay guys, like Litecoin is number one on Bitpay, right? Like we're doing great. We're doing way better than we should be, right? I'm not Donald Trump, right? Like we're not, Kamala Harris isn't coming up here on the stage, but we're still being used more. So we've got a lot of things going right. And I think that one of the things that we're missing is the connection between the real world, right? Like see what you can see, taste, touch, and this matrix world of Litecoin, right? You'll never be able to hold a Litecoin, except Bobby Lee, made some for us and put them on a ballet wallet. But like a real Litecoin, you'll never be able to see and taste and touch it. You can't grab it out of your pocket and be like, "Arr," and see if you can bend the metal on it. It's just, it's an intangible, right? And so, I think for us to connect the real world and the matrix world of Litecoin, right? I think there's a point, right? Like if you've seen the Matrix movies, spoiler alert, it's 25 years old. So if you've seen the Matrix movies, there's the thing that they connect in the back of Neo's head, and it connects the real world with the ships with the Matrix world that is in imagination, but again, the argument's that it's more real than anything we've experienced. And so there's this connecting point, and I believe that mining is the connecting point between the real world and the matrix, right? So if Litecoin's over here and DeFi and devs and C++ and GUI, and I don't even know the languages y'all use, just that stuff. I'm a contractor. I'm over here. Like, how can I incorporate Litecoin mining into my Airbnb? How can I connect Litecoin mining into my business enterprises? And the point of connection between the real world and the matrix world is mining. So if mining is the key to integration, and integration is the key to adoption, then we should all say together, hey, we want to drive adoption. And one of, if not the, in my opinion, it's the primary way that we would drive that adoption is by connecting the real world together. So there's one way of doing it, right? Bitpay is doing it. They're connecting these real, tangible merchants with stores, with people that have Litecoin, they want to transact in it. But I believe that mining is one of the most significant keys to connect those together. So I want to go over a few real world L2s. So normally we talk about a lot of matrixy L2s over here, right? These nebulous concepts, which are good and real, right? It's real code, real things happening. But there's also this real world application over here. So I want to talk about, I'm going to give you a few examples of some L2s. I don't know if we can get this thing to work, maybe. Click, click. Nope. All right. So real world L2s. One would be real estate. So I'm a contractor. I came from the real estate endeavor. I literally had, before I saw the light, I had Ethereum miners running in an Airbnb in the garage, and the Ethereum miners were making more money than the Airbnb was, right? This is a real world connection where we should say, hey, look, how can you take mining and make the existing enterprises more valuable and have a higher ROI, forcing investor funds and adoption in the space. One of them is going to be real estate, and there's so much you can do with real estate. We're going to go over a few different L2s that I think that we should be looking to apply. One of them is real estate. One of them, so for example, you can mess with the cap rates of commercial real estate. So imagine a small warehouse building that you've got where, let's say the valuation's $1 million. We're going to use something divisible by 10 so my contractor brain can handle it, right? So $1 million, and it's throwing off a 10 cap rate, a 10% ROI, net ROI. So you're going to get $100,000 off of it. But now you say, hey, I'm going to put, but you've leveraged into it, meaning debt, so you put 25% down. So you spent $250,000, and now you're making $100,000. That's nice. Let's say you put a $250,000 mine on it too. That's throwing off $250,000 because Litecoin mining is more profitable than any other mining right now. Well, now you've doubled the cap rate of that business if you're throwing that revenue off to the real estate entity. Well, what happens when you double the cap rate of a property? You double the value of a property. You just made a property go from being worth $1 million to being worth $2 million in the real world, and I'm talking at $74 Litecoin. We're not talking when John Kim brings his Lambo. We're talking today, right? So one of the things that you can do is that you can leverage properly into it. You can get debt for real estate to develop the infrastructure for mining. So now you can have a warehouse building that has a mine in the back, a 1 megawatt, 2 megawatt mine in the back, and the leverage from real estate, from construction, will allow you to construct that. So now you add your ASICs in it. So there's some real world applications that will help drive adoption. These things drive adoption because all of a sudden, if I tell a real estate investor that doesn't care at all about Litecoin, but what if I could double your cap rate, huh? Well, where do I sign up? Right? Where do I sign up? And these are the things that we need to be thinking about as we think about how to connect Litecoin adoption to the real world. Another thing is like you can mess with maximizing your risk reward. Think about this way: like if you buy some Litecoin, I believe that Litecoin is one of the best just buy and hold strategies. Like you buy it, you hold it, you sit it, you leave it alone for 20 years and come back. I'm not smart enough to know when the top is or when the bottom is. I'm going to buy it and hold. That's the exit plan, right? The exit plan is Litecoin. So you can mess with the risk reward ratios by putting copper backing, right? Wires, transformers. That's a hard asset, commodity backed thing that you can then use to mine Litecoin. So those are some real estate things. Imagine this. Imagine that scenario that we just laid out. And a real estate investor, now he's doubled his cap rate. He's taken out a little bit more leverage from his property because now it's worth $2 million and not $1 million. And he throws it into some ASIC miners. And now he's got an extra 1,500 Litecoin a month to spend. He's going to be getting with all his real estate buddies saying, how do I spend this magic internet money, right? I want to spend my magic internet money. I got 1,500 of these little jokers running around a month. How do I spend them? And you don't think that that's going to drive adoption? I think that that is the key for driving adoption. You take the largest asset class on the planet, which is real estate. It's like in the quadrillions of dollars. And all of a sudden, the people that have the highest cap rate are all tangled up in Litecoin mining. That's how you drive adoption. That's how you drive banks saying, no, we only want, banks should be saying, we only want Litecoin mines in the back of all of our commercial real estate. All of our office warehouse space, the back should have a 1/4 megawatt or something like that. Because how else can you compete in the world if you're not matching that same cap rate? So I think that real estate's one of them. Another thing, I think we need to be talking to our CPAs, right? I had the privilege of marrying mine. I'd say on the one hand, it's the cheapest CPA. On the other, it's definitely the most expensive, right? I don't have to pay when I go to my accountant's office, but I have to pay every time I take out the trash, right? So like but I think that we should be talking about tax advantages in the space. We need to be thinking about Litecoin as business people, right? We are business people here. We're here because we want to learn about an ecosystem of business, and we have to be terms of tax. So for example, a large part of why I got into mining is we had a construction business, and I said, I would like our next business to have tax advantages. So if we make money over here, I can lose money over there, and Uncle Sam doesn't steal. It's beautiful, legally legitimate, stopping the robbery right where it stops, right where it starts. And so we got into it because we said, wait, I can bonus depreciate 100% of an ASIC the moment I buy it. Like there are tax advantages to doing this type of stuff that we need to be exploring. Like if you're partnering with real estate, you can do a cost segregation analysis and stop all the taxes that you would otherwise have to pay and write a large part of that building off. All that copper, the transformers, the racks, all that can be a write-off. So there are tax strategies. I'm not giving tax advice. I don't know if I need a disclaimer or something. Don't talk to your CPA, right? So, but these are things that are legitimate legal structures for you to use to maximize the adoption of Litecoin. What happens when all of your CPAs find out, wait a second, so you mean to tell me that you've got a high ROI business that you started as an LLC that you're running from the back of your house, and it's got 4 computers, because that's what your home electric panel can handle, and you wrote off all of your profits from this year and your electric bill? You don't think that they're going to tell their friends? We need to drive adoption in the real estate space. We need to drive adoption in the CPA space, in the tax space. We need to drive it in businesses. So there are so many write-offs that you can employ that you can't employ with just buying and holding Litecoin. Pick a wiring harness or a PDU or a power cables and network cables and electric bills and all these things that you can write off and you can partner them together. I have some buddies that they have a handful of different warehouse spaces and businesses, and on each one they put a mine in them. We've helped them, say, hey, look, we've, make those connections so it could happen. And they put Litecoin mines at all of their warehouse spaces, and so now all of their electrics are write-off, and all of the profits, they just buy all the profits from their business. If it's a business they don't need the profits from, they increase their hash rate. I think that that's the ticket. That's the key, is we've got to connect real-world investors, real-world people that have the funds and the means and that have been playing the game for a long time. We have to connect them with this new matrix technology, with this new technology where they say, well, I kind of get it, like I understand gold and silver bullion. Why is Litecoin, Bitcoin, why are those better and probably not Ethereum, right? So like, what's the difference? Why is that the case? And so I think that we have to drive that adoption through businesses, through CPAs, through tax strategies, through real estate endeavors, through putting a Ethereum Classic from the last guy, right? So putting an Ethereum Classic mine if you have to, right? But like, just trade it for Litecoin. But so the idea of being able to put a hard asset and increase your ROI in the real world is huge for driving adoption. Adoption is going to be driven from integration. We have to integrate the real world with the digital world. Another example, I think that we'll see this, lots of you guys have seen lots of these things, the household appliances. People that are literally right now making their pool heaters, right? Coin Heated on YouTube. He's heating his pool with miners, right? And there's no reason that, and all of those miners should be Litecoin miners. And we'll get into that in a second, but Litecoin just is flat more profitable to mine. Which makes it far more resilient to your residential electric price. Oh, my electric price at my house is 11 cents. Okay, you can't mine Bitcoin, but you sure can mine Litecoin. You heat your pool with Litecoin. Heat your spa with Litecoin. Get a water heater for your Litecoin mine, and now you're saving energy, but you're making it. Another thing that I think that we could do is even on international endeavors, you could take like old Litecoin miners, say an L3 that might not be profitable here in the States, but over there, either they have free or very reduced electric prices in many of these countries, or they're needing a space heater, and they're going to spend the money on the space heater anyway. At least have it partially subsidized with old Litecoin miners. There's a whole business model you could have from repurposing old L3 pluses and treating them as space heaters for developing markets. I mean, these are some really basic business ideas that I'm saying, go do it, right? Let's incorporate the matrix and the real world so that we can drive adoption. And I think that I'd like to think that most of us in here are a little bit idealist, right? We want to drive adoption because it's permissionless and because it's unconfiscatable and it's open source and you can see what's going on and it's more transparent in the transactions. But if we want that, if we really want that, if we want to fight against the CBDC, we have to drive it in the regular market. And the only way you get to drive it in the regular market is by having an adoption that integrates the physical world and the digital world. So, how can I mine? It doesn't have to be fancy. This guy's named Jerry. I carved him into the side of my house about a half a decade ago, and he was cooling 36 L3 pluses. And it was really ugly. My wife loved it. She just loved it. She walked in my house one day and she goes, "Is that a huge hole in the side of the outside of my house?" I go, "Don't worry, baby, I'm gonna fix it." And I didn't, but for a year or two, I didn't, But so this is Jerry. It doesn't have to be fancy. When somebody, it's Jerry. I knew a guy with a lot of hot air once, and so we named it in his honor. So yeah, true story. So I think that we should. When somebody comes up to me and says, I want to buy my first L9. I had a conversation last night with a guy who was like, "I want to buy my first L9." I was like, yes, call me, text me, let me know how I can help you. We need to do that so we can drive people into the space. Imagine this guy's neighbors coming over and saying, "What kind of space heater you got there?" He's like, "Don't worry, I'm making a Litecoin." Well, what the heck is a Litecoin, right? So we have to drive adoption. We have to drive familiarity, and that's going to happen in that connecting point from the real world to the digital world. That connecting point is mining. So Litecoin mining only, right? I have mined other coins. I know we've all sinned and fallen short, but how can I mine, right? You can use it yourself. So we can mine I would say that the way I would recommend it is using your current arena. You could see from my last picture, I had somebody else do the carpentry, right? You could see that I had somebody else help us with the carpentry. But I was a carpenter, right? Like I did carpentry work when I was a kid and when I was younger growing up. And so we use what skills you have and what abilities you have to be able to drive that for future adoption. That's how you can do it. Be creative. I just gave you like 15 ideas. Come up with 3,000 more. There's no reason that everybody in this room can't have 20 ideas of how you can connect this wonderful little device that makes Litecoin, metaphorically, it makes Litecoin out of electricity. And it makes heat. Well, what do you need heat for? Well, pick 1,000 things that we need heat for and use those, right? So be creative with it. And then go open source, right? I'm not here giving you ideas so I can patent them. I'm not going to give you those ideas, right? I'm going to give you ideas that I want you to go and take, right? Go take these and use these and buy an L7. Go even on eBay. Go and get on eBay, buy a used L7 and figure out what it's like, right? If you really like this Litecoin thing, I think that everybody should be involved in mining. I'm a huge fan of it. And so Litecoin mining only. Again, I touched on it briefly a minute ago. Obviously, lots of it is because of this, right? Like there's a place for Bitcoin mining and Litecoin miners, but I don't think I could ever go back to mining Ethereum. I'm not, no judgment. I just, after the merge, I said I didn't realize it wasn't really decentralized. And then it actually drove me to love Litecoin. I got into the tokenomics instead of the US dollar-onomics. And I said, Litecoin is it. And so I think that Litecoin only is the key because it's low electric rate. You can do it. You can be profitable at 12, 14, 18 cents even. You can be profitable mining Litecoin at low rates. It's fast. It's easy to acquire. You can literally get on eBay and find something to be able to mine with, even if it's an L3 Plus, just to get your feet wet. You can get an L3 Plus for a couple $100 on eBay. So find a way to get involved in the connecting point, because I believe that if Litecoin's a revolution, Litecoin, I do, with all my heart, I believe that Litecoin is actively and will ultimately even more change the world. So we're in this revolutionary space of the matrix, and if we really want to drive that adoption, I think we have to be in tangible spaces. We have to be in a place where we're connecting businesses, we're connecting tax strategies and tax structures, and we're connecting real live innovation, appliances. Pick a thing in the real world that helps connect other existing industries. Renewable energies. I think we even had that up there. Renewable energies and those sorts of endeavors. Oil and gas. Like if you're in an industry already, go where you are and incorporate Litecoin in the real world. You'll never be able to hold a real Litecoin, but you can hold an ASIC computer. And that, I think, is going to be the way to drive it. So I think that integration is the key to adoption. And I think that the key to integration is ASIC mining. So if you have any questions, look, I could. There's about 2 topics on the plan. I could talk for hours on Litecoin and Jesus, but I'm only up here for Litecoin right now. So if you want to reach out to me, give me a holler. Look, that's my contact. Take a screenshot. I've got cards out at a booth out there. Look, I'm a firm believer that Litecoin mining is the future. We have a Litecoin mining fund. I believe it's the only investment I can think of that's better than Litecoin, but I'm super partial, right? So but get involved in somehow. If I can help you set up a home mine, call me, text me. Text me, we'll set up a time. I'm in China, great, I'm up at 2 a.m. I'm not up necessarily at 9 a.m., but I am, working at 2 a.m. usually. So text me and we'll set up a time, and if there's a way I can help you, if there's a way that you want to brainstorm, real estate endeavors. Look, we've got real estate endeavors and tangled up with Bitcoin and Litecoin mining on it. And I just really believe that this is the future. So thank you guys for your time, and look forward to hearing from y'all.
Great job. Great job. I feel like we should have had somebody with more energy follow the break, but that's all we could do was come up with MiniMines, guys. So that's, everybody awake? I'm literally texting my buddy who's an entrepreneur in Columbia, South Carolina, saying, I think we need to put some Litecoin mines in your warehouses. So I learned something there, so I'm going to be calling you at 2 in the morning. I'm up at Eastern 2 a.m., so I don't know what time that is in China, but I think we'll probably hit each other up. So now, moving right along, we're heading towards lunch, but I think we have 1 or 2 more presentations. Clemens Lay is going to give us an overview of smart contract systems for Litecoin. Clemens is an entrepreneur and computer scientist with a PhD in database theory from the University of Oxford. Clemens has been working full-time on Bitcoin since he started his first Bitcoin company in 2013. 2018, Clemens started the Bitcoin computer to bring smart contracts to Litecoin, Bitcoin, and Dogecoin. How do you say Dogecoin? Dogcoin? Dog? How do y'all say it? Doggycoin? Dogecoin. I'm back there looking at my $400 of Dogecoin with regret over that $4,000 spike still. But and so please welcome Clemens Lay.
Hey, thank you. Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Clemens. I'm presenting on smart contracts for Litecoin. So the content was prepared together with Laura, but I will do all the talking. So I want to give demystify all the smart contract business a little bit and give an overview over all the main classes of smart contract systems that could be deployed for Litecoin. So I'm not going to focus on the ones that currently exist. We want to look into the future of which kind of systems could be applied. So you can see the whole list on the left here. We'll walk through all of them in detail. And then we're going to compare all of them according to three properties. We're going to look at whether they can maintain the trustless nature of the underlying blockchain, because that's arguably the point of the whole crypto endeavor. We're going to look how expressive they are, which is a different word of saying can you express just a single smart contract with these systems, or can you express multiple ones, or maybe even all smart contract systems. And then the last point talks about efficiency. So this, the way I'm formalizing it here, can you compute one value, who owns this token, without computing every single value? And that's important, mostly in comparison to Ethereum, because the reason Ethereum is so expensive is because they're exactly not efficient according to this definition, right? So what we want to do here is we want to fill in this chart where you can see all the smart contract systems on the left and our three properties on the right. And so I already told you that Ethereum is obviously trustless, right? It's expressive, it can express all smart contract systems, but it is not efficient, right? And so I think this is actually the big opportunity where we could build something on top of Litecoin that's actually better than Ethereum and not worse, right? So let's just jump right in. So the most simple class of smart contracts that you could build for Bitcoin is just you have some just completely separate blockchain that interacts with the main chain in some way, right? So examples are stacks, the internet computer are built on Bob, right? And the way this interaction could work is, sometimes they can read and write, transactions from some smart contract on the L2 to the L1, and then sometimes the L1 asset is used in the consensus algorithm of the L2. So that's the case, for example, with stacks, right? And to use them, it's very simple. You go through an exchange, you buy yourself that L2 asset, and then you can use the L2. And when you want your L1 asset back, you just go back to the exchange and exchange it back. Second class is called sidechains. So these go back in time actually further than the interoperable change. So the main examples are Liquid and Rootstock on Bitcoin. And that is, again, a separate blockchain, but this time it's connected with the level 1 blockchain through what's called a two-way peg, right? And what this essentially just means is you take your Litecoin, you send it into the custody of some group of users called the Federation, right? And then once they've received your level 1 asset, they will mint you some tokens on the L2, right? You can then take advantage of the functionality of the L2, so maybe more throughput, lower fees, or sometimes smart contracts, right? And when you want your money back, your level 1 asset back, you send your L2 token back to the Federation. They burn with it or destroy it in some other way, and they will hopefully give you back your level 1 asset, right? The third class is called rollups, and those are the ones that have gotten a lot of attention lately, mostly through BitVM, because it was previously thought that this would not be possible on Bitcoin. So let me tell you how they work. So you can think of rollups as pretty much like a sidechain. It's just that this federation, this group of users that holds custody of your funds, is replaced by a smart contract. And also there's kind of no separate blockchain. So all the data for the L2 transactions are stored inside the level 1 blockchain, right? So if you want to use one of these systems, so what you would do is you would deposit your level 1 asset into the smart contract on the layer 1. Right? And then if you want to use the L2, there's, since there's no separate blockchain, there's no, mining network that you can send your transaction to. There's some group of distinguished users called aggregators. And you would send your level 2 transaction to one of these aggregators, right? And the aggregator will then periodically batch together a bunch of these L2 transactions, compute the new state, and then they would sort of publish a compressed version of all of this batch of L2 transactions together with the hash of the new state that has been computed by all these transactions would be published back to the layer 1 system, right? And then sort of in practice, the way this works is there's usually, I mean, so they haven't really been deployed on Bitcoin or Litecoin yet, but we can kind of look into what could be possible in the future by looking how these systems work on Ethereum. And so the big examples here are Optimism and Arbitrum, and in both of these cases, there's actually only one aggregator, right? So these systems are much more sort of comparable to some cloud computing environment, where you just like, you know, send some update request to the cloud computing provider called aggregator. They will evaluate it for you, post a new state root, right? And then, but what's kind of now different compared to cloud computing is that we do have the smart contract in place that sort of guarantees that the evaluation is valid, right? And there's two basic ways to do it, and we'll look at that on the next slide. But sort of just to wrap up the basic usage here is, what you would do is you would send a withdrawal request to this aggregator, and then they will sort of hopefully give you your level 1 asset back. So let's dive into this point of the ways that these smart contracts on the L1 can guarantee that the evaluation that the aggregator did was valid. And sort of there's two main classes called optimistic rollups and zero-knowledge rollups. In optimistic rollups, they're called optimistic because the basic assumption is that this aggregator sort of computes, you know, the correct result, right? And sort of in this case, the aggregator would just like publish their transactions and the new state root to the layer 1 blockchain, and there's no validation whatsoever on the level 1 blockchain initially, right? And then there's some period of time in which other designated users called validators can submit what's called a fraud proof, which is just like a little proof that tells exactly, you know, where did the aggregator kind of, you know, compute the wrong result, right? And then these fraud proofs, again, so this fraud proof is then sort of submitted to the layer 1 smart contract, and the layer 1 smart contract needs to evaluate that. And you know, if the fraud proof is correct, then the aggregator is fined. If the fraud proof is incorrect, then you know the validator that submitted the fraud proof sort of gets fined, right? And sort of if you hear these words fines in the crypto space, you can only take something, you know, a real self-custodied asset you cannot take away from someone. So what happens is that both the validators and the aggregators need to sort of stake some amount of Bitcoin or whatever Litecoin, whatever the L1 asset is, so that if they behave badly, you know, we can kind of take away from them, right? And that already tells us that this is much less peer-to-peer, you know, than you know, just level 1 transactions would be, because you know, if you give someone the you know, responsibility to handle, I don't know, $1 million, right? They have to stake at least $1 million to be fined, right? Because otherwise they just take the $1 million and you know, lose their stake and still make money. So to be either an aggregator or a validator is really nothing that like individuals can do. This is all just a game kind of for big companies, right? So these are sort of the optimistic rollups, and second class is called zero-knowledge rollups. This is kind of the flip side, where sort of in optimistic rollups you assume that the aggregator doesn't lie, and validators have to prove otherwise. Here the assumption is that the aggregator sort of needs to prove every single time that they didn't lie, right? So what they publish is a validity proof, a proof that's evaluated by the level 1 smart contract to kind of show that they computed the correct result. And so these come in two different variants called snarks and starks. Starks are truly trustless, so this is great. So rollups with, you know, zero knowledge and starks are truly trustless, but they're very computationally intensive, right? Because they use this advanced cryptography called zero knowledge proofs that just require just like a ton of computation. So it's very expensive to evaluate a smart contract like that on a layer 1 chain like Bitcoin or Litecoin, right? And then the snarks are sort of computationally much less expensive. However, they have the disadvantage of not actually being trustless. They require some sort of trusted setup, just like sort of Zcash. Zcash uses snarks for their information hiding, all right? So, okay, so now we can start to fill in this chart, right? So we've seen that, like, sadly, none of these solutions are actually trustless to the extent that, you know, Litecoin would be, right? So the interoperable blockchain, you have to go through some exchange. You know, the exchanges are typically you know, centralized and obviously regulated. You have to KYC, so you get like bad user experience and stuff like that. Side chains, you have to trust. You know, you literally give your money into the custody of that federation, right? So that's very, very like not trustless, right? And then rollups. sort of while in theory you could use these Starks that are computational very intensive, I think in practice it's very unlikely that this will happen. And people, not even on Ethereum, where it's much easier to build these things in a trustless way, do people actually sort of use the systems that use these very, very compute intensive rollups. And so in practice, the ones that exist on Ethereum are not trustless, right? So that's kind of like a little bit sad picture. So the question is, if we want to get smart contracts on Bitcoin or Litecoin, do we have to throw away like essentially what makes Bitcoin or Litecoin like special, right? Which is the trustless nature. It's literally like line 2 of the white paper, right? And so to kind of take a more positive approach, you can kind of just see what people are actually using these smart contracts for, right? And so we have a lot of data on Ethereum that say that 80% of smart contracts on Ethereum are just tokens, right? So you can just like ask the question, you know, what can Litecoin do and what can we do natively on chain? So it's known that Bitcoin and Litecoin have had fungible and non-fungible tokens, you know, since like, you know, 2012 or something like that in the case of Bitcoin, like earlier than Ethereum even existed. So the question is, what can we do with sort of layer 1 smart contracts that don't use all this complicated tying together of 2 different blockchains, right? And so there's many examples now. So like I said, they go way back, you know, in the Counterparty project and the Omni project go way back. It's been recently reinvented in systems called Oldens and Runes. You know, they have great properties, no extra blockchain, no trusted third party, just the metadata on chain. If you want to like write smart contract to these kind of systems, you just like broadcast a transaction with some extra metadata. And if you want to read the smart contract data, you kind of have some software that's specific to that protocol that will interpret this metadata and sort of, you know, spit out the smart contract data for you, like who owns which token. They come in 2 variants called block order based and UTXO based. Let me give you an example how this works. The block order based ones, what they do is sort of to write as usually just add metadata to transactions. To read and compute the state, you just each transaction in the blockchain one by one, right? And you just essentially interpret the metadata that's there, like an instruction to a computer, right? And then you use all these instructions to just build up one big data value, right? So you can see an example here on the right, where this is kind of, you know, like a simplified version of the BRC20 protocol. You can, so it starts, you know, literally parsing the entire blockchain from the Coinbase transaction. When it finds the first BRC20 transaction, say it's a deployed transaction, and it's, you know, the metadata states that there is a new, you know, non-fungible token, you know, with the name Light that's sort of now deployed and exists, and the max supply can be 1,000. Well, then the software would sort of just go ahead and, you know, update its internal value to reflect just that fact that you can see on the Light there, right? There's a token called Light has a max supply of 1,000, right? And then keeps parsing, finds a second BRC20 transaction. This is a mint, right? Again, referring to the Light token, where 100 of these Light tokens get minted, and the software will just sort of update its internal representation, the value that it computes accordingly on the right. And now at the bottom in the box, you can see a transfer transaction that again references the token that's being transferred, and that one token is being transferred. And again, the software will update, you know, kind of exactly, you know, which owner owns how many tokens of the Light token. Okay, so I mean that's pretty good, but we can already see this. So it's completely trustless and everything. But in terms of our criterion of being efficient and sort of being more efficient and better than Ethereum in a sense, we didn't make any progress, right? Because just like in Ethereum, we have to always sync a node to compute any single value. We're still going through the blockchain one by one and looking at every single transaction, right? So for example, client-side validation is just impossible in this world. So let's look at these layered. The second type called UTXO based. That's the ones that I like most. So again, to write data, you just broadcast a transaction with some metadata. But now we're computing, instead of computing one global value for all transactions together, we're doing something different. We're associating like one little value which each output of a transaction in sort of that's relevant to that protocol, right? And sort of the advantages are just like all the layer 1 solutions. They have self-custody. Okay, we'll see in a second that is more efficient. Let's just look at these examples, right? So I've made examples for the Ordinals protocol and the Runes protocol. These are the ones that are like most popular right now for non-fungible and fungible tokens. So the way the Ordinals protocol works is it associates a natural number with every Satoshi ever mined, right? And then it associates a list of natural numbers with every output, right? And so if we see here this transaction at the top, the one that's labeled 1 through 5 billion, that's supposed to be the Coinbase transaction of the first block. The first block had 50 Bitcoin in it. That's 5 billion Satoshi. So the Ordinal software go ahead and associate that output with the list of numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up until 5 billion, right? And now the transaction you see below there, that's sort of labeled 1 to 3 billion and 2 billion plus 1 to 5 billion. That's sort of assuming that this Coinbase transaction in the first block got spent by a transaction that has the first output 20 Bitcoin, the second output 30 Bitcoin. It'll sort of associate the two outputs with the sort of according series of numbers, right? So it's just to give you a feeling for how these protocols work. Okay, on the right we can see the Runes example. Runes is a protocol for fungible tokens. So again, you just have some metadata that like specifies, okay, we're having a new fungible token minted here with the name Lite, right? And the terms are, you can mint this token 10 times. Every time you mint them, 100 tokens get allocated, right? And then you have a second transaction, the one that's labeled mint 1, 2, 3, 4. And what that specifies is sort of for the first time minting a token for the transaction that sits in block 123 and the fourth transaction in this block, right? And I'm assuming that this is kind of exactly the transaction that we saw there that reads Rune Lite. And so the Rune software now can sort of understand that we're referring to minting that token. And since the terms specify that every time it's minted, 100 tokens gets sort of evaluated, the value associated with that output is, this output now contains 100 runes of Rune ID 123.4, right? And then in the transaction below, you can see how a token transfer is encoded in the Runes protocol. It's using a system called edicts that sort of specify that the first output would be associated with one token, and the second output would be associated with 99 tokens, right? So this is now, the big advantage is now we don't have to go through these custodial complicated things that require complicated setup and give a bad user experience. We have full self-custody. We're also much more efficient now. So we don't have to actually, if you wanted to determine the value associated with one of these outputs, you only have to look at some previous transactions that can be reached through the inputs usually. And so you don't have to look at all of the transactions anymore. But you still have to look at a lot of transactions, right? However, the disadvantage of these protocols is that each of these protocols, and there's like I said, there's many of them. There's Counterparty and Omni and stuff like that. They're all special purpose. They only cover fungible tokens or non-fungible tokens or this kind of exchange. And none of these protocols are sort of composable in any way, right? So in Ethereum there was a popular protocol called 404. That's the simplest possible combination of a fungible and a non-fungible token. So it just adds a little piece of data to a fungible token. And you'd think you could combine the runes in your own sort of protocol to create the 404 contract, but it's just like impossible, right? So this is not a good way compared to Ethereum, where you can compose all these smart contracts in a nice way and build this beautiful ecosystem. These protocols just don't compose and are just like sort of not expressive enough to capture all possible smart contracts, right? And sort of this is where the Bitcoin computer comes in. There's the project that me and Laura have been working on for 5 years now. And so it's based on the exact same idea like the UTXO-based protocol before. It's just that we have our metadata format. Instead of inventing like a new metadata format, we just use JavaScript, which is the most popular programming language that exists. And so the way it works is, like in the previous examples, we associate a value with every output of the relevant transactions. And the way it works is you can sort of inscribe a transaction with a JavaScript expression. The JavaScript expression can contain variables, right? And then you pretty much label your inputs with those variables that occur in your JavaScript expressions. And then the evaluator will sort of recursively look at sort of the output being spent, recursively compute that value there, and then sort of substitute that variable with that value, and just evaluate. Now you have sort of your expression with all the variables defined, and any off-the-shelf JavaScript evaluator can sort of evaluate it, and you can sort of compute new values here, right? So let me show 2 examples. The non-fungible token, to create a new or like deploy a new non-fungible token, you just like deploy a Bitcoin transaction where the metadata is a very small JavaScript program that just completely explains what a non-fungible token is, right? So if you're not a programmer, won't make much sense, but if you are, you just have a constructor that just says, okay, it stores a piece of data, you pass some piece of data into the constructor to sort of create an object, and then you can transfer this object, you can pass in a public key and sort of specify the new user that way, right? And now, so that was the deployment of the, like in the previous examples, deploying the smart contract. Now, if you want to mint the first non-fungible token, you just call the constructor for that function, right? And it'll associate, that value with that output. Right? And now if you want to transfer that NFT, right? You broadcast a transaction that spends the output where the token was minted, and then sort of calls a function to sort of update the value, right? And sort of now on the right-hand side, you can see sort of an example for a fungible token, right? We're not going to walk through it. It's a little bit more complicated, but actually not that complicated. And it's also important to note that this is actually much simpler than the fungible token contract on Ethereum would be, right? But then the principle is exactly the same. Again, if you want to mint a new fungible token, you call a constructor. If you want to update the state, you call a function, right? And you can sort of, this is a way that you can express all possible smart contracts. They compose very, very, very easily. If we wanted to build this 404 contract that's kind of impossible to build with ordinals and runes, it's now just a very, very simple JavaScript program where just like into the constructor, you'd pass a little bit of extra data, and the software would just like compute it for you. Yep, so that's the Bitcoin computer. And so now we can sort of fill in our whole slide, right? We can see that all these three lower rows here, they're called layer 1 protocols, right? And they're all completely trustless because they're just metadata on chain. You don't go through any custodians. You don't go through, trusted pegs, whatever. In terms of expressiveness, they're sort of for all the other existing ones other than the Bitcoin computer that I'm aware of, they're all special purpose, like I said, so they're not expressive according to our definitions, but the Bitcoin computer luckily is. And sort of the good news is that it is actually much more efficient than smart contracts on Ethereum are, because, like I said, in Ethereum you have to go through all of every single, you just have to sync a full node to compute any single value. You have to look at every single transaction. Whereas in the case of the Bitcoin computer protocol, as you can see here, if you want to compute the value of any of these outputs, you only have to actually look at as many transactions as the token had, updates pretty much, which is actually optimal. So if we build protocols like this, the hope is that we can actually, instead of building something that's kind of worse and more custodial than Ethereum actually is, we can try to build, show how Litecoin is amazing and actually better than Ethereum in some ways. Yeah, and so to conclude, please come. So now for the first time since today, actually, you can. We've built these example applications. So we've built a block explorer. We've built a non-custodial wallet. They're all open source, all MIT licensed, and we've built an NFT trading site. So you can go to whatever nft.bitcoincomputer.io and try out these apps and see that they kind of actually work quite well in practice. And you can also scan the QR code there. We can kind of find the long version of this talk with like much more background information and also more information about the Bitcoin computer. Thank you very much. And now I'm ready to be made fun of. Thank you, Marty. All right, thank you.
Good job. I do like how we've spaced these things from hard to easy, hard to easy, hard to easy for me. It's like it's definitely like a whiplash thing there. But I do code in JavaScript. I'm kind of a little hacker myself. Like 20 years ago, I started in Macromedia Flash 2.0 ActionScript and made an app then. And so I am developing like this fantasy football app. So like 3 years from now, when y'all see me like rich with Litecoin, because I was the first fantasy football space to accept Litecoin, you'll be like, I was there when that happened. And all my warehouses will have mining things in the back of them. But I'm not sure I'm going to ever understand what just happened for the last 15 minutes. That was database stuff. That's like important stuff. But then he said JavaScript, and I was like, what? I'm there. I can do it. And I understand the nodes and everything. That's pretty cool. I'm getting it. So now, before we break for lunch, we're going to have a lunch break for an hour from 1 to 2, but we're going to hear from John Moore on Litecoin payments, a solution for the broken legacy system. John Moore is better known to the Litecoin and crypto community as Johnny Litecoin. That is correct. Provides a free service. Oh, also, all these cool handles. Everybody has their like Litecoin crypto handle, Miss Teenage, whatever, Johnny Litecoin. On Twitter, my name is Marty Simpson, and on Twitter, I am Marty Simpson. I know it's hard to associate. You gotta do. My daughter was like, "Dad, you're so lame," and I'm like, "I bought you Savannah Simpson when you were born. I was like way ahead." And she was like, "I'm Savvy Sunny 22 on all my social media, Dad. You need like a cool name." And I thought I was doing well because I got my name. Anyway, Johnny Litecoin provides a free service called Litecoin Tech Support that provides a wallet and payment support for anything Litecoin related. He has a background in traditional payment processing and views Litecoin as a superior form of money and a better form of payment than the current payment infrastructure available to the public. Please welcome Johnny Litecoin.
All right. Woo! What's up, you guys? Johnny Litecoin here. How's it going today? All right, so I'm starting with a question for everybody. Does anybody know what the main advantage of a Litecoin payment is, or a crypto payment for that fact? What would it be, Becca? No chargebacks. That's my first no card. No chargebacks, exactly. So that's what really drew me to Litecoin, is the fact that these chargebacks plague the legacy payment system. That's the world that I come from, is legacy payments. And, you know, I didn't look at Litecoin. Most people come to Litecoin or crypto from an investment standpoint. I came to it from a payments angle. So when I first saw, tell everybody a quick story. I had heard about Bitcoin, heard about Litecoin. Didn't really resonate with me. It was 2017. And a friend of mine said, hey, he goes, I have to show you something, right? And he showed me a payment of $1,000 sent from New York to California. I think he bought a baseball card. And I was blown away. We looked at the back end of the data of the transaction. I was like, this is wild. Like, you can see all this data and this information. And he said, and I said, well, why would they want to accept Litecoin? In this case, it was Litecoin. Why would they want to accept Litecoin as a payment form? What's the advantage? And he said, well, the payment's final. He said they're selling baseball cards. They're expensive, and they're worried about getting fraud. So the chargebacks, they really plague this legacy system, because a lot of people think, they say, well, Visa, MasterCard is so fast. Visa, MasterCard so fast. Visa, MasterCard is actually one of the slowest payment forms out there. It takes 6 months for final settlement on the Visa, MasterCard network, where Litecoin settles every 2.5 minutes. That's final settlement. So a lot of people think, oh, you have to wait for the block to clear, this and that. But again, we're looking at final settlement. So you got 6 months versus 2.5 minutes. So quick story, and I'll kind of start my presentation. So this system of chargebacks and cardholder protection presents real challenges in regards to funding payments and risks for the merchant processor. On the merchant's end, chargebacks are always a concern for financial loss. Like I said before, keep in mind that these chargebacks can occur for months after the original payment is processed. So this results in funding sometimes being delayed by the merchant processor while they ask the business for more documentation regarding the initial sales. They try to mitigate any type of fraud risk. Now, this funding delay can create really stressful situations for the business. The business made a sale, maybe a large sale, and they need that capital to come in so they can fill the order. And then meanwhile, us as the payment processor says, well, do you have an invoice? We have to call the cardholder. We might delay the funding, yada, yada, yada. So there's a lot of issues and stress that this causes. And not only that of, you know, kind of bothering them for information regarding that transaction, we can actually not give them their money for 6 months. We could say, you know what, it's too risky. We're going to hold this money for 6 months. In the merchant world, they actually can do something called a cash reserve. So who out there would know what a cash reserve is? Anybody have any clue what a cash reserve is? No. All right, so cash reserve means when you want to, as a payment processor like I am, you want to get somebody's merchant account, and they give you all the paperwork and documentation needed, and you say to them, well, we want to do business with you. We want to take you on your account, but we need $500,000 to hold as a deposit because of the risk of your business. So this kind of bothers the merchants because they say, well, what do you mean risk of my business? Why are you deeming my business risky? I already gave you all this personal information. So again, it just creates a, troublesome environment for taking payments. And that's where I came into play, because I was like, wow, this Litecoin, this is incredible. So I always say, The invention of Bitcoin, after all, is a way to move money across the internet without fear of chargeback or reversal. Bitcoin was invented, if you read the Satoshi white paper, as a way to move money from point A to point B across the internet without A knowing B or B knowing A. It actually goes farther than just internet payments. Even face-to-face payments come with problems. Cash can be fake. It's counterfeit bills. A check can bounce. So, you know, there's really no way before Bitcoin to take payment in a safe manner. So now if you have a risky situation or you're taking a larger payment amount, you can request Bitcoin or Litecoin as a payment form and know that your funds are going to get to you in a timely manner. So what's the Litecoin advantage? So I always saw Bitcoin as this future global monetary standard. I liked the idea of Bitcoin. It was really cool, but I saw Litecoin as a global payment standard. And, you know, it's, 84 million coins instead of 21 million total maximum supply. A currency supply that you cannot inflate. A payment network free of chargebacks. As somebody doing what I did on a regular basis, this was a real thing of beauty. Nothing bothered me more than having to tell my clients, you know, you're not going to get this money. You lost this chargeback. I mean, I've seen chargebacks in the payments world ruin people's weeks, their months, their summer time. I've seen small businesses lose $20,000, $30,000 at the start of summer. And they're like, man, I don't know if I'm going to be able to take my family on vacation now because of this chargeback. Small businesses are really cash poor. They need that funding to come in every day. So, man, when I saw this, I was like, what a solution this is to this fraud in the payments world. This is incredible. So I loved it because I hated saying no. We get a lot of calls doing what I do. You put in a credit card machine or a POS system. People call me up. They say, Johnny, is it safe? When I hear the question, is it safe? I'm like, no, it's not safe, right? And they say, well, you don't let me talk yet. And then they say, is it safe to take payment? Somebody called me, or I say no. Because I can't look somebody in the eye and tell them it's safe to take payment, a credit card payment, in any situation. Now, it does usually work. Visa, MasterCard are everywhere, right? The system works good enough in most circumstances. But when it doesn't work, it really doesn't work, and it really affects you. So this gave me an answer where in those situations where chargeback and fraud risk would be high, I had an answer now for my clients. And that story I was telling you guys about before, where my friend bought the baseball card and sent $1,000 across the country, that was on a particular day when another friend of mine that was a client of mine had got burned on a chargeback. And he was a furniture store. He sold some furniture, and he got beat on a technicality. Now, sometimes even when you win these chargebacks, you lose after you win. They have arbitration, secondary level of the chargeback, and it becomes, as these chargebacks, you know, as the level goes up, it becomes harder and harder for the merchant to win and retain funds. So my friend, when he showed me that Litecoin transaction, it caught me on a day when I was bummed. I said, man, I really had to let somebody down, and I don't have an answer for him. And the guy that I was talking to, the owner of that furniture store, he said to me, you know, Johnny, this isn't good. You don't have an answer for me. You're the payments guy. You need to have an answer. You can't tell me there's no safe way to take payment. So now I saw Litecoin, and I was like, you know, my God, I was like, this is amazing. So, you know, Litecoin is a quick and reliable payment method that could help people out in this environment. There was no more need to fear chargebacks. Again, request Litecoin in these risky payment situations and instantly convert into US dollar, or HODL if you so choose. So, you know, now we have services like Bitpay, which is amazing. Bitpay will automatically convert your payments and fund you US dollar. I always say, we can't be worried about businesses hodling. A lot of us are, you know, crypto maximalists, and we're like, never sell, keep the crypto. Small businesses, they need to keep the lights on. They have to pay their vendors. So it's all about cash flow. Hodling is a luxury, I guess. Most small businesses, it's money in, it's money out. They just want to know if they take payment that it's safe. And, you know, a lot of people that don't know much about the payment system think that, well, fees. The fees are the advantage of taking crypto, because you can actually take a crypto payment for free. If you take it into, well, you can just show somebody a wallet address, you pay nothing. In fact, the cool thing is about the crypto system in general, they changed how payments work. In the legacy system, the business pays money to accept payments. Usually it averages around 3% industry average. But in the crypto world, you have to pay money to send the payment. You pay a transaction fee. So it kind of turned the payments world upside down, which, you know, I thought was really cool. So I love the fact, guys, that Litecoin is an option in the Venmo app. Venmo is owned by PayPal. But what a cool thing. Venmo is the most popular peer-to-peer payments app in the United States. And Venmo payments also come with a lot of risk. There's a lot of scams out there that involve Venmo. So actually, Clint Westwood's here. I'm going to tell a quick Clint Westwood story. Anybody doesn't know who Clint Westwood is, he's kind of a legend in the Litecoin community. He does a lot of spaces online. He's a big promoter of Litecoin. He has meetups, really great guy. But Clint Westwood tells a cool story. And it's about selling a car on a Saturday. You sell a car privately on a Saturday. How do you take payment? Do you take a check? Do you trust a check to come in for a car that you sold on a Saturday? I wouldn't, knowing what I know. Okay, so cross that off your list. Do you take cash? No, most people say, cash is king. I love cash. Well, I mean, there's lots of counterfeit notes out there. So what if you take counterfeit notes? That is always a concern. What if you say, you know what? I'm not going to take $100 bills because they could be fake. I'm not going to take a check. And the banks are closed. I can't get a cashier's check. They can't wire me the funds. And actually, transfers also can be reversed. I'll get into that after. So how do you take payment? You say, I got it. I'm going to take payment via Venmo. That works. Venmo's cool. It's easy. Well, Venmo payments, as I said, those also can be reversed. But again, Litecoin being an option in the Venmo app, you can show somebody your Litecoin address in Venmo and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to take payment through this Litecoin network I've heard of, and then convert into US dollar if that's what you want. Again, because we don't always have the luxury to hodl. So that's a way to transact in Venmo in a fraud-proof manner. So I mentioned wire transfers before. I'll tell you guys another quick story about wire transfers. I was with a jeweler recently, and the jeweler sells precious metals, gold, silver. They sell watches. So they kind of know me and a buddy of mine as the Bitcoin and the crypto guys, Litecoin guys. And I was talking to the owner one day, and he said about the price going up, and he kept talking about the government and stuff with the government and this and that. And I explained to him, I said, you know, do you get that this is an invention? He didn't get it. And I said, well, have you ever had fraud? And I said, that's the reason that this whole thing came about. He goes, it's funny you bring that up. He goes, I I got beat for $93,000. He sold some Rolex watches, shipped them. Somebody wired him the money and then reversed that wire transfer. So wire transfer seems like a great idea until you lose $93,000. He learned the hard way, that guy. So, you know, but a lot of people say, well, Johnny, cash is king. Cash is king, Johnny. We love cash. You know, in the merchant business, you deal with a lot of restaurant owners, a lot of, you know, people of an older generation. They say, oh, Litecoin, I don't get it. I want cash. Cash is king. But cash works cool in a face-to-face environment. Again, you don't have the risk of counterfeit notes. But in a non-face-to-face environment, cash is irrelevant. So Litecoin provides that. Actually, Litecoin through MWEB provides that cash-like experience in this digital world that we're going into. We're not going into less of a digital world. There's cell phone usage, smartphone usage isn't decreasing, it's increasing. So I talked about MWEB. So the cool thing about MWEB is cryptocurrency by itself isn't perfect. I always tout it as this, it's amazing, it's this great payment form. You can't have chargebacks, but one of the flaws of cryptocurrency in general is the fact that you can track and trace every transaction. You can see every transaction that that user has sent. So people always say, well, Johnny, you know, only criminals want privacy, don't they? I say, well, would you want to walk around printed on your shirt your bank account balance and transaction history at all times? People say, well, no, of course not. That's my bank account. And again, what's the difference with crypto? It's just that we've been poisoned by the powers to be. The, you know, I don't need to name them, but I call them the banking industrial complex. That's who's running the show on these things. They want you to think that, well, crypto's good, but there's a lot of money laundering risk. No, I don't think so, because the majority of all funds are laundered through the traditional payment system. Just think about it as the money launderer, the legacy payment system, the credit card system, ACH system. This is a system of automatic reporting requirements. When you process credit card payments, you get a 1099 every year. As the money launderer, your job's done. You got a 1099, that money's stamped into the system as income that you took in. And you don't even need the money up front. You can launder credit. So cryptocurrency, you know, it's very transparent. There's no automatic reporting requirement. And you actually have to have the funds up front. So it's a lot of lies that it's used for money laundering. What they don't want you to know, and what they don't want you focused on, is that it makes it hard to do like a civil asset forfeiture. That they cannot take your funds whenever they want. When your money's in that legacy system, it's not your money, it's their money. When your money's in the bank account, it's the bank's money. You basically just have a claim on those funds. So, what was I going to say? So as I say, right now, mainstream crypto adoption has been hindered due to the extreme government overreach of Operation Choke Point 2.0. This is a very real thing. Operation Choke Point by itself was a real thing. I saw that come down the pipeline in, 2013, 2014, 2015. In the legacy world, they just said, well, there's certain industries that can't be banked anymore. So let's essentially make them unbankable. Payment processors can't process those payments. If they do, they're in a lot of trouble. So without passing law, the bad guys, said, well, these industries are basically illegal. Even though there was no law that was passed, Congress didn't get involved. The banking industrial complex got involved and said, these people are no good. If you're a payment processor, if you get involved with these people, you're going to prison. So Operation Choke Point 2.0 targeted the crypto industry and just said, well, crypto is a no-no. No more crypto. So when a lot of people say, well, you know, Johnny, I would have thought you'd be paying with Litecoin or in person at more places. The integrations are easy. Right now, the infrastructure is laid down and set up. Most point-of-sale systems out there are a cloud-based system with an app marketplace built in. You can easily put a crypto app in there and accept payments over the counter, at the register, peer-to-peer. It's that the gatekeepers of this system will not allow it to occur. Even with that said, though, the usage on the Litecoin blockchain is exploding. Litecoin, while the price of Litecoin has been, you know, hasn't went to the moon as we all want it to, but the usage of Litecoin has. When I got involved with Litecoin, the transactions on the network were 20,000 transactions per day on average. Now, the transactions on the network, I just checked a couple hours ago. In the last 24 hours, we did 260,000 transactions. Every day, approximately 200 to 300,000 transactions are processed, settled, and cleared with no chargeback in a timely manner on the Litecoin network. So the usage, the metrics of Litecoin are exploding. In those niche industries, as we saw Bitpay showed before, there is an increasing amount of Litecoin. Litecoin's the #1 payment form being used on Bitpay. So yeah, Litecoin is kicking ass in a lot of these metrics, so price will follow, guys. Again, I'm not a price guy, I'm a use guy. I'm all about Litecoin, how it solves these problems of the legacy payments world. So where do we go from here, guys? Where do we go from here? So you consider using Litecoin as a currency by itself. So what I mean by that is people always get hung up. They say, well, the system has to, I have to be able to do Litecoin to the system I use, and if it can't be done to the system I use, I can't accept it. And truth be told, when you take cash as a business, the system or the computer doesn't count the cash for you. You have to physically go over and count the cash. So look at Litecoin in the same manner and take it in a peer-to-peer wallet, treat it like cash. And that's how we win, by not involving the banking industrial complex. Get them out of our life. I'll bring up Clint Westwood again. As Clint Westwood says, get out of the vampire casino. Why are we pandering to them? So opt out of the system. So people complain about KYC. I'm actually a strict enforcer of KYC. Now, I think it's criminal. I think it's a violation of our constitutional rights as an American citizen, but I enforce the hell out of it because I'm not going to jail so somebody could get around KYC. Hell no. We need to build systems and solutions that make KYC irrelevant. Let's make KYC like rules for a typewriter. In other words, we don't use typewriters anymore, so the rules for a typewriter don't exist. It's irrelevant. That's how we win. And let your voices keep being heard. Keep tweeting about this. Keep talking about it. You know, right now, Bitcoin is a hot topic in the 2024 presidential race. That's because of us. We want Bitcoin. We want crypto. That's why it's a hot topic. So keep it up, you guys. You guys coming here, amazing. You guys supporters of Litecoin, amazing stuff. Just keep your voices being heard. We're a strong community. We're an influential community. A lot of people listen to what we say. They think we have knowledge, so just keep it up, you guys. So any questions out there for me about the legacy payments world or how things work or anything? Or it's hard to see up here with the light. Anybody? No questions? What's up?
I'll posit the same question to you as I did one of the other people, which was name. I had to go back to my
All right.
Use the example of going out to dinner.
Okay.
I don't want my server, I don't want to pay the tip to the restaurant.
Okay, yep, makes sense.
So I would like to ask if they want Bitcoin or Litecoin.
Yep.
What's the easiest way to do that? Yeah, just
download an easy-to-use wallet, or actually an even easier way to do it is you could give them a paper wallet. Paper wallets are really cool because they actually teach the people a little bit about how to use crypto. And in Lite Wallet, you can easily sweep the paper wallet because it'll show a private key. You could sweep it right into the app. So you can kind of have a paper wallet loaded up. I wouldn't give the whole tip in Litecoin because the person might not know about Litecoin. But maybe give part of the tip in Litecoin. Say the bill's $200. Say, hey, I'm giving you $30, which would be 15% in cash because I want to keep it off the credit card, help you out, help the business out. But you know what? I want to give you an extra 10 or 2. You were a good server. I want to give you an extra $20. But I'm going to give it to you in Litecoin. Do you know what that is? So I would do that because, again, we can't force this upon people. We have to get the people to want to use it. Again, it has to be the right timing. Even me as a payments processor, I had been hearing about Bitcoin since 2013. It took until 2017 for it to resonate with me because I saw all these problems occurring in the payment system. I had so many customers with money being held, problems, Operation Choke Point, telling people you're going to lose out. So I was so fed up, I needed an answer. And I saw Bitcoin and Litecoin as a way to solve this problem. And besides the problem of fraud, there was another big problem in the payments world called synthetic identity theft. And this was a huge problem. This is not talked about at all because they don't want the public to panic. But this plagues the payment system. Basically what this is people steal someone's identity. They kind of make a fake website and a fake business profile. And they apply for merchant processing accounts. And they get them because the people's identity they steal had good credit. And to get approved for a merchant account, you really only just need to have a good credit score and you're approved because you're personally guaranteeing that merchant account. So I saw synthetic identity theft on a daily basis. Got to the point where we stopped marketing online because every lead that we got, 90% of leads that we got were people committing fraud, committing synthetic identity theft. So I went home scratching my head before I knew about Bitcoin. I said, how does this system last? Because the people behind the scenes didn't seem to care. They didn't care. They weren't talking about it. I said, where's this money? Just go into a black hole? I started thinking of how does the monetary system work? And I learned about Bitcoin, the limited supply. Some people told me about gold. I was like, gold, how it's limited? And I was like, man, this is really cool stuff. So, this is really needed. It's just that they're going to put out information to us that it's not needed. They want to have the control. They want to control everything that we do. We're going into more of an authoritarian world, KYC on everything. Why can you go into a casino and gamble, but you can't buy $10 worth of Bitcoin without showing your credentials? So they want you to gamble your money away, but not buy an asset, a scarce asset. It doesn't make sense. So again, we're only going into a world of more tracking. And that's again, like I said before about MWEB, that's the other cool thing about Litecoin, because cryptocurrency is not perfect on its face. But with MWEB, it gives you that optional layer of fungibility and privacy. And I like that Litecoin's not a complete privacy coin. I like that in certain instances, I want to see the transactions that came through. I want the transparency. My hope is that governments of the world have to settle into the Litecoin or Bitcoin blockchain in the future. They tell us, oh, this money got spent here and there. How do we really know? How do we really know what they're spending this money on? How do we really know that the national debt's $34 trillion? There's people a few years back that audited this and said at the time the debt was $21 trillion. They found a missing $21 trillion. So how do we know what they tell us is the truth? I'm going to go with that. I don't think they're telling us the truth. So, again, this is stuff that's so needed. Just keep spreading the message. You guys, by being here, are embracing the community and helping to spread this message. So any other questions for me out there about this legacy payment system or this vampire casino? No? Well, you guys were great. Thanks a lot for having me. You guys are awesome.
Johnny Litecoin, everybody. So I heard sometimes like at the end of everybody's at a pep rally. And today he was a little bit like subdued. I feel like the last 2 weeks, like it's maybe subdued Johnny Litecoin. That's a sad day in America. All right, so now we go to lunch from 1 to 2. I don't think there's anything official, and lunch is not part of the expense or whatever, so you're on your own. And everything will be back at 2. I think the best panel is at 2 o'clock, but that's what they call in the radio business as a teaser. I don't know what it is yet, but if you miss it, you're missing the best one. So feel free to get up and walk out awkwardly while I'm still talking. All right. So that's the kid. That's the one. We saw him and we're like, that's the face that we want to use repeatedly to represent us. All right. Y'all are my favorite people because y'all got back on time. How did you do it? Did y'all pack a sandwich? What did you do? My lunch is back there delivered for me. Where'd you go eat, sir? Where? Downstairs. Where'd you eat? Just across the street? Okay. Anybody had a special recommendation for tomorrow? If you don't volunteer, I'm going to cut you with this knife that is somebody's. It was lost and found. Anybody know whose this is? It's a device that looks like it's used to cut fingernails and or kill someone. I don't know, but spread the word. This has a name, I know. What is the name of this thing? A multi-tool. Yeah, thank you. So, anyway, I really appreciate y'all. I'm having a great time. I've learned a lot, and I am going to be investing in Litecoin when I get home, and I realize that since I don't invest in anything now, and I only pay American Express my hard-earned money, that I can go into more debt with Litecoin as easily as the US dollar, so. Yeah. So that's going to be fun and exciting. So let me get Dennis Porter, Richard Jackson, Cody Carbone, and Scott Conger, unless it's Carbone. When I read it, I wanted it to be Cody Carbone, but Scott Conger, and they're going to regulation of crypto from a city, state, and federal perspective. Dennis Porter is the CEO and co-founder of Satoshi Action Fund, as well as the founder and president of Satoshi Action Education. Dennis believes in a methodical, bottom-up approach to American politics. And Richard is an Oklahoma native. Richard Jackson currently serves as Deputy Attorney General for Cybersecurity Technology. That sounds like a big deal, so this is not my knife. And digital assets in the state, acting as a subject matter expert on cybersecurity, policy, regulation, and compliance. And there's more to each of their bios, which you can get online if you have an hour to kill to read all these. Scott Conger was elected mayor of Jackson on June 18th. Is he here? Is Scott here? He's not, so Scott's not here, so we'll skip him. You don't get to get read about if you're not here. Cody Carbone is the Chief Policy Officer at the Chamber of Digital Commerce, the world's leading trade association representing the digital asset and blockchain industry. Basically what you're going to hear, and the moderator will help you. Matthew Moore is our moderator. He'll help you get to know these guys, but you're going to hear from a world of expertise. And I'm not just stepping on their bios because they're long and they should have sent better emails. These guys know what they're talking about is the point. So let's welcome them back from lunch. Welcome them up here. Get up here, guys, and do your thing. And Matthew Moore is our, wait, where's Matthew Moore? Oh, Matthew Moore. I got you confused with the guy who already spoke. So Matthew Moore is a successful business owner. I thought it was the energetic, that's Nathan Poole. I don't know why I made Nathan Poole and Matthew Moore the same person. Matthew's a successful business owner, Amazon best-selling author, Bitcoin consultant, syndicated radio host, and just a charming, nice guy. Look how he handled not being introduced. You can tell he's a humble, nice guy. All right, you guys have at it.
All right, can you guys hear me all right? Good. Well, this is a fun talk. Government regulation and legislation. A lot has happened in 2024 and will continue to happen. But as the Emcee was saying, we've got some great people here. Just real quickly, your own words. Each of you share what you're doing, who you are currently.
I'll go first. Hey everyone, Cody Carbone. I am the Chief Policy Officer at the Digital Chamber. We are a federal trade association representing companies in the digital asset space. So I work to educate and advocate members of Congress, the administration, everyone at the Washington level representing companies in this space.
Richard Jackson, Deputy Attorney General for the state of Oklahoma for cybersecurity technology and digital assets. So we're basically kind of the same thing, just as a effectively internal consultant to the Attorney General's office, working on regulation and policy around the three divisions that I work on, specifically here, digital assets.
Dennis Porter, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Satoshi Action Fund. We do Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining policy across the country. We're the organization that's responsible for passing right to mine and right to self-custody bills into law in Oklahoma, Louisiana, Montana, and Arkansas. And we predominantly focus on the state level because we want to see that bottom-up approach to the political process.
I love it. Well, if me and RJ come off biased for Oklahoma, that's because we're from Oklahoma, so we're definitely going to toot our own horn. But as a radio show host, I love getting to talk about legislation and what's going on. There's a lot of momentum, like I was saying. 2018, Caitlin Long, in my opinion, kind of really kicked things off in Wyoming when it comes to positive cryptocurrency legislation. 2019, I didn't have much success, but I was working with the state of Oklahoma and some of our lawmakers there. But it really wasn't until Dennis and Satoshi Action Fund came into the picture here in the state of Oklahoma. It seems like there's been a tidal wave of momentum after your Bitcoin rights bill went and was signed into law into the state of Oklahoma. So I kind of want to go down the line here, because not only do we have legislation being passed in state governments, but we have political parties now implementing cryptocurrency ideas and the language even found in your bill being implemented into the GOP. So whether it's a presidential campaign, a party, laws being passed, there's momentum. So in your guys' opinion, what is your take on this political momentum that's happening in the year 2024? Are we kind of at a tipping point?
I mean, I guess I'll start going down the line here, and don't do yourself. You're not doing yourself enough credit. I mean, we would not have been able to do what we did in Oklahoma if it wasn't for the groundwork that you laid there. I mean, just insane amounts of education and all of the content and media that you've done. So, I mean, big round of applause, because he has really laid the groundwork for the state of Oklahoma to be successful. Yes, there is a ton of political momentum for Bitcoin and digital assets and Litecoin as well. You know, you have now these Bitcoin rights bills being passed into law, which ultimately protect your right to self-custody. They protect your right to mine, your right to buy, sell, trade Bitcoin and digital assets. And that's important because previous to, say, 2022, 2023, a lot of people, I would say, in America were of the opinion that the United States would not be in favor of digital assets. The United States would oppose things like Bitcoin. But it's bills like the Bitcoin rights bill in Oklahoma and in Louisiana that show that there is real political appetite to be able to protect this industry and to attract it to these various jurisdictions. So, yeah, we couldn't be more proud to get that codified into law and start building that political momentum, so we can start to see not only the states lead, but also hopefully long-term see a federal reaction to all that state work.
Yeah.
So I will say yeah, we're going to probably echo ourselves quite frequently here, but I will say yes and why. So why has there been the traction kind of at the state level? And I think it is a lot of the groundwork that has been done in starting the conversations with representatives, with policymakers about how a digital asset, whichever one is of your preference, solves a problem that they have. So if it's a rural employment question, you can talk about how Bitcoin miners or proof of work miners will move into areas where, as long as electricity is cheap and they have the opportunity to operate kind of unpestered by the government, they will go into those places. You talk about things like, now that it's becoming more political, there are policy decisions that are being made that we can start, unfortunately, picking sides of a policy item. So that's really the why has 2024 kind of been different from a 23 or 22, where it's been more of a 22-23 was kind of like an anti-corruption or anti-criminal activity. You either sort of picked that's an easy pick. Now it's okay, how do we want to promote the industry? And now you're saying, well, are we wanting to be kind of small grassroots? Are we wanting to be more of a federal level? And so people are starting to pick. And that's the yes. It's been, there is traction, the why now.
I'm going to try to wrap everything that you guys said into how it's motivated at the federal level, because I think all of it resonates. The states moving, and they always move more quickly than the federal level, but it creates a momentum where you've got members of Congress and you've got the administration for the first time taking a look at what's happening at the state level, saying, I need to act because I'm hearing about it from my constituents. So states moving moves members of Congress, which is great. So it builds momentum at the federal level. I think just naturally, given the time period since we've had some massive market failures in this space, things have changed where the perception of digital assets and Bitcoin on Capitol Hill and in Washington has changed. You have to remember that these members in Congress and the administrators themselves are focused on a whole litany of issues. And so their education is usually very small when it comes to digital assets. And we're working to build that and to grow that education. And so usually when they think of Bitcoin or Litecoin or any digital asset in this space, they usually tie it to some big market headline. And unfortunately, the market headlines in 2022 and 2023 were overwhelmingly negative. Now that time has passed and some of that has started to thaw, we've done what you've said, it's some of that education where we've talked about, okay, we're not going to talk about the technology anymore because it goes right over people's heads. You know, we're talking to some members of Congress and United States Senate who are 80, 90 years old. I mean, a lot of this stuff for me is a foreign language. And so we've gone in, I think, for a decade and we started talking about the technology and we brought in developers. And that's great and they're brilliant and we need them in this space. But when you're talking to members of Congress and you want them to get them on your side to pass policy, you have to frame it exactly as you said it is. Here's X problem and here's how this technology solves it. And so we started framing our advocacy conversations and our education conversations around use cases. And I think that's made a dramatic difference. And it's why we've seen the momentum, in addition to what the states have been doing, carry over into Washington at the federal level.
Well, whether it's true, good, give me a round of applause. You can give him a round of applause. Yeah, whether it's true or not, Dennis, I'm still going to give you credit. President Trump came out shortly after and was super pro crypto and Bitcoin after the Oklahoma stuff went through. So I'm super excited that we have a jurisdiction. We have it in Louisiana, Montana, Arkansas as well. Similar language in these bills that have gone and been signed into law. The idea to have your rights secured by the state government, I mean, you have that right intuitively, but for the government to come in and say, hey, if anything happens here in this jurisdiction, you've got the right to self-custody, you've got the right to mine, and I'm interested to hear your perspective on all this work that you've been doing with Satoshi Action Fund, because these bills have been somewhat similar, if not identical. Share with us, A, have you found a template that works when working with state governments, and B, the ones that have been passed and signed into law, how different are they from each other?
Yeah, I mean, it really just depends on the appetite of the lawmaker. So what we do is we try to find lawmakers that already have a propensity to be favorable towards the legislation, or because maybe they tried a Bitcoin or blockchain related bill in the past. Maybe they're tweeting friendly about digital assets. That's a really sort of key indicator of whether they're going to have that support there. So finding those lawmakers is critical. But kind of going back to something that Cody said, which is that talking about the benefits is a really, really big part of this process. You can explain Bitcoin and Litecoin and digital assets till you're blue in the face from a technological perspective, but until they really understand the value add to them and to their state, it's going to be very difficult for them to get on board with wanting to pass legislation. So we love to focus on how proof of work mining can be able to provide rural jobs, how it can balance the grid, how it can mitigate methane emissions, how it can create rural jobs, as well as how it can also enhance renewables. Renewables have this really big problem on the grid. They are an intermittent energy asset, and so that means that they're not an on-demand power asset. So whenever they're producing excess energy, there's nobody there to buy it, right? And so Bitcoin miners, digital asset miners can come in and they can buy up that excess energy, which is huge because right now a lot of those renewable energy assets rely on government subsidies. So digital asset mining could move the renewable energy sector away from the need to be dependent on these types of subsidies. And lawmakers, they know that they intuitively know when you say that digital asset mining can do all of these great things, they hear that and they go, oh, I want those things. They're not, like, you don't have to convince them.
Yeah.
So that's a big part of the process, is talking about the benefits of Bitcoin and digital assets.
So I love the fact that, was it the Louisiana bill that had the anti-central bank digital currency provision in there?
Yeah.
I wish we had gotten that one through Oklahoma.
Oh,
but,
the part about the difference, it just really depends on the appetite of the lawmaker, but the governor in Louisiana is very anti-CBDC, so he was very excited about that part getting passed into law.
All right, so yeah, you can massage it here and there as you're working with it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, this next question is going to be for RJ. RJ, to date, this space has arguably been known to not be that, it hasn't been regulated very well, as some would put it. However, there have been many state and federal laws that have been heard, as well as several legal battles in the recent months. Knowing this, plus the shift of oversight post-Chevron, what does the next few years look like, and how would you best prepare for that with somebody who is kind of in your position?
Yeah, so let's level set on what we're talking about. We're really talking about kind of the regulatory landscape and kind of situational awareness for people who would want to promote digital assets in their jurisdiction or their usage or protecting a right. So Chevron was a court case in the 1970s that said that where there is a and uncertainty in a law, the courts must defer to federal agencies on what that rule means. Well, that has been struck by the most recent Supreme Court, and what they've effectively said is now we're having to redefine executive agency oversight of any asset or any industry. Talking here specifically, right, that's the SEC and the CFTC as they may want to regulate digital assets. What the Supreme Court has effectively said is that we're not going to defer where there's uncertainty anymore, or you don't have to. So that really kind of kicks it back into the work that we're talking about doing, is now working with legislators about saying, well, if there's not certainty, legislators are going to have to be the ones that make the clarity. Otherwise, we the courts are going to operate. So you're in a whole new regulatory landscape than you haven't been in the last 40 years. So everything that we know about digital assets regulation up until maybe about 2 or 3 weeks ago is now back on the table for redefining. So what would we do here? How does that affect things? Well, you're seeing a lot of the Supreme Court cases say, or a lot of other legal cases come out and say, a lot of these rules are very arbitrary. We're not sure you guys know what you're talking, you, the regulator, know what you're talking about, or if you do make a decision that they're very well grounded in reason. So all of this comes back in to say that the digital asset industry, we in the industry, I'm going to call myself we in the industry are now in a whole new regulatory environment where you have a very significant opportunity for a limited window of time to be much more impactful in about the future of a direction in a jurisdiction. So going to state legislators who move faster than the federal government and say, tell us what you think the future is. What is your plan? What are your positions? Your constituency, want to know. Showing up in person is better than talking on the phone. Talking on the phone is better than email, but engaging. And you'd be surprised how low the bar is. One conversation or 2 emails or a few people, and legislators will start asking staff, what do I need to know about this? As Cody mentioned, they're very, very thin on a lot of things, but if you're making an engagement, it's important, they will start going. So that's, in a broad sense, I would say now until probably 2025 when the new federal legislature starts acting on some of the opportunities that they've had with FIT 21 or SAB 121 being kind of relooked at, you can make a lot more progress in the next 6 months than you probably could have since this became a thing to discuss. So it's wide open field. Whoever runs the fastest, whoever sprints, go to your representatives or your policymakers with the use cases and say, look, this is what Litecoin does. These are the reasons why we want to be interested. I know you hear a lot about Bitcoin and a savings technology. Let me talk to you about all the things that we know with Litecoin and why you, a representative, want to be a representative senator, whoever's a policymaker, you want to be educated on this piece, and here's the reasons why. And that's really what I'd say is, you're in a new regulatory environment, and it's a great opportunity to engage with policymakers and decision makers on advancing the industry forward, because they're going to have more questions than they've ever had and time to think about it, because they're going to have to.
Yeah.
Let me add one thing, because I think it's important to drive home. The digital asset industry right now is regulated. The problem is that it's imperfect. So, by show of hands, how many of you buy your digital assets, whether it's Litecoin, Bitcoin, on a centralized exchange? Coinbase, Kraken, Strike, any of those. Those are regulated at the state level right now with money transmitter licenses, and they're regulated at the federal level as money service businesses under FinCEN. And so I think, we have to start the conversation there, that this isn't just some crazy Wild West that is completely unregulated, that there has been checks and balances for so long. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of efforts to hinder the use of this technology in the United States through overburdensome and excessive regulations. But we want to start there because I think there's misconceptions abound that we are just operating in a complete Wild West and this industry does not want to be regulated. That's just not true.
Well, I'm still going to hold on to my 6-shooter just in case. But Cody, to that point, I want to, this next question I'm going to throw to you. 2024, I would argue, is probably one of the first years that cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Litecoin, the digital asset space in general, has become mainstream in the political process as far as the conversation goes. And you spend a lot of time in Washington, D.C. One thing that I've always kind of, looked at, and I know it's been brought up before in the space, the way that our government regulates and taxes this asset class. The idea behind Litecoin and Bitcoin is obviously to be this peer-to-peer form of money, hard, sound money. But
we have capital gains tax, right? So if there's capital gains tax at the federal or state level, it kind of hinders that idea of it being used for a medium of exchange. What is your take on this? Do you see capital gains tax eventually being removed, or is this going to force the space to become something that maybe it wasn't designed to become?
It's a great question. I think right now classifying Bitcoin and some of the other digital assets as property and thus having that capital gains is a barrier to adoption right now, because it just makes it so much harder for me to use my Bitcoin or Litecoin if I want to go buy a cup of coffee or go purchase a vehicle. And so there needs to be some kind of treat or fix to the tax treatment of those assets. I think that conversation is still very early going as it in Washington right now. We are just starting to have the conversation about how to treat Bitcoin when it's mined, those Bitcoin, those block rewards, treating them right now, right now they're treated as income when you receive the reward, and then you're taxed on that, and then you're also taxed when you try to sell that. That's double taxation. We're trying to fix that right now. I know Dennis has been very active in the Jarrett case in the courts on trying to fix that. And so we're very, very early in the conversation on tax as it relates to digital assets. Most of the conversation thus far in Washington has been on just token designation. What is a security? What is a commodity? I'm sure everyone, if you're following the space, has heard about the battles this industry has gone up against Gary Gensler. And so that has been the main focus. I think as this conversation becomes more political, and now that we're having the conversation at the top of the ticket, and to all of your credit, the fact that we have it as part of the GOP party platform is incredible. We can start to now have those conversations about tax. We can start to move away just from the SEC, CFTC conversation and start to realize that this asset class is here to stay. Unfortunately, in Washington, we've been fighting just to exist for so long, and so we haven't been able to have those other battles. We're getting there, and so I imagine the 119th Congress getting sworn in January 2025, those conversations on the tax treatment of Bitcoin and Litecoin and other assets will be right at the forefront.
Before we move on, do you guys want to add anything to that?
Oh, I just think that it's super important to begin the process of eliminating capital gains tax. We at Satoshi Action, we have model policy that begins that process at the state level through a de minimis exemption, and it is one of the pieces that lawmakers have not picked up yet. So our bill has a suite of different options that lawmakers can participate in or include in their bills when they introduce them. That's one of them. But I do agree with Cody, the momentum is changing, and as we get momentum at the federal level on some of this more basic market structure stuff, that is going to lead to broader conversations on how do we truly unlock the potential of digital assets. Right now, digital asset purchases are extremely limited by tax liability. Every time you buy a coffee, every time you buy your groceries, it's a taxable event. And that really just crushes the ability to use digital assets as a form of money. So we want to see that completely removed, and we're happy to be starting it at the state level. Ultimately, it's really going to be, that one's going to be on the federal level, though. I mean, there are state cap gains, but the federal level cap gains is the real issue. I know Senator Lummis is also working on the de minimis as well. She's included it in some of her legislative efforts. So there is an interest in moving this forward. It just comes down to how much can we get done over the next 5 years as this political momentum begins to shift, and it very much has shifted. We've moved away from a world where we're saying, what can we do to regulate this stuff? What can we do to crush it? There's a broader conversation towards, how can we actually unlock the potential of this technology and ensure that Americans can benefit from it? Getting rid of cap gains is one. I think getting a Bitcoin strategic reserve is another big win for the win for America, win for our country, and I think that's something that we should absolutely pursue. But there are a number of different things that we should pursue from a policy perspective that will truly unlock the potential of digital assets and Bitcoin.
And so I'll echo a previous answer and say that this is a perfect test case for, for example, earlier today there was a presentation on Litecoin being a reward for, your cell phone bill. So going to your congressman or your senator at the state level, I think is where we would say you're going to get the most traction as early as possible. But to say, hey, look, I pay my cell phone bill in Litecoin. I'm being double taxed for this. That, depending on your jurisdiction, that's a very easy, bright line political argument to make, to say, I should not have my money taxed twice. I should not have an income taxed twice. What is your policy stance on double taxation, and how do you plan to rectify it? I know in Wyoming there already exists, discussion about a de minimis exemption. Are we considering that here? Would you consider that here? I promise you the first thing that will come after that conversation is, one, let me do more research on this, and then a staffer or an aide calling somebody like a Dennis or a Cody going, hey, we're getting asked about this. What should we do? And the next thing you know, there's an Oklahoma House Bill 3594 that protects your right to own digital assets. And then there's an amendment that adds in a de minimis exemption for income tax. And that's how the process rolls, is that these little use cases that are very easy, bright line, political discussions, I should not be taxed twice, that then leads to more and more and more integration of digital assets into just kind of everyday discussions, and we just build from there.
Well said, you guys. I'm gonna take this conversation now towards an area where those who have been in kind of this mainstream thinking about money and privacy, illicit activities, there's things that are keywords that may trigger people, but the root genesis idea behind Bitcoin and things like Litecoin was obviously to have this kind of peer-to-peer decentralized money system that was separated or divorced from the government, separation of state and money, right? But now there's, obviously big concerns in the space towards the idea of fungibility and privacy. Yes, they are public ledgers. Yes, you may not have a name sometimes directly associated to a wallet address, but there are attempts to blacklist UTXOs, blacklist certain coins because they were used in illicit activities. So in order for something to be a good form of money, we do need that level of fungibility and privacy. I mean, just because a dollar was used in illicit activity, we don't really complain. We're still going to use that dollar. It's still going to have the same purchasing power. It's not like the government goes through and marks a little black mark on this piece of paper. But my question to you is, with projects like Litecoin adding protocols like Mimblewimble to help improve privacy and fungibility, do you see governments and regulators responding to these improvements in a good way? Do they try to go after it? Do they try to stop it? Or do they just let it go because it's going to happen anyways?
Depends on the regulator you talk
Okay.
to. Well, I want to say first and foremost, and this is how I start every conversation like this when I'm talking to a policymaker in DC, privacy is not secrecy, that there is a right to privacy, and that is something that every member of Congress, every policymaker should get behind, that you have a right to privacy in your financial transactions. I think the conversations around illicit finance get so overblown and are somewhat silly because, as you mentioned, Matt, I mean, this is on a public ledger, and if you're going to commit a crime on the blockchain, it really is the dumbest thing you could do, because for law enforcement, that is the easiest to track. This conversation around privacy is really interesting as it relates to Washington right now. So there has been a huge effort from the current administration, I would say Democrats in Congress, not all Democrats in Congress, but some, to really prohibit the use of this technology in the United States because they are worried that it's helping conceal illicit activity because of that privacy nature. The ethos of this technology being built outside of government control scares the hell out of them, because their whole ethos is that government is the great equalizer, that more government is the best thing that they can offer to citizens. And that means more financial regulatory control and more government oversight into your day-to-day transactions and activity. And so they are extremely resistant to any conversation around privacy when we talk about it in this space. Now, not all members of Congress are like that, and it is not necessarily a partisan issue. So we just have to get better about how we talk about privacy. We have to talk about, like we have to talk about in every conversation as it relates to this technology, why it's essential, why it's important, why I don't want to see it if I'm going to get my paycheck in Bitcoin, why I don't necessarily want that to be seen everywhere on the public ledger. Why, if I'm going to donate to a certain political candidate, why it makes sense that it's not necessarily can be seen by everyone. There are real use cases out there of why this is important. It's communicating through those use cases instead of just starting with, we want privacy. It just doesn't work right now. So boil it down, it does go down to the regulator, but we need to get more sophisticated on how we're having the conversations as well.
I would say that this is one of the great opportunities for an industry that can be as quantitative as digital assets is, to be able to demonstrate with reports, with studies, with all the things that we're capable of doing with either public blockchain information or aggregated studies that you produce to first clarify the issue and say, well, in the worst case, or as it is currently used, let's address your concerns about illicit finance. And that's where you see reports coming into like Congress, where there was accusations about terrorist financing, that it was all flowing through digital assets. Well, the industry responded with reports to say, actually, we know where it came from, and we know what percentage of funding was coming from these sources that you've alleged, right? Very broad brushstroke political statements that then you counteract with factuals. And so that's where I would start with, is by level setting the person that you're talking with, meet them where they are, by saying, let's answer some of your concerns, let's address some of your fears, by showing you what's really happening here, and then to move the conversation forward. Because again, it's one of these where the conversations about the technology are further along down the road than the industry is further along than your policymakers are. So don't try to drag them into conversations about Mimblewimble versus any other type of implementation. It's just, they'll get lost in the sauce, and for the most part, the answer tends to be no, unless you can tell me there's no risk in saying yes, which is not where you want to be. Just so start with what you know, and show it to them, and meet your regulator where they are. Talk with them, have conversations in that sense.
Any thoughts, Dennis, or you want me to move on?
Digital assets are terrible for crime.
Okay, good. That's well said. All right, let's go from here. So we've got probably about 4 minutes left. Currently, the United States federal government is the third largest holder of Bitcoin. It's been rumored that President Trump may be announcing this week that if elected president again, that he has a plan to potentially use Bitcoin as a reserve asset for the United States. If this were to happen, in my opinion, this would be monumental. Can you each explain to us your thoughts around this? What are the implications? If that happens, and we don't know yet. This is just this rumor, okay?
It's a very big rumor.
Very big rumor.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that the media clearly thought this was a very interesting idea. You had Fox News, CNBC, as well as dozens of other outlets reporting on the potential for Trump to announce a Bitcoin strategic reserve. I think honestly this is a really smart play. I think it's a smart move because we already sit on 210,000 Bitcoin, and all we would need to do is direct the U.S. Marshals to convert that into a strategic reserve. Now, how that's implemented, there's a number of different ways that you can approach it, everything from an exchange stabilization fund to mimicking something very similar to the petroleum reserve to the way that we handle gold. Like, there's sort of varying theories on how to approach it. I think that it's obvious that if we're already sitting on 210,000 Bitcoin, that we should obviously hold on to that Bitcoin. I mean, I don't think anybody in this room would disagree with that. So how that gets it, I heard the Germany comment. Germany's sweating right now. Probably that's going to can go down as one of the worst trades in Bitcoin's history. So big supporter of this process, a big supporter of anybody that wants to promote this idea, and I think that there is clearly a lot of interest in moving it forward. And at Satoshi Action, we're going to be actively engaged in helping to drive those conversations forward.
I would take it less of a let's not prognosticate on the future of this or that. I take it more in the general sense of this is an atmospheric, this is another data point to tell you kind of where the industry is in terms of the traction that it's getting at the national level, at the state level, wherever. Well, if you're having a top of the ticket political candidate for president, even to be rumored to discuss a concept like a strategic digital asset reserve, is that lets you know kind of your left and rights with how you can communicate to your more local representatives. Again, the action, the speed of engagement and traction is going to happen at the state level. So if you can then go to, if you are particularly in a more red-leaning state, if you have a Republican presidential candidate talking about Bitcoin strategic reserve, that's when you engage with their political party about the values and the use cases of Litecoin, of digital assets in general. And this is, again, it's less about does it happen or doesn't it. It's just a data point in kind of the general situational awareness to go, okay, now is a great time while there's a conversation at the national level, now through November or announcement, that you can make the case for why the things that you are interested in digital assets coming true.
Cody, 1 minute.
It's a great policy play. I would echo everything that's been said. It's a fantastic policy play. I think it's common sense to what Dennis said of all the Bitcoin we currently have. Let's see what Vice President Harris does.
Yeah. Yeah.
See if she does the same thing.
Well said. Well, guys, we got 30 seconds. Any closing thoughts? Closing words?
Engage with your policymakers. The amount of times I go into a conversation in Washington and I have a member of Congress tell me, I'm not interested in this because I'm not hearing from my constituents about it. That's what they pay attention to the most, is those phone calls and those letters that go into their office. You may think that they're a waste of time. They listen to those and they respond to those. Policymakers care about being reelected. And so what drives them is what their constituents care about. Reach out to your policymakers if you care about this technology, because it truly can move the needle.
And I would say whatever you're thinking about doing at the federal level, you have a better chance of success at the state level, and it will also move faster. So exactly what Cody said, just also engage at the state level, because that's really where kind of things are going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that final point there on the, engaging with the lawmakers is critical. If you are not engaged and you're not having conversations with them, they're not going to be paying attention to the issue. If you are, but also there's a couple different things here I think that are important. Is if you're like, I hate politics, I want nothing to do with politics, find someone that is engaged in the space, you like what they're doing, and work to support their efforts. I know that politics for some is a little bit of a difficult arena. So if you don't want to be in that arena, there's plenty of people that are willing to help you sort of expand your voice. I would definitely find ways to reach out to those groups.
All right. Cody, RJ, Dennis, it's been great. Thanks for chatting with us.
Thank you.
Sorry. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you. Appreciate you.
Hey, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, hello everyone. I am Loshan, and if you don't know, thank you for clapping. If you don't know, I am a software engineer for the Litecoin Foundation. So I work full-time on Litecoin, writing code. That being said, my presentation is not going to be too technical because I don't want to bore you guys, right? So I think I chose a really good title, MWEB stuff. That's what I'm going to talk about, MWEB stuff. Later on during the summit, I think David Burkett will talk more in depth about MWEB, and a few others will talk quite a bit about MWEB, but I'm just going to talk about some stuff. Okay, so just in case anyone here is new to Litecoin or don't really know what MWEB is, here I think it's good to clarify what it is. So a regular Bitcoin transaction is it's fully open for anyone to see. It's not very good. I think Charlie Lee has a really good analogy. A Bitcoin transaction is like living in a glass house, whilst a Litecoin MWEB transaction is more like living in a house with windows. So it's not perfect privacy. So some people might be interested in perfect privacy for doing whatever, but it's like something that gets us 90% of the way there. So you can see that the amount of coins being sent in a transaction is hidden, so the sender and receiver. Okay. Some of you might be familiar with confidential transactions on networks like Liquid Network. Some of you might be familiar with Mimblewimble. I've heard people say Mimblewimble on the stage. The technology we've designed is not Mimblewimble. It's based on Mimblewimble and confidential transactions, but it's more like Mimblewimble on steroids. maybe HGH, trend, whatever. I don't know too much about, I don't know too much about stories. But yeah, if any of you know, come talk to me because I need to get hench. All right. So is anyone actually using MWEB? So you can see on the graph, here's a graph, that at the start of, 12 months ago, the number of Litecoin inside of the MWEB layer was around 12,000 Litecoin. And today, not today, maybe last night, I think. I don't know when I made this. It was around 50K Litecoin. So that seems like a lot of Litecoin, right? 50,000 Litecoin. I don't have that many. I wish I did. If anyone wants to give me that money, please do. That's around, I think, $4 million. Yeah, just below 4 million. But we need to remember that there are 74 million Litecoin that's available on the network. That's just under $5 billion worth of Litecoin. So we want to get more people using MWEB. And the stats show that most people are just not using MWEB. What about the number of transactions on the network? I think it's the same story. There's not too many MWEB transactions, even though I wish it would be better. So, okay. It looks like no one who reviewed my presentation is here. So I think like when I reviewed the presentation, I showed them the first few slides. Then after that, they got bored and they just left. Okay. So the next slide is I'm going to tell the truth why I'm actually here. Okay. I'm going to be shameless. Well, I have 0% shame. The real reason is I want you guys to scan that address, send me some Litecoin, so I can buy my Lamborghini Huracan Performante, because, yeah. Come on. I know some of you guys have, millions of dollars worth of Litecoin. Come, anyone? Okay, if any of you actually tried to scan the address, you would realize it's actually an MWEB address, and you can't make a payment to it. So that's the actual issue with MWEB. It's very difficult to make an MWEB transaction right now in person, or just to send it between friends and try and stuff. It's because at the moment, the only way to do an MWEB transaction is with our software called Litecoin Core. So, one sec. So Litecoin Core, for anyone who doesn't know, is a software that requires you to download the entire Litecoin blockchain. That's right, 95 gigs, takes forever, maybe 3-4 days. Basically, you have to get a degree in computer science to set it up. I don't think that many people really care or want to do that. So we realized that the big thing that's stopping more people from using MWEB, widespread adoption, is adding MWEB support to the wallets that people actually use. Things like Light Wallet, Cake Wallet. I've seen some other people use, I think, Exodus, a bunch of wallets like that. So the real reason I'm giving the actual talk is on how we're going to add MWEB support and make it more mainstream. And this is the work that we've done over the past maybe 7-8 months. So yeah. Oh, this is not opening. Okay. So the first phase of our development was that mobile wallets didn't have a way to access the data that you need for MWEB transactions. So our lead developer, David Burkett, the person who designed MWEB, also designed a new mechanism for syncing the data that you need for MWEB called LIP006. I guess it's just like a number, or MWEB P2P messages. So we actually released that in our latest release of Litecoin Core, 0.21.3, and anyone who's upgraded is now helping support MWEB adoption. So if you are someone who's running a full node, please make sure to update and enable P2P MWEB. So phase 2. So okay, it's all good that it's possible for full nodes to give MWEB support for light clients, but we actually have to add it to our software. So we've what we've done is we've added MWEB support to one of our libraries that we use for development, and that's something that makes it simpler for people to add MWEB support to light client wallets. So by light client wallets, I mean like mobile wallets, Electrum, that sort of thing. So the way we did it is we crowdfunded development through the Litecoin Bounties platform on Lightspace. And thanks to the community, we were able to find a developer, Hector Chu, who completed the bounty, and he's helped us since. Phase 3 was once our work into LTC Suite was finished, what we did is we wanted as many people to be able to try MWEB transactions. So I've seen, I think, 1 or 2 people who have a piece of software called Newborn. So it's a modified version of Light Wallet, but it's not Light Wallet. It's Light Wallet that's been upgraded with the work we've done into LTC Suite. So I don't know if the video is going to play, but Newborn lets you create Litecoin MWEB addresses, and you can also make MWEB payments. Oh yeah. So if you switch over, you can see a longer address, and that's the MWEB address. And from working on Newborn, we found a bunch of bugs. We fixed things. It lets us basically stage and make sure we don't have any bigger issues in the future releases. Okay, so once we were done with Newborn, we started approaching third-party developers and getting them to use the work we'd done into LTC Suite to add MWEB support into their own wallets. There's a few wallets who are really interested. I don't think any of them have spoken yet, but maybe 1 or 2 wallet developers, third-party wallets, will announce MWEB support, maybe. I don't want to spoil anything. So phase 5, after we finished working with third-party developers, what we did is added MWEB support into Electrum. So for anyone who's not aware, Electrum is our light client wallet for Mac, Linux, and Windows computers. But that's like the least interesting part of phase 5. What phase 5 actually is we wanted to add hardware wallet support. Because I don't know about most people, but I don't keep most of my Litecoin on my Lite wallet. It would be kind of insane just to have a lot of money just on my phone that anyone can steal and I could just lose. So if you don't already use hardware wallets, consider using hardware wallets. And now with MWEB support in Ledger, you can now make sure that your MWEB coins are safe. And we expect more and more coins to enter the MWEB layer. I'm not sure if anyone remembered, but in this graph, if you look towards the current date, you would be able to see a lot more MWEB transactions than MWEB coins. That's because we've been testing and putting coins in MWEB Ledger. So yeah, that's why. So what's the future, and what are we going to do to get our software in the hands of people? Okay, so the foundation, we plan to upgrade all our wallets, the wallets that we maintain, things like Electrum, Light Wallet, everything pretty much to support MWEB. I don't want to talk too much over the other developers, but I've been told that you should all come for Kerry Washington's talk tomorrow, I think at 4 o'clock, where he has some things to announce, I guess. We're also working with third parties, as I mentioned, and maybe some of them will announce MWEB wallets. And if anyone here has contacts with third-party wallets that they really enjoy using, please get them in contact with me so I can help them add MWEB support into their own wallets. And one of our third goals is we want to get, so a lot of the stuff we've showed is just alpha software. It's software that you can use that actually works, but it's not available to the general public. And we want to add MWEB to Ledger. So in the regular Ledger app, you would be able to store MWEB coins without having to use Electrum or inject software that's not normally on your ledger. But that's something that will take some time because we have to review the code, make sure there's no issues, especially as people hold hundreds of millions of coins. We don't want to be like get in trouble because you guys are losing money. We don't, yeah. So we'll have to get it audited and stuff. We're also trying to work on smaller things. Some things that might not seem too important, but I think are really important. So we want to add MWEB support into our block explorers. So we, if for anyone who knows, Block Explorer lets you explore the Litecoin network, view transactions, and we want to add MWEB support into Litecoin Space, the foundation-maintained Block Explorer. We're also looking to build new Litecoin development software, like tools and libraries that other developers would use to create Litecoin apps. And we want to have MWEB inside of that software, so it's really simple for other developers to add MWEB. And there's one more thing. On 13th of October this year, on Litecoin's 13th anniversary, what's the 13th? We're gonna announce next-gen Litecoin wallet for mobile with MWEB support as standard, and we're gonna have a lot of new features, things like atomic swaps, and I've been working on it for quite some time. So I can't wait for it to be in everyone's hands on the 13th anniversary. Oh yeah, one last thing. I really want to thank Hector Chu, David Burkett, Charlie Lee, and all the other volunteers, because without them, it wouldn't have been possible to build out this software. And anyone who's contributed to the Litecoin bounties, it just wouldn't have been possible to fund these new things that we've built. So that's pretty much everything. Does anyone have questions? Like, you can ask anything, like development stuff, more technical stuff, boring stuff. You can even ask me, like, what my favorite ice cream is, if anyone wants to. What is it? No, there's a. I have a good answer, but it's like, I don't think I can show my phone, but I make orders on my phone, so I don't know the actual names. Maybe not that question, maybe something else. Does anyone have a microphone?
Is MWEB as a technology, is it still being developed, the protocol itself?
Yeah, so the audience member has asked, is MWEB, the protocol, still being developed and worked on? So David Burkett will actually give a talk on the MWEB protocol tomorrow and the work that he's still doing. There are still upgrades to be made. There's still a lot of things that we can do to improve privacy and fungibility. The work hasn't stopped. I just didn't want to talk over what David Burkett will announce tomorrow. Does anyone else have a question?
For the privacy gains that you get with MWEB, if you connect it to Ledger Live, do you lose some of that privacy?
The audience member is asking, for the privacy benefits that you get from using MWEB, if you are using Ledger Live with MWEB, would you lose that privacy? I think that's an interesting question because people are concerned with Ledger Live, the software that you usually use to connect a ledger to make a transaction with a ledger. Because they have analytics software, they send data back to the home. And I guess that is correct. That you do lose some privacy because they are collecting your data. They might be selling your data. But if you really want to be sure and safe, just use Electrum. Electrum will always have hardware wallet support. Electrum supports so many different hardware wallets, not just ledgers. It supports Trezor. It supports, I use Bitbox. There's also a bunch of others. So use Electrum, which has no data collection. Does anyone have?
Yeah, where can people go to support mobile development?
So the audience member is asking, where can people go to support MWEB development? So as I mentioned, we have a platform for bounties, and not just bounties, but for long-term support of the project. The website is light.space, so LITE.SPACE. Please consider donating, I guess. Yeah. Does anyone else have a question? The audience member, I'm not too sure I understand the question, sorry. Do you, I don't even know how to. Okay, Litecoin Core has a button that lets you create, you can check to create MWEB addresses, but the send window hasn't changed. The window to send coins still has the same interface. You just plug in an MWEB address and everything happens in the background. We want third-party developers and other wallets to also use, we don't want to make the user experience complicated. We don't want them to change anything. Everything should happen in the user, background for the user. So it shouldn't really be too different, except from the user should be given an option, create an MWEB address, or to be able to disable the MWEB address, just in case that, that they're using another wallet that doesn't support MWEB. Any questions? I guess not. Thank you.
Good job. You can have that. You can get that. Awesome. Well, I feel like I proved myself to be completely useless by not being here to introduce Loesch. Did y'all notice that or not? What happened? We took some Litecoins out of my wallet. Is that what you said? So I'm now 160 negative Litecoins in my wallet instead of 157 negative Litecoins in my wallet. So our lunch order didn't come, and I was in the breakfast room, and then the TV volume got. I mean, it's my fault, 100% my fault, but that's where I was. If anybody's curious. But also, our next speaker now is Naomi Brockwell is going to talk about practical privacy in the digital world. Let me pose for this picture real quick. Thank you. All right. And Naomi Brockwell is a tech journalist and a creator of NBTV.media. NBTV teaches people how to reclaim their privacy in the digital age, and it has 1 million subscribers across platforms and over 60 million views. And Naomi has also directed and produced all sorts of other things that is just too long to go into, and she's wonderful. And Naomi is the author of the book, Beginner Introduction to Privacy, and without question, as I walked back in late, the best smelling person that we have here tonight. So I don't know if that's appropriate to say or not, but it's very true. All right, so Naomi, come on up. Thank you.
It's true. I smell phenomenal. So thanks for mentioning that in my bio. Apologies for holding this. My left arm is going to be very sore by the end of this presentation, but I didn't want to miss anything. So my name is Naomi Brockwell. I'm the creator of MBTV Media, and we are a research and media institute that is dedicated to advancing freedom through technology. So I'm going to be talking about financial privacy, which is a fantastic thing to be talking to you about at a Litecoin conference, because I just love that Litecoin is really prioritizing privacy and diving into it. That last presentation showed that this is really a priority, and I think that it should be. So in this presentation, I'm going to lay out the current state of things. I'm going to make a case for why financial privacy is essential for a free society, and I'm going to give you some steps to try to reclaim it in your life. So, what is the current state of financial privacy? It's basically non-existent in the traditional financial system. And not only that, over the last few decades, we have started to associate financial privacy itself with criminality. Now, who here has ever tried to buy something from the Apple Store using cash? Anyone? You did. I did it last night. I do it all the time. And it kind of goes like this. You walk in, you feel like a fugitive. If I have a Visa card in my pocket with a $15,000 limit, I feel fine. But when I have $3,000 of cash in my pocket because I'm about to buy a computer, I'm full fugitive mode. And suddenly I find myself starting to make excuses, right? Oh, this purchase, it's just an anomaly. Or, I earn my money in cash babysitting. That's why I have it. I've been saving up for a long time. I only have a limited amount of cash on me. This is an anomaly, and I'd like the cheapest model. Like, I don't have that much cash on me. Who would have cash on them? It would be crazy. And I never feel the need to make excuses when I have an Amex and I hand it over for a $7,000 computer. It never makes me feel guilty, but cash does. Why does cash make us feel guilty? It's because it has slowly and deliberately become culturally tainted. It's noticeable in everyday shopping experiences, but it's even more starkly felt when you interact with banks and other financial institutions. Who has ever gone to the bank with a check for 4 or 5 figures and asked to take it out in cash? Anyone? Because you get all kinds of looks. They will interrogate you. They will say, you want cash? Like, oh, well, you're going to have to make an appointment for that. Come back in a week. Oh, no, we still don't have it. Come back in another 2 weeks. Explain to me, what your DNA sample is like. Give me, every job you've ever had in your history. It is a full-on interrogation. We associate financial privacy and thus the use of cash with criminality, and we've started to use language like, what have you got to hide? Who here has heard that saying? What have you got to hide? As if we need to somehow justify the need for privacy in our lives. For me, I find that use of language that's kind of snuck into our culture to be an attempt to shame those who wish to have privacy in their lives. Financial privacy has become so normalized that people instinctively think that the financial system can't and shouldn't operate without pervasive tracking and monitoring. This is a pernicious narrative that has worked its way into our culture, and whilst we take it for granted today, it's actually a pretty new phenomenon. So banks traditionally had confidential relationships with their clients. But in 1970, when the Bank Secrecy Act was first introduced, banks stopped working for consumers and they started reporting to governments. Initially, this reporting was minimal, and it just applied to what was then considered at the time to be abnormally large transactions, like the amount of money that you'd spend on a house in those days in 1970. And banks had to tell customers when reports were filed and give them the chance to push back or appeal. And even then, at the time, there was an outcry that this minimal reporting was unconstitutional. But what started happening then is nothing compared to the obscene surveillance apparatus that exists today. Gradually, the surveillance of private financial activities grew, both due to inflation and through the continued expansion of financial privacy surveillance laws. So in 1992, with the introduction of the Anuncio Wiley Anti-Money Laundering Act, it became illegal for banks to tell customers when suspicious activity reports were filed. And these reports were now filed for basically anything. The Patriot Act formalized and mandated KYC requirements. The American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 introduced the reporting of all activity of payment transmitters where there was at least $600 worth of activity over a year. We now live in a world where everything that touches traditional financial rails is monitored, it is tracked, and financial institutions have become deputized as investigators for law enforcement. Tens of millions of suspicious activity reports are filed against Americans every year, and the majority of them are for nothing more than people using their own money. Governments and banks tell us that accessing our own money is suspicious activity and will be further investigated. Instead of the presumption of innocence in the financial world, there is a systematized presumption of guilt. And while cash itself isn't illegal, there are increasingly draconian thresholds on how much cash is permissible. So in France, you see limits. You can't spend more than 1,000 euros of your own money in cash on a single payment. In Greece, the threshold is 500 euros. If you want to use your own money in larger amounts, banks and credit card companies must be able to collect details of these transactions. Now, in the United States, the Fourth Amendment is meant to be able to say that the government shouldn't get your data without a warrant, right? But there are all kinds of loopholes, like the third-party doctrine, which basically says that the government has been able to mandate that banks, payment processors, and everyone involved in the financial industry hand over your data. So they've managed to completely skirt this Fourth Amendment protection. What are the consequences of this? Well, the vast databases filled with all of our personal information that banks are mandated to now collect get leaked in data breaches. They make us more vulnerable. They make extortion and identity theft far easier. The precedent of using the third-party doctrine to skirt Fourth Amendment protections means that we've given companies carte blanche to collect our most private information and sell it with impunity. And this is used by countless entities to target us. That is another consequence of this surveillance system. And then on top of that, allowing governments to get access to all of this information is incredibly dangerous. Why? Well, because there's a reason that there are checks and balances on how much information governments are meant to know about us. Because we grant governments, the use of extraordinary powers. We used to have a saying that was, we have private citizens and we have public servants, but mass surveillance has inverted this power balance, and it is tilted it far away from the individual. This isn't how a free society should operate. So here's my proposal. We need to both shift the culture around financial privacy, and we must learn how to reintroduce it into our own lives. The alternative is continuing to steamroll towards a truly dystopian future where privacy is no longer even an option. What's at stake is so important. Financial privacy is a core foundation of individual freedom. Money is what allows us to interact with the world around us. And while things like our social media posts might be our stated preference, our financial choices are our revealed preferences. Our financial decisions provide an intimate look at who we are. It reveals when we undergo treatment in an addiction facility or hire services of a divorce lawyer or address health issues. But it's also what allows people to dissent, to have independent thoughts, to hold powerful entities accountable without fear of retribution. Because it's through financial decisions that we can support the causes that we believe in, like opposition political parties or whistleblower defense funds. It allows us to flee dangerous situations without fear of being tracked. It also allows us to live our daily lives without feeling like every choice we make is on display and needs to be self-censored. Indeed, how can we have a truly free society if the way that we interact with the world around us is constantly monitored and controlled? Unfortunately, despite the clear importance of financial privacy to a free society, it's become completely stigmatized in today's world and made nearly impossible to achieve through the traditional financial system. So most payments in the modern age are electronic, and digital payment rails are completely surveilled and controlled. If you want to send money anywhere, you need to use permission systems that are heavily regulated, accessing your money only through intermediaries where governments hold the reins of control. This enables censorship of entire industries through covert government operations like Operation Choke Point, because governments are able to dictate who has access to the financial world and who doesn't. In China, it's used as part of their social credit system. Interact with the wrong person or purchase the wrong thing, and you'll become a second-class citizen. The gatekeepers of these systems have erected surveillance at every juncture, monitoring all activities taking place in the digital financial realm. So, what are we to do? How does one maintain their freedom in such a world? Luckily, there are things we can do. I'll break them down into three main tiers. So, we can avoid traditional digital payments altogether, one option. We could use traditional digital payment rails, but try to mitigate some of the data leak, and our information is still shared, but it's shared with fewer entities, which is good. Or we can opt for alternative digital payment rails that aren't part of the existing traditional financial system. Now, none of these options are illegal, but they have been made difficult and they have been stigmatized. but the onus is on us to embrace our options and exercise our right to privacy, because we stand at the threshold of a new era of financial history, and it's becoming increasingly important to challenge prevailing notions of how much surveillance we are willing to tolerate in our lives. So let's explore these options. One by one, starting with tier 1, avoiding digital payment rails. See, look, even in that picture, he looks so shady because he has cash, and cash is dangerous. But we can use cash more in our daily lives. Who here paid for something today using cash? That is surprising and delightful. I must be at a crypto conference. Well done. Cash is a tool for financial privacy that's right under our noses, and it's completely underutilized. So if you didn't put your hand up, just try today to pay for something with cash. Anything. Just go to a cafe, buy food at a restaurant, however you want to work it in, but just give it a go. Just start to integrate it. If you can integrate it back into your life little by little, it actually leads to a really large reduction in the data that banks and governments will get about your daily life. Again, not because you have anything to hide or you need to justify this, just because you have the right to not have to share your financial activity with thousands of entities. I say reclaim that right. And honestly, it feels like a rebellious act, right? When I hand over my cash for my matcha, I mean, it seems so silly, but it feels great. Because I know that this information isn't being recorded anywhere, and it's not being passed on to data brokers, and it's not being passed on to governments. It's like this private moment I have with my matcha, and I love it. I embrace that moment. It feels like a great action to just hand over that, and then that activity just disappears. It's ephemeral. It's not permanently recorded somewhere in a database. Try it out. I think that you will enjoy the improvement in your life. Now, obviously, cash only works for in-person payments, or if you use Vlad's VPN, in which case you can literally send cash in the mail to sign up for your service. But unfortunately, most of your purchases these days will probably happen online. So tier 2 is a hybrid approach. For example, you can purchase gift cards or prepaid credit cards with cash so that you can still transact online. These are not ideal solutions because most cards are going to have a maximum amount that you can transact, and they also come with fees. There are fees such as a $4 purchasing fee when you purchase it, but there's usually no need to link these to your identity, so they can be a great tool for privacy when you need. Now, another hybrid approach is a masked credit card. Who here has used masked credit cards or have heard of them? Yeah, for those of you who don't. So these are really interesting, right? They won't protect your payments from governments. They won't protect your payments from the masked company itself, but it will help you protect your personal information from every merchant you transact with, and some information from your bank. You give the masked company all your personal information, so the same information that you give your bank, including your name, address, ID, etc., but they at least promise to store it securely, so as to mitigate exposure to data breaches, which is a big difference from your regular merchant who isn't making any promises to protect your data. Whereas companies like this, they'll say on their website, we are storing with this with the utmost encryption and protecting it with our life. At least we have that promise. The government will still get reports about this activity, but the company promises not to sell your data to other third parties, which means that data brokers aren't getting that insight into your life that they would when you use your normal credit card. And your bank isn't getting as much information about your purchases. So you will link your bank to your masked card, but you can opt for your purchases to appear to your bank as like a single website like privacy.com, or a made-up website like Bob's Hardware, and they generally give you a few options for those. Now, banks will sell your financial data. They do sell your financial data. So at least masked card companies promise not to. Again, all these promises, all these things are promises that we have to trust the masked company to uphold. But masked credit cards are still worth using because when you use a normal credit card, you give your credit card number, your name, your home address to hundreds of merchants a year that you know nothing about. I don't need every person who runs every obscure business that I interact with to know my real name and my real home address, who might then in turn also sell that data. Or perhaps they don't store it securely, and now I'm more vulnerable because they're at risk of a data breach. So I don't like handing this stuff out, and Mastercard is a great way to get around that. With a MasterCard, you can give any alias name, you can give any billing address that you want, any zip code, and your payment will still be approved. So this protects your identity from the people that you purchase from, and you can create single-use cards for every transaction. I found it to be a really cool tool in my life. If you're just purchasing digital goods, so they don't need to know where you live to send you something, or if you're shipping things to a PMB anyway, you have completely shielded your identity from merchants you interact with and anyone who might breach their systems. Now, hybrid systems are okay. But if we want to reclaim financial privacy, we're not going to find our solutions in the traditional financial world. Cash's days are numbered, and I've lost all hope that we are going to be able to legislate privacy back into TradFi, where payment rails are completely controlled and surveilled by governments and banks. The solution is building financial systems that are not controlled, that are decentralized, that can't be shut down, and are censorship resistant. And that's the third tier that's available to us, using alternative digital payment rails that exist outside of traditional finance. I'm giving this presentation at a crypto conference, so you guys already get it. Cryptocurrencies have a real value proposition in that they allow us to make digital purchases completely outside of the controlled and surveilled TradFi system. And some people I know who'll be watching this later, they might be more skeptical about this option because there are roadblocks such as adoption, where can you even spend your crypto? But I think most people don't realize how widely accepted crypto is, and that today you can basically purchase anything that you want using cryptocurrency. It may not be at the regular outlets you generally go to, but you could probably find everything that you want using crypto. And I think people don't realize how amenable merchants are to accepting crypto, right? I think that, I go to lots of places, and I know there are people in this room like Joël who have asked all kinds of merchants, hey, will you be willing to accept crypto? And they often just say yes. And that's pretty cool. Who here's tried to ask a retailer to accept cryptocurrency? Was it pretty easy and you generally get people on board? I'm seeing shakes heads. Keep trying. I've been pleasantly surprised with that. So I'm running out of time here, so I'm going to keep going. Now, decentralized cryptocurrencies do offer the hope of censorship-resistant money, but most are far from private, as we know. And your privacy not only depends on which currency you use, but it depends on how you use it. And there are 4 big ways that crypto transactions are tracked that I want to mention. Now, this gets pretty in the weeds, and I may skip over some stuff. I have given a 1-hour presentation diving deep into these ways that crypto transactions are tracked before, if you wanted to check that out. But I'll mention them briefly and get through as much as I can. So number 1, chain analysts can look at the transaction graph and see the chain data about the movement of money. This includes where money came from, where it went to, how much was sent, timestamps of when it happened. Now the second is by a deeper analysis of on-chain data and pattern matching. So matching address types, pattern matching the footprints that wallets and exchanges leave when they're writing transactions. There is a huge list of things that can possibly identify and help de-anonymize a transaction just by using on-chain data alone. And researchers from Princeton released a paper outlining a bunch of them if you wanted to check that out. Now, a third type of passive analysis that can be done by looking at off-chain data and pattern matching your OSINT leaks, which is basically the digital trail that you leave behind you when you access the internet in general. So your IP address, the VPN company you use, your browser fingerprint, and that sort of thing. Now, this data is often collected through honeypot sites like blockchain explorers or through controlled nodes that track transactions that pass through them, and you should be aware of all of this. And depending on which wallet you use, the wallet itself might be collecting your data, or they might be pinging some API about an exchange rate or something, and some other server is monitoring what gets sent to it. Now, finally, there are active analysis tricks. Active analysis is where blockchain analysts are actively interacting with the blockchain in an attempt to try to link transactions together and de-anonymize them. And just a question, was my timer set to 15 or 20? Was it set to 15 or 20? Because I feel like I still have 5 minutes, but I just want to, based on thingy. I'm just going to keep going. They can just going to keep going. All right, so let's look at some of these active methods. It includes things like a demand gift attack. which is where an attacker sends a very small amount of crypto to someone with a unique fingerprint, like a specific set of digits in the lowest decimal places. Now, someone can accidentally sweep up that in a bunch of UTXOs and not realize it, and this allows the movement of funds to be traced, and such fingerprints can often persist across several hops, so be aware of that. Well, there are dusting attacks where someone sends a small transaction to multiple addresses with the goal to track these funds across future transactions and link various addresses. There are decoy attacks, which are not expensive to do, and that's where a network gets flooded with transactions in the hopes of revealing which outputs are decoys and which are real. Now, all of this gets pretty technical, so what are the takeaways? Like, how do you use this stuff privacy if there's so much tracking that can clearly happen? Well, the first two tracking methods I mentioned rely on on-chain data. So the less data your coin of choice publishes on-chain, the better. By using transparent coins, you're essentially waging against technological advancement. Your bet is that no one will ever possess the capacity to assemble these scattered pieces of data that you've left in your wake and tie your identity to transactions. Now, that is definitely not a wager that I'm willing to make, especially in the age of AI. By using privacy coins that don't put any information on blockchain or really limit that amount of information, you are taking a big step to reducing the amount of tracking that can be done on your transactions. But ignore those who keep parroting like, my coin of choice is untrackable. It's not. This is completely false. Cryptocurrencies don't exist in a vacuum. Privacy coins are trackable because all digital activities leave a trail, and so it is essential to learn how to use privacy-preserving currencies properly. Some quick tips. It means not using privacy coins as pass-through privacy, which you can think of as sending money into a privacy coin with the hopes of like washing it somehow and then sending it out again. Because pattern matching is a super important part of crypto tracing. You can think of it like someone briefly walking behind a curtain and then out the other side. And like just because you briefly lost sight of the person behind the curtain, plausible deniability is not a good privacy solution. Like you know it's the person who came up the other side. So if a coin passes into a privacy coin and then or a mixer and then out the other side, an analyst will just pick up the scent again on the other side by matching attributes. So timing analysis plays a big role in pattern matching. If you want to use privacy coins properly, you should think of private storage, not private transactions. Keeping funds in a shielded pool or privacy coin for an extended period will make it harder to track. Now, privacy is just more effectively preserved over time rather than during a single act of transaction. And on top of that, you need to learn how to use the internet privacy. So I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to skip through all of this, but you really need to figure out how to mask your IP address, how to stop using browsers and search engines that collect things. All of this stuff is going to be used against you. So here we are. Financial privacy is under attack, and it's an intense battle. And I see people waving a white flag and proclaiming that they have nothing to hide. And this becomes a declaration of moral purity. But financial surveillance is responsible for undermining the freedom and safety of billions of people every day. And we need to stand up against it regardless of whether we feel that we are personally affected. We must not be complicit in the normalization of financial surveillance or indulge in moral grandstanding because it's blind to what is already happening around the world every single day, where privacy means the difference between life and death for some people. And it's also naive because laws change, social norms change, civil rights that you take for granted today may not always be there, but your data is forever. And this financial surveillance apparatus that we've built and strengthened over decades will persist. Financial privacy is not about enabling bad actors or evading legality. It is about affirming liberty. And it is not an easy battle, but it is absolutely possible and worth joining the fight. We are fighting for the future where we may not have the option of financial privacy when we need it most. So while financial surveillance may currently seem like it's everywhere, it is neither necessary nor an inevitable feature of a monetary system. Privacy in our financial affairs is not only possible, but it's integral to a functioning free society. Thank you. I think I have no time for questions, so.
Awesome, great job. I just wanted to translate something in my note-taking back there. I kept thinking, wow, she's really angry. She keeps saying we're godless. We are like a godless people. Like I thought she was atheist yelling about godless people, and she was saying regardless. I heard it like 4 times, like we're godless. I was like, wow, she really she has an opinion, a strong opinion about this. And it's regardless. We're godless. No one else heard that? Maybe the commenters on YouTube. We went live on YouTube. All right, so moving on. Now we're going to Gaio Doria, Senior Sales Manager. Gaio has years of experience in the digital currency mining space. He's an expert on developing the mining ecosystem with vast knowledge of high-performance mining hardware and data center development. He's an advocate for renewable energy integration for green mining and strategies for a new era in POW mining, POW mining, proof of work mining. I learned that earlier. I wrote that down earlier. Awesome. Give it up for Gaio Doria.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you? Okay, it's live. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my presentation today. As he said, I'm a senior sales manager here based in the US, help to service the North American market. I am helping Irene. She was supposed to be doing this presentation, but unfortunately she could not make it. So I'll be talking a little bit about Bitmain, how we see the market, and some of the products we have. I think I watched over a few topics today, and we talked about a lot of things like decentralization, privacy, and etc. But there is also an important factor to discuss, which is, of course, the infrastructure. What powers our whole industry? And we at Bitmain, I think we are a proud supporter of this side of the industry. That means we are committed to provide the market with the best hardware possible. So starting, I'm going to speak a little bit about Bitmain. I don't know, I assume everyone knows Bitmain, but I was once in a meeting with a customer and he said, well, Bitmain is one of the few legacy companies in this space. I don't know about this statement, but it holds a certain degree of truth in the sense that our industry is fairly new, but in the last decade or so, like so many things happen and keep happening, right? It evolves so fast and sometimes it's so hard to keep up. And I think like Bitmain has definitely played a big role in shaping the industry as a whole. And I don't know if you all know, but we are 11 years old, which is, let's say, not quite a lot if you look into other industries. We were established in 2013. We launched our famous S1 miner, Bitcoin miner. And throughout the years, we've been pushing the limit of what is possible in terms of ASIC development, hash rate versus efficiency, and not only with Bitcoin, but also altcoin projects. And we are a proud sponsor of Litecoin Summit and firm believers of the Litecoin project. Just so you guys understand a little bit, we always show this slide, which is basically like a resume of our history. We have on the left side some of things that are turning points in the history of Bitcoin and the crypto industry as a whole. And for me it's right and left, but for you might be the opposite. But like our trajectory of how we grew from like selling just Bitcoin miners to become one of the largest players selling all types of miners, and not only miners but also the infrastructure itself. I'm gonna go show a little bit to you all like some of the products we have apart from miners. And many people ask me like, how come Bitmain can keep its presence at the forefront of the industry? And it's actually very simple. And I think like if everyone likes Steve Jobs or not, he once had this interview. He spoke about like how you should not let salespeople run an organization because they get smart, they sell, and then you stop doing good products. And at Bitmain, like as you can all see in this slide, we have a strong commitment to keep research and development as our most important thing. More than 50% of our employees are compromised by research and development. And most of them hold advanced degrees from universities all over the world. They are not only, I will show you later in a map, but our research and development effort is not based in China only, but it has a global footprint. Oops, too fast. Yeah, so this is a little bit of the, kind of like a picture of how Bitmain looks like in terms of like our customers are global. We have multiple production bases, not only in China, but in Southeast Asia, and our global research and development centers that truly are spread all around the world, including the United States. So speaking a little bit about like the proof of work community and our values on how we support the community as a whole, right? We have, of course, Bitmain's first commitment is to sell hardware and provide the most efficient machines. But we do so under a premise. We understand that this is not a transaction only. It's a relationship. And we base our framework into, of course, this is also a Chinese value, but nonetheless very important in a win-win cooperation, long-term and trustworthy. We want to keep things above the transactional level. We value our customers, and we understand that our success is the result of our customers' success. And the support of the community, it's absolutely quintessential for us to keep doing what we do. So we have several ways of helping our customers achieve their goals. If you have a project, and here I speak to the audience, I don't know if you are all miners or not, if you're looking into L9s or something, we can definitely see if we have the right solution for your project. We offer future sales, host to buy, hosting contracts. It really depends on the scope, but we are committed to offer the market with solutions to keep the players going forward with their success, but also to foster new entrants. This is a little bit panorama of our ecosystem, as perhaps many of you know, and if you do not know, now you know, that we strive to be sort of like a one-stop type of thing and provide to the market several solutions above just the hardware sale. So we have our own pool, we have our cloud mining platform, and we have a venture capital side where we can help customers finance their projects through different lines of credit, of course. It's case by case, but. And more important, like our Antminer brand has become kind of like the gold standard in the industry. And it's kind of like our engine of innovation. And for us, when many people ask me, like, so Gaio, what machine should I buy? Of course, like I'm biased, I would recommend them Antminers. But I always tell people, look, always the different, and this of course varies between projects, but it's usually a general rule because you want to keep your computational power high and your costs low. So it's always hash rate versus energy efficiency. It doesn't matter the brand, to be honest, but that's it, hash rate versus efficiency. And we took this as a challenge and to keep pushing and to keep creating machines that have extremely high hash rate with lower power consumption. So, this is for the case of Bitcoin, which is honestly quite of an achievement compared to the other options in the market, but also like we apply the same principles to all altcoin projects, including Litecoin. And here is some of like kind of a general picture. This is a very interesting slide, just so you know like the annual output value that we put in the market in terms of the altcoin projects and Bitcoin. Quite an achievement. We have recently launched in June this year at Austin, Texas, during the Consensus Conference, our most new miner for Litecoin, the L9. I don't know if you all know about L9, great machine, great profitability. We are starting to sell them, but we're only shipping them from November, December, and next year, January. And those batches have different prices. Of course, as a salesperson, I have to say this. If you are interested, please come talk to me after. But basically, the point is we are very, very committed not only to Bitcoin, but to all relevant and important altcoin projects in the market, including, and most importantly, Litecoin. And L9, as you all know, like mines Litecoin and Dogecoin. So it has a strong versatility. And this, just to go ahead and speak a little bit just about our infrastructure, because as I said, like we are committed to be kind of a one-stop thing where you can bring your project and we will help you from like site planning. We do not build for you, but we can definitely consult for you. And we do from the machines to the containers. And of course, like Bitmain has been very committed to hydro cooling systems, which we think it's going to play a large role in the future of our industry and other industries that requires high computational power, because it's truly a very efficient cooling method, although it requires some technical expertise and etc. So, and we have our containers for our hydro miners, and we just launched a new one, which is basically more efficient, can take up to 210 miners. This is some of the examples that we consider like because many areas don't have access to abundant water, so we have different cooling systems for our hydro solutions, so the client can take into consideration. We just put this here to showcase to you all that we have different solutions for different environments in different regions. Do you want to take a picture of that? I can go back. Here, go. And I think ultimately, in one of the good parts about Bitmain is definitely its global after-sales experience. We have truly a global footprint, 24/7 after-sales, 2 customers send. Let me just jump to show that this is the best picture ever. So 24 service centers, 2 customer contact center, 9 global spare parts warehouse, which is very important nowadays. We can move the replacement parts very fast and make sure you don't have a lot of downtime with your machines. This is up-to-date metrics, so 92% service satisfaction among our customers, and most importantly, like 99.5% of our operations are online. When we sell like hosting and other services, we always promise our clients to keep like at least 98 to 99% of uptime. So that promise has been fulfilled. And that's basically the general panorama of Bitmain, how we see the market going. Recently, we developed this new generation of machines. Of course, like we push very hard on the Bitcoin front because that's where the first project was. It receives more attention, but we do not forget about the altcoins, and we keep launching more and more machines or upgrading the existing ones, as L9, as I just mentioned. It's an upgrade from the L7, and to support the community. So I don't have much to add. I hope this was a good overview of the company. If anyone has any questions or want to talk to me, want to buy machines maybe, and can just come directly to me. Thank you all for the time. That's it.
No, that's yours. You keep that. All right, so now we're heading towards the end of day one. We have 2 more speakers, but this is going to be 11.5-minute break. So hustle out to the restroom and get back if you need to, but we'll start back here right in, I'm not sure exactly what time, but like 10 or 11 minutes. I'm going to make it back this time, yes, I will. Give or take this bathroom trip. going to try to get started back here. Is Paul in here? Paul's here. Okay, thank you for being right on time and responsible. That's awesome. So we're going to talk about drive chains. That's what you think you're talking about? Okay, good. So we are winding down day one at the Litecoin Summit. Are y'all excited? I feel like y'all are just mailing that in a little bit, but it's all right. It's okay. Paul is the founder and CEO of Layer 2 Labs, creator of BitcoinHivemind.com, blogger drivechain.info, and the author of BIP 300/301, Coindesk.com consensus long link here that is hard to say to everybody. And that's all I got. And so he's going to talk to us about drive chains. So get your questions ready. And this is to demonstrate what's kind of rude while the MC's talking to do. If you do that while the MC's, we're just doing that on purpose to demonstrate that you need to have a little more self-awareness than that. They're doing a great job of making it look like they don't have that, but that's okay. It's awesome. They don't even know we're talking about them. That's okay. Give it up for the kids, the future of Litecoin, everybody. There they are. That's awesome. That's cool. This is not a conversation, but I appreciate your effort. Okay, awesome. Let's give it up for Paul Sztorc, everybody. Sztorc, did I say it right? Rhymes with quartz and sports.
That's right, yes. Thank you. Okay, so I'm normally a Bitcoiner, of course, and this is my idea for Bitcoin, but I was asked to come here and show it to Litecoin. Litecoin took the SegWit idea before Bitcoin, and in particular, I do think that Litecoin, I am a maximalist at heart, and I think only one coin will reach 8 billion people, and that coin will win, and everything else will probably go to zero. So I think if you're Litecoin, you got to think like, how can I exploit the weaknesses of BTC? But so this idea, it's very simple to me, but for some reason it's complicated. Even the best minds in Bitcoin don't really understand it. But we have working software that has a GUI. So this is like in one slide what I think what people should do, and that is try the software. Go to layer2labs.com/download, and I'm going to give you some screenshots just so you see what this sort of looks like. But just try it out. It has a fake play money coins. So we have a faucet and everything. You can get coins. These are not Bitcoins. These are not Litecoins. They're fake coins, but they show you what the software would do if you activated this on Litecoin. And then I have a website, drivechain.info. There's an unbelievable amount of content there. I have another site at bit300cusif.com. I'll talk about that if anyone has any questions on exactly what to do. And then I think you get into your head kind of what I am planning for this idea, which is to reach 8 billion people and have planetary scale, have Zcash level privacy, have all these features, live in a world where the different developers can disagree with each other but still be using the same coin. So if you think that this is a good idea, this is a very easy thing to actually add to Litecoin, I think. I haven't actually looked into it that much, but there is this activator client that 51% of the hash rate needs to run, and that's basically it. And you can even shut it off later, so you can just try this out, and maybe if the entire community hates it for some reason, you can just go back. So this is, the download page. So there's nothing for a mobile phone yet, but we have all three operating systems you can download, and we have a GUI. And this is sort of what it looks like. This is a version of Bitcoin on the top, and then we have all these other chains that are, one of them is a version of Zcash that I call Zside, and it is a clone of the latest version of Zcash, but it has no coins on it. You just send the coins from L1 to this L2 chain, and then you can use Z addresses, and you have privacy, and you have reusable long ZK-based address. And some of these other ones are just like test chain is a blank chain that just has nothing, so it's easy for you to add your own thing to that. And then Thunder is like a large block sidechain. That's like my joke a little bit. So this is the drivechain.info site. This is just a screenshot. But I have an unbelievable amount of content here and have an enormous number of endorsements as well. If you go to layer2labs.com/friends, I have a lot of endorsements, but I have one of them here about Adam Back said this on stage in Baltic Honey Badger. He said, drivechain arguably could have been more important or useful than Taproot. So that's just one tiny endorsement. But it's going to be very, and this is this thing QSIF, which is this way of activating a soft fork. This already exists. So you can already download it, and you just go to this site, and I have a paper that explains how it works. So yeah, again, if Litecoin could do this, by this I mean this screenshot on the right. I'm not completely sure if there's the if it can do this like the ZMQ block thing, but if Litecoin is up to date with Bitcoin, then it can. And so then you just run this stuff, and you just need 51% hash rate to run this. And then, as I mentioned before, you can actually just shut it off and deactivate it if you. This is kind of annoying because anyone who has put coins into the system will maybe lose them if you were to reverse it. But other than that tiny detail is kind of like a very low cost thing. So that was kind of just me trying to throw a lot at you there. But now I have, this is, what I normally do is give this talk to Bitcoiners about what drive chain is. So now I'm going to try to go a little through that, but I do think that Q&A is probably a much better, has a much better chance of giving you something that you actually will appreciate and get something useful out of. But I'm going to try to give a skeleton here first. And so the idea is, again, you just have to cross off Bitcoin and put Litecoin for everything here, because I really am a Bitcoiner and I'm here for the Bitcoin conference. I'm speaking at the Bitcoin conference, but I was asked to come here, and I think it would be great if Litecoin took this idea. But just replace Bitcoin with Litecoin. And so the idea is that now everything has its own chain and its own coin. It has its own software and its own coin. But with the drive chain idea, you only have the one coin. You don't need any of these other coins anymore. And then the coins travel among different pieces of software that may have completely different, they may be written in completely different programming languages. They may be doing completely different things. They may have a different block size. So if there's ever a big dispute, such as the block size dispute, or some people don't really want too much privacy on BTC for various reasons, but other people do want it. So if there's a dispute, you just have different pieces of software. And I have some metaphors about this, about like, okay, so yeah, again, my view is that really that one single coin will win and the rest will be defeated, but definitely each of the types of thing that people will want to do with the blockchain, all of those will exist in the form of different software. So I kind of have like Bitcoin today would be like this old phone, and then eventually you still have something that we still call a phone, but it does all these other things. You know, it does, you know, it takes video, it plays audio, it you know, it does all these things. So money has network effects, so that's kind of one of the reasons why I think. So yeah, basically this is kind of like, instead of Ethereum, the altcoin, you have this like bit Ethereum, which is like an L2 that does everything Ethereum would do, only there are no coins on there to begin with. You send the coins back to and from that, sort of similar to the Lightning Network. So yeah, the goal would be that if, you know, everyone disagrees over what things to do. So as people say, oh, this is great, but can it do smart contracts? Can it do whatever? And instead of arguing with them, you just say yes. And similarly, a lot of people have fringe ideas, 99% of which will be bad, but some of them will be good. And so how do we know the 99% bad versus some that are good? Someone says, oh, I think I can improve Litecoin in this case. It only needs my new idea, which is whatever, Mimblewimble extension block. And then people, you know, you either have to go through this big quality control process, in which case you'll probably filter some things out that are good, or let some things through that are bad. Or you just let them in, you just say this, use this idea BIP300, you have your own zone, and that lets each person try out the ideas that they actually like. Okay. Yeah, this is like not that important per se, but this is like me trying to say that this is similar to Lightning, where you have the coins, the orange coins are in the bottom right, and you move the coins to maybe the Lightning Network, which I don't recommend if you saw me on the panel earlier today. But you can also move them to like Bit Zcash, which is this version of Zcash that is, it has all the features. It is literally like the latest version of the Zcash node software, but just modified slightly so that it only moves around coins that have been sent to it from an L1 that has BIP300. So that would be Litecoin in this case. You have Litecoin, send the coins over to the Zcash world, and you'd have all those features, and you could do the same with Ethereum or any other EVM chain or anything else, anything with large blocks or whatever other feature. And the way this is supposed to work is that there's only a one-way like causality. So if Bitcoin Core or Litecoin, the blockchain reorganizes its blocks, then everything above it will also reorganize, but it's not the other way around. Any chaos that happens in the upper zone will be limited over there, and it will not destroy L1. So if you go onto L2, you choose to take on additional risk, and then you get also the flexibility and benefits of that. So that's the idea. I have like a tiny sort of description of how it works, but I don't know if it will make any sense, but hopefully it will make some sense, which is you have these blocks on the bottom. Those would be L1 blocks, so in this case it'd be Litecoin blocks, the blue ones. And then the reddish ones on top, I think that it's not really supposed to be blue. That is just a weird effect of the PDF conversion. It's just supposed to be red only on the top. But the red ones would be this bit Monero thing. That's everything Monero is, but only using the Litecoins that are sent to it. And they each have a bunch of blocks, and they have block headers. Block header is the square. And what happens is, in BIP 300, there's this huge summary of everything that happens over 3 months. Everything that happened over the last 3 months is put into this little hash. And the hash is what is inserted in L1. The hash is really it is a description of all the withdrawal activity. So the deposit and withdrawal activity is covered by this big gray sheet. And then the layer 1 node only sees this thing that was inserted into the L1 Coinbase. So it's in BIP 300, the L1 layer is not actually looking at what happened on L2. It just looks at this summary that is very rare, once every 3 months or so. And this is I have some examples of this is what our software looks like. So there's like an example of this happening. This is just to give you an idea that this is really not vaporware, and we've actually worked on it, and it exists, so you should try it out for yourself, which I think is the best way. I certainly did not understand how Bitcoin worked at all until I downloaded the software and played with it for the first time, and of course many people say that no one ever really understands Bitcoin fully, so there's definitely some truth to that. Jameson Lopp, I think, often says something like that. Yeah, another interesting thing about this project is all of the fees, as I mentioned earlier on the panel, the Lightning panel, with this particular type of L2, all of the fees on all of the L2 chains, they all go down to the L1 miners. So it's my view that this is the end game. Like what I'm trying to say is, in the long run future, if we succeed at all, like maybe everything in crypto will fail and go to zero. But if something succeeds and is wildly popular among people of the earth, people will be using it a lot and generating enormous amounts of transaction fee revenue. And so then when we look at who's going to be getting all of that revenue, it really must be the L1 miners, because if it is not, the miners would be maybe envious or jealous of whatever else is getting it, like a Lightning service provider or Arc Supernode or whatever it is, Liquid, Federation. So all these L2s have this property that the transaction fees are not paid to L1 miners, but with this idea they are. And I think in the long run it will be basically on the other L2s will be killed off, because the miners will think, well, I want all this money myself. This could be hundreds of billions of dollars per year if on the off chance something is successful with the general public. And miners have the ability to control the L1 chain, so they'll either vertically integrate with all these L2s, or they will just destroy them to get either way to get the money. And if they vertically integrate, then most of the Lightning security model is just security theater, and so people they won't like it anymore, and they'll like something like this instead, which is still secure even if. So this is a neat idea way of getting a lot more money to the miners. This idea is a very miner-centric idea, and luckily miners have the opportunity to make a large and growing in an unlimited sense amount of money if they try the idea out. So it's kind of a neat idea. These are sort of old, but that's the basic idea. Yeah, I did have, this is 15 minutes, so I actually think Q&A is way more productive, but I have some weird other examples here of which altcoins I think would make great L2 drive chains, L2 side chains. So I will do that unless anyone really has like a question or something, because this is halfway through, and I think that, yes, there's a question. The question was about if you create assets on a sidechain. In that sense, we have a sidechain for that we call bit assets. This is similar to like ordinals or counterparty or ERC20, where once you're on the sidechain, this would be like its own thing where you have your own keys, you have your own randomness, and you would self-custody that in the same sense. I mean, once you're on the L2, you've adopted that new L2 security model. And from there on, it's exactly the same as what would ERC20 would be in Ethereum. So it depends on what you're copying. But whatever you copy, it'll be just like that. Yes?
How does this work with emissions and total supplies of the coins?
Yeah, the question about the emissions of the coins. So this is, again, these are going to be exactly like the altcoins that they copy, except for that one thing. Where those coins, the L2 blockchains, they do not have their own coin at all, necessarily. I mean, you could add one. But you're going to have an L1 that is Litecoin, 84 million Litecoin, and then you have the L2, and on the L2's first day, it will have 0 coins on it. You'll have 0 coins for a while until someone chooses to deposit. And those would be like the first 4 coins or whatever that are over there. So there is no tail emission, there is no emission at all. There are no new coins being created on the L2. The coins are only created on L2 when they're locked on L1, and then when they're withdrawn from the L2 and destroyed, they get unlocked on L1. They cannot be moved. So the coins are just moving around, and so there is no emission of any kind. Does that make sense? No? All right. Uh-huh. Yes. No. You deposit the LT, you deposit Litecoin to this thing, and this thing does not necessarily know anything about the real Monero at all. This is like the opportunity to take advantage of the Monero's ring signatures. And people like the privacy feature, but there is no actual XMR. And a lot of people get confused about that for some reason. I think this is maybe I should explain it differently. Exactly, yes. There is no XMR, and in fact, that's partly some of the wording on the slides. I'm implying that there will be no need for the real XMR. Once one coin takes over, has a big enough foothold, it will be able to do every actual thing that people wanted to do, and there will be no need for the actual altcoin itself. That was, maybe I'll try to go back to it. It's a lot of slides ago, but I'll just, if you, yeah. BIP 300 is not in use. I'm sorry. It's you'd be the. I have never released an activation client until this month, so no one really could use it. But I've talked about this idea for a very long time, as some people know, and it just had no activation client for a while. But we have had for many years. We've had our test network, which is a fork. It was a fork of an old version of Bitcoin, version 1699. That's how old this was. And so that's like what the screenshot was you saw before. And so we've had that actual code. And so I was more just tinkering with our own network with the play money and not releasing an act. But now there is this CUSF QSIV activator that does now exist, and that is the easiest and best way to activate anything, in my opinion. It's sort of similar because the Mimblewimble extension block is like a new optional thing that Litecoin decided to do. And in fact, my opinion is that a sidechain is very similar to an extension block. It's kind of like an optional extension block where there's that big filter that I had before, that gray blob that became the green thing. The Litecoin node is only seeing the tiny green thing, and it's ignoring what's going on. But really, these are an unlimited amount of extension blocks that are opaque, sort of. So you have unlimited block space, and you have the unlimited to do exotic things in there. Now, yes, hello. Yes. You did. 51% of the hash power is needed to activate. This is because although BIP 300 does not, although it does not look at everything that is happening in the L2 chain, it is doing something on L1, and that thing is you either conform to those rules for this narrowly defined like op not 5. You either conform to that or you do not, and if you do not, it has to reject the block. And that doesn't matter if you have less than 50% hash rate. If you reject the block, you'll just be the only one not on the chain anymore. But if 51% or more rejects the block, then actually everyone, even just by doing nothing, everyone will automatically only be on a version of the chain where the rule is followed all the time, even the people who do not want to upgrade to even do this. So people could freely run old version of Litecoin, not pay any attention to any of this at all, and they will not be affected really. But that is why 51% is required to activate any soft fork, which this is, so that whoever is making the blocks, whichever mining pool or etc., they must run the activator to make sure that when they make the block, it is not accidentally violating one of the BIP 300 rules. Does that make sense? No, it's on the L1 side. Yeah. The BIP 300 part is the L1 hash rate. That's the L1 node, L1 hash rate. But actually, all the things that are happening on the L2 chains are on their own L2 network. I don't know how big of my guess is it wouldn't be that big of a thing. I mean, every soft fork is activated this way, and you just put out a new version of the software, and if people upgrade. In this case, you don't even need to do that. You just need to ask people to run the activator if they want, and they can, in fact, stop running the activator if they really regret it for some reason. Thank you. Yes. If anyone has any more questions. So 7 minutes, I can go back to sidechains I think we should copy, because actually I have a lot to say about that also. But if anyone has a question, I'm going to look down now. Okay. So, yeah, Zcash is the best one to copy because you have all this privacy, and we have already built it and it already works, so you just take it for free, and it gives everyone one single reusable address. So this is very cypherpunk, and this is very cool. This is a cool thing to just do quickly out of the gate before anyone can complain or, And I had this slides because, yeah, I was noticing as a Bitcoiner that actually Monero is stealing a lot of Bitcoin's thunder. And in fact, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but I think it was Peter McCormack interviewed Michael Saylor, and Michael Saylor famously said there is no second best. So I'm sure that would make him very popular at Litecoin event. But he said that, and then Peter McCormack asked him about, well, what about these people who really like privacy? And then Michael Saylor said, well, if you really like privacy, maybe you do need a Monero. And of course, the Monero community took that little clip, and they put it all around. But this shows this is an actual use case that some people care about. And in particular, people who care about it the most they can't be too loud about it, right? So that's something to keep in mind. Namecoin, I think Namecoin is like a totally, I don't know what to say about this. I think this idea will be so big in the future, but for some reason, people do not give it the right amount of attention today. Namecoin was actually is originally sort of invented by Satoshi, and everyone should read through this thread. BitDNS and generalizing Bitcoin is fascinating. But Namecoin lets us do all kinds of crazy things, and I have written a big article about this that you can read, and this is the title. And so if you just Google it, you'll find it. But I've written a huge about it. This can replace logging in, usernames, passwords, email, get rid of spam, do all kinds of magical things. So I think this idea is super good. And we are working on a version that I really like, but it's not completely finished right now. Yeah, you have these people like impersonators and stuff. This is all the stuff, the Namecoin sidechain, which I call bit names. This will just get rid of all this type of thing. Seizing the domain has to be impossible. It just will literally not be possible to do this. So even You could have like whatever, Ukraine.gov, and a foreign army could occupy the whole country, but they just wouldn't get the name. It would be like illegitimate. Then people like have this funny thing. So, yeah, I think, so people love this NFT, ERC20, ordinals stuff. I say let everyone have a good time if they want to. So copy that. And then I'm a huge proponent of this prediction market idea, which has gotten, I've always been a huge proponent of this idea since a very young age, and even since 2012 and 2013, I started building this Bitcoin prediction market software, and now actually every election it pops up a little bit, but in particular this election with Polymarket, we are seeing the cultural significance of these prediction markets. So this is another thing that I think would make a great L2 chain, and this is some screenshots of the software that I made back in 2015. I think these are from. Okay. Yeah, there's some other ideas. I think it says 3.5 minutes a little, so maybe if anyone has any questions, if anyone thought of a question, now would be a great time. Yes. Yes. Yeah, all of the L2 chains, I think, should and must be merge mined with the L1 chain because, first of all, this is like basically free. This is very convenient. All the chains get the same hash rate in the proof of work context, and then all the fees go to the L1 miners. And if you don't do that, then you have to like answer a lot of other questions about what to do, which are hard to answer. And in particular, it's possible that maybe the chain has like an off day. These L2 chains, they don't have their own block subsidy. So if there's few people using them, the whole block reward will just be 0 coins, and the whole chain might stall out. Whereas with merge mining, no one would have this problem. It would just be every 10 minutes, it just finds all the chains. So I think I'm a huge proponent of merge mining. And in fact, BIP 301, I invented this type of merge mining called blind merge mining, where all the L1 miners have to do is include the highest paying fee, following these new soft fork rules, and they automatically merge mine all the chains without even looking at them. So I'm very, very pro merged mining. I think that is a great invention. I don't know if anyone has any. It's hard to see with the light. Yes. Yeah. Well, I think this is the way you should do it. Is I think you should do something like, why is the Bitcoin community? I think this is a key point. So there's only 2 minutes left, but this is key. This is very key. The Bitcoin community, I really think, has trapped itself in like a weird cultural cycle where they have they're very into they're very overconfident and complacent. So the story of how this idea has gone is very long, and it involves things like bad luck, like in 2017, the whole miner war erupted over the block size war, and that caused everyone to hate miners for a while. And this also led to everyone, after the block size war was over, everyone thought that the key to winning was to resist change as much as possible. So Bitcoin does not really do very much innovation, and it also has a contempt for any kind of innovation. It will say, like, we don't need any of that. 21 million, whatever, fixes everything, blah, blah, blah. So I think, but again, it has not been an activation client yet. So I have like this proposal is very controversial. I have lots of big supporters, and you can look at the layer2labs.com/friends list, and then it has some crazy enemies who are, and some of the enemies is just unreal, like, Peter Todd or whatever. We hired him to do this review, and then he's on stage and he's saying there is no source code for this, but the source code with the GUI has existed for like 2.5 years when he said that. So he had never visited drivechain.info. So he's like a critic of this idea, but he has never visited the website. He had no idea that code had been written at all. He never read the BIP. So plenty of people admit they haven't read the BIP if you ask them. Pierre Rochard famously said he couldn't read past the first sentence of the BIP, or he was offended by something like that. So I think it's a completely irrational thing, and you should take advantage of that, their mistake, especially since this is a completely reversible change that doesn't really cost very much. So I think that's just about it on the time. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
One thing I've learned today is that Paul has the strong opinions. I don't really understand much of what's happening while he's up there, but I know that he feels very much conviction about it. So I tend to agree with that guy. He could probably sell me anything. All right, to close day one, we have Miss Teen Crypto, who's so Randy Hipper. Is that actually your last name, Hipper, or are you just rubbing it in that she's like hipper than all of us? This is a cryptocurrency educator and speaker. Randy Hipper, also known as Miss Teen Crypto, is 21-year-old from New York City that loves crypto. She has been in the space since she was 17 years old back in 2020, way back in 2020. Her main goal is to spread crypto and NFT adoption to Gen Z and educate the masses. Please welcome Randy Hipper. I do not have the mic.
We got to put the technologies down for a second. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Litecoin Summit. Let's go. How do you guys feel? Come on, let's go. Let's go. I see you guys sitting. We could enjoy the energy in here right now. It's great to see every single one of you guys. This energy in the room is electric. And guys, we gotta talk about something right now. We gotta talk about growing up. Because growing up is hard. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of things, especially in this day and age, that we're faced with. And one thing you have to know about growing up is that it requires energy, putting in that work. And we know that quite well. Especially, you could look back at someone who did that and executed it quite perfectly, creating the best money there is. Satoshi Nakamoto, back in 2008 to 2009, just birthed a baby called Bitcoin. And it changed the world forever. Looking at the white paper, just knowing that you could send a transaction, send money. And what is money? Value, information, peer-to-peer, with no financial intermediaries, 24/7, 365. It's not discriminatory. And that is something that is super special, especially the fact that it progressed at a rapid pace with people believing in it. And especially with that energy put in, obviously proof of work, putting in that energy to power those computers in order to create more Bitcoin and then spread that Bitcoin across the world. We could fast forward a few years to 2011. Litecoin was another creation with another man putting in that work, Charlie Lee, the man, this is why we're here today. And then we could fast forward to 2016, where sometimes this energy that we feel, especially in crypto, can make you crazy or make other people think you're crazy. And I had that experience firsthand, and I thought my dad was crazy. Back in 2016, I was only 13 years old. I was an ignorant little child. I was out here hearing my dad talk about this Bitcoin because he heard this guy that was a truck driver named Bitcoin Ben on Facebook talking about this Bitcoin. My dad thought this was like a physical coin, and it's kind of cool. We have those physical coins here today, Ballet Wallet. They have a full Litecoin on a physical coin. Go check that out. I was like, what is this Bitcoin thing that he's talking about? I thought he was absolutely insane. He was on the internet, talking to people on the internet, and then going to meet these internet people in real life, which most of them are here today, and now they're my family, where I thought this is never something I'll even look into. Bitcoin, numbers, math, adulting. Nah, I couldn't do that. I thought you had to be like some millionaire to buy Bitcoin or invest in stocks. You had to go to school for that stuff. You're nuts, dude. By the time I was 16 in 2019, my dad's coming home from this thing called Litecoin Summit. And I was like, this man just left me and my sister alone at a relative's house to go meet people on the internet to talk about internet money. Okay, I guess I gotta take a second. I gotta listen a little bit closer. And we did something magical, a transaction. And I saw how easy it was. You copy a QR code, you copy and paste an address or a username, and you could transact with anyone, no matter where they are in the world, basically instantly. And wait, hold on, you own this thing. There's a digital wallet, just like there's the Venmos, the PayPals, but except this is a different currency. A one with 21 million, a cap supply, where I realized that my few $100s in the bank account is not going well. And this was pre-COVID. This was pre-massive inflation, money printer going everywhere. So I was looking at my few $100s in my bank account. I was taught growing up, keep your money in the bank. That's where it's safe. And you know what? You'll earn this interest thing where you keep your money in there and it'll just give you more money. Oh, well, that was too good to be true, wasn't it? Because my few $100 was still few $100, and the value was actually going down. That I couldn't buy as much as I could even 5 years before that. And you can ask my dad how much burgers at McDonald's were and how easy it was to really get away with having a single dollar. It took you so far. You could get a whole week's worth of lunch at school for that. Now we go into the store. What are you buying for $1? You're lucky you can find an Arizona iced tea under $1 still. So I was just kind of sitting there wondering, how do I make this move? So obviously I was too young to be on an exchange yet. I was pre-18. So I was like, you know what? We're going to do a transaction, Dad. I'm going to give you my money. You're going to give me some cryptocurrency. And I thought that this was the best way to not only have an investment, but it wasn't really an investment to me. It was freedom, because I'm able to be my own bank. And you could say Bitcoin was boring at the time. What was going on? Transactions, money going back and forth. There was nothing really going on in 2016, 2019. Of course, you had the 2017 ICO phase that was way above my head at the time. But what was really important was those fundamentals to me. The fact that no one can take this money away from me when I've always been taught the opposite. Let somebody have that control over you. Let somebody take that power away from you. And it is power that they're taking. Because why are we in crypto? Being your own bank, being in control, and going back to the fundamentals of America almost, we the people. We have these inalienable natural human rights of life, liberty, and property. That's what this country was founded on. But I also know that it's not just this country that needs to embrace that, because I feel like even now we're losing it. It needs to be the entire world. I realized that I had to go to school, had to go to my family and tell them about this revolutionary thing called Bitcoin. Had to tell them about Litecoin too, because it was fast, it was cheap, it was easy. And it was obviously everywhere where Bitcoin was listed. These two assets drove me insane because I went to school, nobody knew about it. I went to my family, they're like, no, this is not what you should be into. So I was like, whatever. I was a major nerd in high school. My overall average for all 4 years was a 97. So I was a nerd. I was tutoring. I was into physics. I was into math. I was a year ahead in math. I was, taking psychology, and I thought about the psychology of people. I love psychology because it really makes you wonder how people work. And I wondered, how does that psychology come into crypto? Because we have this major idea of, again, self-sovereignty. Then I learned about technical analysis. You look at the charts. There's red, there's green. And that tells you what people are thinking. Are they happy? Are they sad? Are they panicking? Or are they sending this thing to the moon and beyond? I knew I had to play some sort of role. I didn't care what it was, whether just transacting, tweeting, something. I had to do something with myself. And I asked my friends. Like I said, I was a complete nerd, getting picked on by all these people that were like, she's just a nerd in the corner, let her do my homework or something. And I just decided, you know what, if I'm already weird, if I'm already a nerd, I'll become a super nerd. So I decided one day to create something. And it took me a while. I went to my family and I said, man, crypto is so beautiful, and we need to do something about this. But I didn't know what to do. And then I was following all the beautiful Litecoin family on X, on my high school X account. And I realized that maybe I want to be part of the community for real. It was lockdown, April 2020. I was 17, a junior in high school, supposed to be planning going to college. So I was applying, I got in, I got some scholarships, but it started not to mean anything to me. Because I realized that the system was broken. And that's why I really got pushed to create my account. So like I said, I was 17. I was at a park, April 2020. Everybody was so sad. And I missed going into school and saying good morning to everybody. bringing them some fresh baked cookies. And I decided, you know what, I'm just gonna go on X and create this account called Miss Teen Crypto. Girl, teenager, crypto. All right, we got the point. I saw that it was digital real estate. And we kind of go over this with guests here like Theo, where digital domains, that's property. Just like Bitcoin is property, so is your name on the internet. And I saw, okay, Instagram, X, Snapchat, YouTube, all available. I took it. And I took advantage of it. I tweeted and I was like, hello world, I'm here, let's spread adoption. And people were like, oh my God, there's a girl and she's a teenager, what is going on here? No, you guys know they were shook. And I just had to soak that in. I was like, guys, don't be scared. I'm just a girl in the world. I'm here to just spread adoption. Can we be friends? And I made some friends. And I realized that I could make friends. Because in high school, like I said, I was a nerd. I was just in the corner somewhere. And I wasn't in the corner in crypto. I was a part of a family. And I realized that quite quick, especially with the Litecoin Foundation, all the Litecoiners that are here today that really encouraged me to keep going. When I first got on, there was some stigma, oh my gosh, but they pushed me through, and that was everything to me. So I went to my friends, I went in school over that summer, and people were a little salty, like the ocean. They were not happy. Family was not happy. I went into high school, so it was April I created the account, had summer, no one really knew what I was up to until September. I came back to school. And they were not happy. I was, going into school. I had teachers coming up to me saying, Randy, are you doing like this Miss Teen Crypto thing? Is that your account? I was like, yeah. Oh, Bitcoin's a Ponzi scheme. You shouldn't be doing that. Bitcoin's too dangerous. You shouldn't be doing that. You should actually delete your account. Yes, that was said to me. The audacity. I then went to my family, and I said, guys, we're on the brink of madness here. It was 2020. I said, the banks are going to fail. I said, the system is broken. Inflation is taking over. 40 to 50% of our money supply was printed between 2020 and 2021. Obviously, who's going to pay the consequences for that? It's not going to be the 1%. It's going to be you and I. They thought I was crazy. They were like, nope, you shouldn't be doing crypto. You should not be doing this. And I said, I'm going to keep doing that because I have my dad and my sister behind me, and I have the community behind me. Who else do I need? And that was the most important thing. I realized that being kind of set apart from everybody else was a good thing because I had, toward the end of my senior year, obviously the account was doing quite well, and I was getting published in things like the New York Times, Business Insider, so it was starting to catch the attention of my principal. He came up to me, he's like, this is your thing? And I said, yeah. And he was like, oh, Bitcoin's a little bit weird. I was like, okay, that's fine. So then I went in the hallway, I was walking around, and I saw that my guidance counselor came up to me. He's like, Randy, can I talk to you? Yeah, sure. What's up, dude? Everyone's talking about you. Teachers, students. I'm like, what's wrong? Like, I'm good. He's like, they're scared. I was like, why are they scared? I was like, they just don't understand. And he was like, you know what? That's the reason why you have potential to make it. And that one person believing in me like that is in a building where hundreds of people didn't, lit that fire under me even more. I was supposed to go to college after I graduated high school, and I realized that Miss Teen Crypto was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change the world. And I said, you know what? I have my dad, I have my sister, I have my community. They understand me. And Bitcoin's not going anywhere. And soon enough, everybody else will understand as well. Soon that started to become a reality because then we had 2020 Uniswap coming out. All these grocery store tokens, the pickles, and all these, the cakes and all these things coming out. I was like, okay, guys, this is getting a little bit rambunctious. Then we had NFTs come out. Oh my gosh, digital collectibles, where we could actually own it too. I started minting NFTs in 2020. I said, so not only does Bitcoin, Litecoin, and crypto give you the opportunity to be your own bank, but NFTs and now ordinals give you the opportunity to be your own art gallery, your own record label, where we do not need people to give us permission to share our energy, our value, our information. There was no permission there. I was so empowered. I started minting those NFTs like they were hotcakes. I kept going and realized that gaming is a thing in Web3, that this is also going to be a catalyst for mainstream adoption, that everyday people like you and I are the ones that get to influence the world. That, like I said, this is a revolution. We see now that, all of a sudden we have the permission of BlackRock and all these individuals that said that Bitcoin was bad. Why would you buy Bitcoin? The biggest bankers in the world telling you not to buy this stuff. That's when you make the opposite move. When everybody tells you one thing, well, maybe try the other thing and see how it works out. Because sometimes not everybody's going to understand you. Not everybody is going to embrace an idea that they've been taught their whole lives the opposite. And that's kind of what we have to realize throughout growing up in crypto, that we're all growing up in crypto. This technology is still so early. I believe more than 90% of the world has not touched cryptocurrency yet. And that is a dramatic number because look at where Bitcoin's at now. Over $60,000. When I was talking about things in high school, Bitcoin crypto, it was $7,000. And all the people that told me that it would not work, they came running back and said, hey, maybe this thing is interesting. Especially my former principal came to me when the year after I graduated, I was back at my former high school teaching investing classes about Bitcoin. So less than a year later, we saw how much of a change that can happen. There's going to be so much more of this. Right now, we're dealing with payments. We're still trying to make that part mainstream. But what about all the utility tokens? What about all these NFTs? What about all the games, the ordinals? This is such a bright and beautiful space that is changing lives everywhere. There's nobody that can stop us. And that's what people have to realize, that people our entire lives, again, have been taught to ask for permission, to bow down to somebody else, when we don't have to do that anymore. It's about you. It's about your decisions. It's about making yourself happy and influencing the change in the world. Because we know with fiat funds all of these horrible things that go on in the world. And why is that? Because we allow it to have value. We allow these people to control our lives using this currency. And the unfortunate thing is that most people on the street, if you ask them what inflation is, if you ask them what Bitcoin is, they still don't know. But you know what? It's not that unfortunate because it provides so much room for us to grow. The fact that Bitcoin is 60 grand right now, and such a small part of the global population is part of it, that should make you even more bullish. That should make you want to ape into the technology. I'm not telling you guys, buy Bitcoin, send it to the moon, because honestly, it's not about the finance. If you go to the airport and you're swapping your US dollars for euros, are you concerned about the price fluctuation? Oh my gosh, the euro has gone up 5% this week. I'm gonna make some gains on my, no, that's not how it works. You just exchange one currency for the other because you need it, because you want it, because you're valuing that other item more than the item you had before. We're gonna see so much more of that, especially at a point where people all over the world are experiencing something called hyperinflation. They're getting robbed of their everyday life. They're being devalued in every which way possible, where an average family, the American dream, is slowly dying because as a Gen Z, how much of us Gen Z are gonna be able to own a home? How can we afford a home when just the prices keep getting higher and the wages keep getting lower or staying the same? This is why we need Bitcoin. We need something that's finite, something that nobody can change, something that you're empowered by, something that you own. It's so important that we realize that this is something we have to spread throughout the world. And I'm not telling you guys to go bananas like me and talk to strangers on the streets. I'm not telling you to do that. But I am telling you to be part of the revolution. Simply by owning cryptocurrency and putting it in your wallet, that's a sign of resilience. That's a sign of you saying that I am ready to take that responsibility. I don't need anybody else. And other people are going to realize that self-custody and Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, maintaining your value is a necessity. What about those people out of the 5 bank failures last year? The people standing outside SVB and all of these banks wondering if they were going to get their money. They were lining up outside like it was Black Friday at Best Buy trying to get a new flat screen TV, except they were just hoping that they could feed their family that weekend. They went on their magical bank app and they were like, it says there's money on here, but oh, I can't do anything with that because my bank is so messed up and they failed on me. You never want to be one of those people in line hoping that you could feed your family. And you also don't want to be the guy that has all this money under his mattress because you're posing a physical risk to yourself. Versus Bitcoin and crypto where you're maintaining your value, nobody can take it from you, and you don't have to worry about a bank telling you that you have your money and that you can survive. It's all about survival. And at the end of the day, you want to make sure that you're on that list. It's literally a part of your day list. Okay, I have my Bitcoin. I have my certain things that are going to keep me safe. And Bitcoin is that safety. Bitcoin is growing. Only 15 years old, Litecoin, Bitcoin, they're just teenagers. We know what we were like when we were teenagers, just figuring out life. And Bitcoin and Litecoin and cryptocurrency, DeFi, now Politify, is figuring its way through the world of technology, the revolution we're a part of. So if there's anything I have to say to you guys today, is never give up. That this is something that you are in control of, that now the people are empowered by, and when we fix the money, we are going to fix the world. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate every single one of you. My name is Randy Hipper at Miss Teen Crypto. Have a great day.
I don't need it. I don't need the mic, thank you. No, I'm good.
Excuse me, Mr. Marty.
I know, great job. Probably should have opened with her, get the energy up. I still don't understand it. She understands it better than I do. All right, so tonight, you're on your own, I'm pretty sure. At least no one's told me about anything that's going on.
Party at 7.
How do you know about it? All right, still not a conversation though, so sleep and sleep. You're welcome. If you gained anything of value for the whole day, that was it. Do that with your kids and sleep. All right, so we have a party later, apparently. Talk to her. She's in charge. And thank you for being here. Tomorrow starts at what time for breakfast? 8 a.m. and then in here at 9, and then we're rolling after that. So have a good time tonight. Be safe. Be smart.
Thank you, sir.